There's no one there to interrogate. Gabriel sees nothing unusual. Why use that dagger on that? Gabriel sees nothing out of the ordinary. The badge would hardly impress that. Why leave the mask there? The bones wouldn't be useful there. That record book is evidence. Gabriel doesn't want to leave it there. There's no reason to use the mold there. Using the snake bracelet there wouldn't help.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
Gabriel sees nothing that catches his attention. Why move that? Leave the lucky dog laying around? For shame! Gabriel can see that just fine without magnification. Gabriel doesn't need to disguise that. That icon is currently disabled. There's no need to write on that. Gabriel doesn't want to waste the money there. The chamber pot wouldn't do much good there. Why use the clay there? The crocodile mask wouldn't do much there. Gabriel doesn't want to sketch that. There's no reason to put the drawing there. Gabriel doesn't see a way to use the pattern there. Gabriel doesn't see a way to use that there. Gabriel cannot walk there. That area is not accessible. Why use the phone number there? There doesn't seem to be a way to put that on the card. The envelope would do little good there. The key doesn't work there. Now Mosley wouldn't appreciate that. There is nothing to move there. Moving that would do little good. Gabriel cannot move that. Gabriel cannot open or close that. The newspaper clipping would do little good there. Why put the note there? There is nothing to open or close there. That doesn't seem to work that way. Gabriel cannot see a way to use that. There is nothing to operate there. That doesn't work that way. That doesn't operate. That doesn't seem to be removable. The phone book page would do little good there. Gabriel cannot take that. The veil would do little good there.
You want to relive this nightmare from the beginning? You're leaving me alone with this mess?
That wouldn't be particularly illuminating. Gabriel doesn't want to take that with him. Gabriel doesn't need to carry that around. There is no point in using the pattern that way. Gabriel cannot see a way to use the collar there. Gabriel cannot interrogate that. Gabriel cannot see any way to pick that up. The book wouldn't help that. The flashlight couldn't make that any clearer. Putting the scales there wouldn't help. Why put the oil there? Gabriel can't use the scroll on that. There's no reason to use gift certificate here. The photo wouldn't affect that. Gabriel prefers to keep Gunter's journal close at hand. Why gel that? Gabriel doesn't want to lose those notes. The key doesn't seem to work on that. There's no point in using the pattern there. Talking to that would be unenlightening. There's no response. Gabriel cannot get there. Why use the tattoo tracing on that? The tile doesn't seem to go there. Why leave the tracker there? There's nothing to use the tweezers on there. Gabriel doesn't see any use in consulting that. Gabriel doesn't need to share that letter. Draping the robe over that would be pointless. Putting salt there would be pointless. Why cut that? The priest's garb would make little impression on that. Gabriel cannot use the black shirt that way. Gabriel wouldn't want to track that. Gabriel cannot see a way to use the rod there. The talisman wouldn't help there. There's no one to talk to there. Gabriel would rather keep the book. There's a name of a porcelain manufacturer on the bottom of the chamber pot. But that's about it. There's no reason to make a clay impression of that. Gabriel is carrying a lump of clay from the banks of Lake Pontchartrain. Hartridge's notes are scribbled on notepad paper. The partial pattern from the crime scenes intrigues Gabriel. What does it mean? Some ID belonging to Mosley and an American's repressed card. The envelope has Gabriel's name written on it, misspelled. It's a man's wallet. Mosley's wallet has obviously been in his back pocket for a long time. It's shaped just like him. Gabriel opens the wallet and finds the other items in Mosley's wallet don't interest Gabriel. Wolfgang's letter says, Mosley's note says, the note is signed, Detective Mosley. There's nothing written on the wallet. The envelope is unmarked. The envelope from Mosley is a plain manila one. It feels pretty light. Gabriel opens the manila envelope and finds one of the recurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjäger. The key is from Mosley. The key has property of the New Orleans Police Department stamped on it. Right. Not anymore. The long rod is shaped like a snake. The head of the rod is the snake's angled triangular head. The rod does not appear to open. There are some strange symbols on the rod, but Gabriel doesn't know how to interpret them. The letter is addressed to Heinz Ritter, Gabriel's grandfather. The letter is addressed to Heinz Ritter, whoever that is. The letter is written in German, but Gabriel determines what he can about it. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Wilhelm Ritter. The book contains several pages of radar drum code.
P.S. I think this note will look great in the book, don't you? Make sure you save it. Try to keep out of this. It's too hot for a rookie. Just in case, I'm sending you my office key. You might find some useful things there. I'm already being watched. It was suggested I take vacation time, so I am, at least as far as they know.
The robe will open when Gabriel puts it on. There's nothing written on the robe. The shaker of salt is nearly full. Gabriel doesn't want to open the shaker until he's ready to use the salt. It's a snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. It looks like Wolfgang uses his scissors as infrequently as Gabriel uses his own. It's hued with purples and greens. It matches the scale from Lake Pontchartrain. Gabriel has matched the Lake Pontchartrain scale with the scale from the museum python. Gabriel magnifies the two scales. Gabriel has a scale from the fortune teller's boa. The iridescent scale is hued olive green. It doesn't seem to match the scale from Lake Pontchartrain. Gabriel is carrying a scale he found near the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. It's hued with purples and greens. It matches the scale from the Voodoo Museum. It's the shed skin from Moonbeam's snake. The snake scales are hued brown. They don't match the scale from Lake Pontchartrain. The iridescent scale is hued olive green. The snake skin is translucent. The scales are hued in browns. The Ritter dagger is solid, weighty, and highly polished. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they that he finds it hard to believe they aren't from his own subconscious. The police file contains partial patterns from the first 6 voodoo murders. The 2 iridescent scales are a perfect match. Gabriel is carrying a priest's shirt and collar which, surprise, surprise, do not belong to him. There is no reason to open the shirt and collar. It's a priest's shirt. It's a signal device for the tracker. That's not the way it works. Gabriel has to leave the signal device somewhere, and the tracker part will locate it.
Gabe, I have to go underground with this thing. It runs wide and deep throughout the department and the city board.
The old photographs show Gabriel's grandfather with 2 other men that Gabriel has not identified. The back of the photo has the following written on it: Schloss Ritter, 1925. It's a white priest's collar. The collar does open in back, but there's no need to do that until Gabriel puts it on. Inside the collar is a message. Open quote. Lit starch plus. Close quote. What could that mean? Somewhere there's a New Orleans phone book missing one of its C pages. Those two objects would have no effect on each other. Gabriel is carrying nothing. This is the last page of inventory. This is the first page of inventory. Gabriel can see that just fine without magnification. Gunter Ritter's diary is leather-bound. Its parchment pages are old and fragile. The jar contains frou-frou hair gel. Gabriel doesn't want to open that jar until he's ready to use the hair gel. It will get all over everything. The label on the hair gel jar talks about mysterious Hawaiian roots and ancient Oriental secrets. That object does not open. The most fascinating archaeological site in Africa is the Great Snake Mound in the People's Republic of Benin, located 50 miles south of the capital in the Red Basin. That object cannot be operated. That item cannot be read. Gabriel is carrying Mosley's badge. The badge says New Orleans Police Department and Detective Mosley. Grace actually managed to find a book on the Rotterdam Code, Ancient Digs of Africa, by Professor Seymour Shards. Gabriel opens Ancient Digs of Africa. Like the snake mounds of North America, the origin and meaning of these great mounds remains a mystery, though clearly they are the results of profound and urgent spiritual belief. Unlike other snake mounds, the African example is a double snake mound, a small snake ring within a larger snake ring. The mound is thought to have housed an ancient temple. Although archaeologists have explored the mound site, the interior remains largely unchanged from ancient times. This is partially due to stringent government regulations and partially to local superstition. The local people regard the mound with fear and won't go near it. Gabriel looks at the picture again. The key card has a magnetic strip on the back. The book looks like an accountant's record book. The cover is printed with the words Gede Tribe. It's a clay mold of Madame Kazunu's snake bracelet. The clay doesn't work that way. Sam's replica of Madame Kazunu's snake bracelet looks just like the original. There's no writing on the bracelet. It's a piece of brick. $100 in cash. That's the most money Gabriel had in his pockets in 2 years. The money says, "In God we trust." It's a technical drawing of St. Louis Cathedral. There's nothing written on the drawing. The chamber pot is old, but clean. The gift certificate is written up generically and has the store's name and amount penned in by Gabriel himself. It's a newspaper clipping from the year 1810. It includes a rough sketch of a pattern found around the body. The sketch is very similar to the reconstructed veve. The newspaper clipping doesn't need to be opened. The newspaper clipping describes a ritualistic murder in Congo Square. It's a note from Mosley. Gabriel magnifies the scale from the fortune teller. The iridescent scale is brilliantly hued with greens and purples. Gabriel magnifies the scale from the lake. Gabriel magnifies the shed skin from Magenta Moonbeam's snake. Gabriel magnifies the snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. He places the two scales together. The photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation from the police academy. He had hair then. The photo of Mosley reads, "Cop nerd," to Gabriel's eyes. One of the photos from Mosley is an official Voodoo Murders crime scene shot, a graphic close-up of a victim. The photograph cannot be opened.
Upon my blood I call thee now, purify me, for I avow St. George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night, to set my feet upon thy road, thy sword I take up for mine own.
Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. The second to the last entry described Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. He found the name of one of the surviving members of the crew, a man now living in the West Indies. He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigations into the murders. The victims were all crew members on a certain slaving expedition to Africa, it seemed. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will impersonate a sailor and allow himself to fall into the hands of the coven. Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the coven before they can do him harm. Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal. The only thing that Gabriel can decipher about the letter is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of quill-tip bold strokes and underlining. Of course, the family castle really is in need of some serious repairs. The letter is addressed to Gabriel from Wolfgang Ritter. Gabriel feels a little guilty as he looks at the stack of bills. He hopes he isn't breaking any of Schattenjäger rules. A note from Mosley and a small brass key. The lucky dog is plump and juicy. That would be a mess, although the mustard is teasingly poured into a pattern-like shape. Gabriel's eyes can make no sense of it. The magnifying glass is an expensive one with an inlaid jade handle, an heirloom from Gabriel's grandfather. The magnifying glass doesn't open. There's nothing written on the magnifying glass. Gabriel's carrying a boar's mask and robe from the Houndfour supply room. The disguise doesn't open. There's nothing written on the mask or robe. The wolf mask and robe are from the Houndfour supply room. The crocodile mask is made of a genuine crocodile head. It looks heavy, hot, and smelly. The mask doesn't open. It fits on over one's head. The mask has no writing on it inside or out. The wolf's mask is from the Houndfour supply room. It's a boar's mask from the Houndfour supply room. Mosley's Americans Repressed card. Credit. What a concept. The card has Mosley's name written on it. It expires next month. Gabriel eyes the surreptitiously delivered envelope. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. Gabriel opens the envelope and finds 2 photographs.
Oh, bastard. Halsey's son of a bitch, wasn't he?
The murder photo has nothing written on it. It's a robe from the Houndfour supply room. He reads about Gunter's meeting with a beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her. The artist's reconstruction of the voodoo murders pattern looks accurate to Gabriel. Something about it seems vaguely familiar and creepy. Gabriel is already using the magnifying glass. Creepy, isn't it? The double-ringed snake mound in the People's Republic of Benin. The copy is almost as believable as Gabriel's novel. The Gede Tribe record book contains the names and rada drum codes for tribal members. Gabriel gazes at the translation of the code that Moonbeam gave him, pondering who wrote it and for whom it was meant. Gabriel gazes at the translation of the second voodoo code message. A few letters are still missing. Looking at the series of crosses, Gabriel can't help but to think that they have a pattern and a meaning he is not comprehending. The fortune teller's veil is studded with sequins. That sequin looks a little strange. Why, it's a snake scale. There's a snake scale caught on the veil. It's a sequin. The dagger is unmarked. Gabriel got the flashlight free in the mail when he ordered a magazine subscription. It works, though. At the moment, believe it or not, the flashlight does not open. It's a disposable. There's enough light without the flashlight at the moment. The flashlight has printed on it the legend, Wholesale Brokers. Mortgages are us. The small bottle is labeled Master Gambling Oil. The oil is better preserved with the bottle cap on. The label reads Master Gambling Oil, but no ingredients, warnings, or instructions are included. The scroll from the display case is very old. The $20 gift certificate for St. George's looks pitifully new and unused.
God be with you, Uncle Wolfgang. Dear Gabriel, please read the enclosed journal carefully. It might help you understand your family's special obligations and our current predicament.
Gabriel has already transferred the letters for all of the symbols that match. It's Gabriel's sketch of the new series of crosses from the Laveau tomb wall. Gabriel sketched a new series of crosses from the Laveau tomb and added what letters he could match from Moonbeam's translations. The small note cannot be opened. The number written on the note is 4909 324 3333. The card is not marked. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. It operates as follows. The signal device attaches to an object, such as a car. The signal device emits a signal that appears on the tracker, LED, allowing the object to be tracked. There's nothing written on the key. Gabriel looks fondly at his father's sketchbook and charcoal pencil. The stone is etched with a peculiar snake design. The stone doesn't open. There doesn't seem to be any writing on the stone, unless the snakes themselves are a code of some sort. Gabriel has in his possession the Ritter family talisman. He'll never forget that it was regained only through Wolfgang's blood. The talisman does not open. The talisman has no writing on it, only the emblems of the lion and the serpent. The tracing is of a snake tattoo from Crash's chest. The snake tattoo tracing says nothing. This device is called a tracker. Gabriel remembers a time when he and Mosley used it illegally with a couple of babes in a white convertible. The folder is marked with the warning, not to leave the police station. The tracker doesn't open. It would be useless to turn the tracker on here. It's say, made in Japan. The tweezers from the bookshop are an old stainless steel pair that Gabriel's had forever. The veil belonged to the fortune teller. It's covered with shiny iridescent sequins. Gabriel examines the veil with a magnifying glass. Gabriel has no reason to use the tweezers on the veil at the moment. Gabriel has already removed the scale from the veil. Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to remove the snake scale from the veil. It's the official police file containing the partial patterns from the voodoo murders. He finds that he has the translation for all of the symbols, except for 3. Gabriel opens and reads the police file. Gabriel has a photocopy of the official police file containing the partial patterns from the voodoo murders. The single sheet of paper doesn't need to be opened. The reconstructed veve was done for Gabriel by a technical artist. It's Gabriel's sketch of the series of crosses from the Laveau tomb wall. It's Gabriel's sketch of the series of crosses from the Laveau tomb wall, with magenta moonbeams translation penciled in. Gabriel checks the 2 messages for duplicate symbols and transfers the letters from the matches to the new message. The large brass key is ornately shaped and must weigh a pound at least. The old photograph shows Gabriel's grandfather with 2 other men, apparently his German father and brother. Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook, the way they must have haunted his mind. That's an interesting thought. But there would be less chance of spilling the salt if Gabriel put the chamber pot down first. Didn't Grace say you had to dial 011 first to get international? The hair clipping scissors are spotless. There's a snake scale caught on the veil. Wolfgang Ritter's phone number, written in Grace's pretty scrawl. Handsome, isn't he? Gabriel rifles through the money guiltily. He wonders if he's broken any Schattenjäger rules by taking it. Gabriel doesn't want to put on the disguise until he has to. It looks hot. The shed skin doesn't fit Gabriel. Gabriel rubs Mosley's credit card. So, that's what one feels like. Gabriel hefts the envelope. It's fairly light. The wallet doesn't fit in Gabriel's back pocket. His jeans are too tight. Move, Gabriel. Try the walk icon. There's no reason to wear that at the moment. There's no reason to use the Ritter dagger on Gabriel here. Gabriel doesn't want to put that robe on until he has to. The key doesn't fit any of Gabriel's slots. Gabriel clutches the talisman. He'll be damned if he lets it get lost again. Gabriel cannot draw that tattoo on himself. He'll have to find someone to lend him an artistic hand. Gabriel doesn't need to start the tracker here. Gabriel cannot think of any way to adorn himself with those scales. Gabriel isn't sure how he could use the voodoo code message on himself. Uncle Wolfgang's handwriting is bold and hurried. Gabriel doesn't want to put the mask on until he has to.
Man, I'm beat. This sleep thing is getting to be a real problem. Can somebody tell me what's going on? Don't ask me, I'm even less informed than you. Ever have one of those days? Could you just shoot me? Knight. Gabriel Knight. In case someone wants to know. Don't get personal. Pink is not my color. I don't think using that thing on anyone would be safe. I don't know how to make sense of those crosses. Thank God Hartridge was a doodler. I wonder what these lines mean. I'm hungry, but not for that. There's nothing on my body that would require the use of a magnifying glass. That's pretty disgusting. The clipping is pretty old. I don't think I should handle it too much. What an egotistical bastard. If I want to open up, I'll go to a shrink. I'm doing the best I can. You've already got me, you lucky devil. Norman Mailer, eat your heart out. I wish I spoke German. Nice picture of Granddad. No thanks. I'm trying to cut back. I am not cutting my hair without a mirror. I don't need to track myself. I don't even want to think about what it is you want me to do with that rod. You know what they say about people who live in glass houses? I can't dial myself. I've already got it. Hey, I'll ask the questions around here. I haven't carried books around like this since college. I don't want that thing on my wrist. I wouldn't feel right spending it on myself. Mold me. Use me. It's better than most postcards I've seen. The oil would be wasted on me. I don't gamble. I already own everything in St. George's. I already see about as much of Moseley as I care to. Thanks. My hair looks perfect the way it is at the moment.
There's enough light without the flashlight at the moment. Gabriel cannot think of any way to adorn himself with that scale. Gabriel doesn't want to handle the scroll too much. It's very old. The key card doesn't unlock anything on Gabriel himself. Gabriel doesn't want to display his possession of that badge. When he's ready to use it, he'd be better off flashing it at someone specific. The clay mold wouldn't look very good on Gabriel. Gabriel cannot think of any sane way to use that piece of brick on himself. Fortunately, Gabriel doesn't need to use the chamber pot on himself at the moment. Gabriel isn't the artist his father was. He can sketch specific things, but isn't inspired to just draw for the fun of it.
I told you, I can't help you with that.
Are you sure you don't know anything else about Marie Laveau? Could you see what you can find out about a woman named Malia Getty?
I told you, I never heard of it.
That's enough. Thanks. Anyway, that's all the messages. Thank God.
About Detective Moseley.
Me? Nothing. I'm a Catholic boy. I told you, I ain't got nothing to say about voodoo. I told you, there's no Moseley here. Now get lost. I'll tell you, I'm glad as hell it's not Mardi Gras. If it weren't for that 1 month a year, being a cop in New Orleans would be a real pleasure. Muffaletta sandwiches. Best food in the world. You can get it right here in New Orleans. Beignets, good Cajun coffee. Yep. Man can die happy in this city. Never mind, don't answer that. No, I don't know nothing about no snakes. Look, I love this city good as anybody, but I already gave you my opinion. Why don't you check out the Travel Bureau? Hell no. I like Lawrence Welk myself. Can't say that I have, but it sounds dirty. What is it with you? I said no. What does this look like? A zoo? Hound what? He's out of the crime scene. Sorry. I told you he's not here. He's in his office. Go on back. He left for the day. Sorry.
He told me it was urgent, maybe you should give him a call. Dana called, and Susie left a message about a lawsuit. Okie dokie. There's more when you want 'em. Wasn't she a big voodoo queen before the Civil War? Anything else? Well, you just heard everything I know about her. The name Getty sounds familiar. What's your interest in her? The murders. Right. I'll see what I can find out. What else do you want to know? I took down his number. If you change your mind and want to give him a call back, just ask me for it. Nope. None right now. Your grandmother called. And she sounded great, and we had a nice little chat about you. But she said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things. Here's a strange one. You got a call from someone named Wolfgang Ritter? He said he was calling from Germany. Well, fine. Let's just hope he's not with the German lottery for pitiful American authors. Your friend Detective Moseley called. Talkative, isn't he? He left an interesting message. He told me to tell you that his mother's maiden name is Humphrey. Oh, that's Humprey. And that he left some photos for you at the station, at the front desk. Gabriel, those photos wouldn't have anything to do with the voodoo murders, would they? Because I know you. You're getting privileged information, aren't you? Did you tell him you'd put him in your new voodoo book? Gabriel, you know you'll never put him in your book. Your main character is a female orthodontist. You're going to be reincarnated as a pit bull if you keep screwing with your karma. Don't worry. I didn't go into detail about your cardinal sins. Not that anything about you could surprise her. She adores you anyway. Sure, what? Yeah, right, Knight.
Listen to what I'm saying. We don't have a Detective Mosley on the force. Is that right? And who are you? Yeah, I got something for you, all right. Soon as you're done talking, I'll give it to you. Bunch of crazies out there on St. John's Eve, that's what. We're busy all night. Your usual howl at the Mooners, I guess. They don't look no weirder than them that comes in during Mardi Gras. Never can tell, though. I'm not allowed to give out information on police cases. Hey, buddy, do I look like the kind of lowlife that'd betray my sacred oath to this department? Like hamburger meat if I got a hold of 'em. Kinda like what you're gonna look like in about 5 seconds. You're really pressing your luck, pal.
Do you know anything about Veve?
I told you I didn't, and I ain't got time to answer stupid questions. I already told you, it's a busy night for us, pal. You want a history lesson? Go read a book. Brevet's? Never heard of it.
What can you tell me about voodoo? Do you know anything else about voodoo? What do you know about the voodoo murders? Are you sure you can't give me the scoop on the voodoo murders case? Tell me about yourself. I'm here to see Detective Mosley. Tell me about yourself, Grace. Do you have messages for me? Do you have more messages for me? Just tell me anything at all.
What do you want to know? In New Orleans? No, I don't. But it sounds dangerous. You're not going to try to find this voodoo group yourself, are you? No. No, I don't. But if it exists, I wish you'd stay away from it. Uh-huh. I can see where a Rotodrum book would be incredibly urgent. Anything else? You are desperate. I told you I can't help you. I'm still waiting around for that lobotomy. As soon as I get it, I'll let you know. Rotodrum? Sure. I don't think we have any books on that topic in the shop, but I'll contact our suppliers. Anything else? Well, I either go to my oil painting class or my Tai Chi. You know that. I suppose I should just allow my mind and body to atrophy. Old enough to know about men like you. I'd really rather not hear about your sex life, Knight. I don't. Honest. Black voodoo? Now, what are you getting yourself into? I know there are dark forms of any major religion. Where there's a yin, there's a yang. But no, I don't know anything really about voodoo, dark or otherwise. Sorry. No, sounds French, though. As if that makes a difference to you. Okay, I'll see what I can find. Assuming any of them will extend you any credit. Ooh, no. Makes my skin crawl, though.
As long as it's a male pit bull with a really big... Sounds fun. What else can you tell me about New Orleans? How do you feel about New Orleans these days? I can't think of anything. Can I get that phone number for Wolfgang Ritter? I don't think so, it's German. You can't tell me anything about the word Schottenjäger? Very funny. I mean real snakes. You know, scaly, cold-blooded. I would have thought you'd find them empathetic. Okay, thanks. How do you like working at St. George's Books? Ritual patterns used in voodoo. I have a pattern I need you to research. It's a reconstruction of the tracings they found around the murder victims. The ones done in flour and blood. Well, wear your evil banishing gloves if you want, but check it out for me, would you? Actually, no. Where is the crime scene? Is it related to the voodoo murders? Come on, you can tell me where the crime scene is. So this is a new voodoo murder then. Please tell me where the crime scene is. Frick? Not at all. Yeah? Yeah? I think not. Hound 4. It's a temple. No. Never mind. What? I've seen him all week. I was supposed to pick up some photos from Detective Mosley at the front desk. My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight. Really? What kind of crazies? I don't know. What would that kind of lowlife look like? Okay, sorry I asked. There's nothing you have to say about the voodoo murders case, huh? Do you know what Capri Sans Corps means? Are you sure you don't know what Capri Sans Corps means? Have you ever heard of Damballa? Do you know anything about Rada drums? Do you know anything about a secret voodoo Hound Four? Do you know anything about Marie Laveau? Do you know anything about animal masks? What can you tell me about New Orleans? Does Ogun Badaikri mean anything to you? Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger? Do you know anything about snakes? What can you tell me about St. John's Eve? Do you know anything about black voodoo?
Sounds like someone's pulling your leg on that one. Marie who? Is she the one that hangs out on Conti and Nash? We don't have a Detective Mosley here.
No. Sorry. Sure, I'll give it to you when we're done talking. No. Is that a voodoo word? No, but it has a nice ring, doesn't it? Schottenjäger. Nope, sorry, I don't speak German. Doing a family tree, Gabriel? I know very little about reptiles of any kind and prefer to keep it that way. I think there's a book on snakes around here somewhere, though. Well, it's not exactly a huge intellectual challenge. Although the math in your record books could confuse Einstein. Veves? No. What are they? It can clearly be dangerous in the wrong hands. You should be careful investigating it. Fascinating. I can't help you out, though. How interesting. What is it? Ugh. You shouldn't carry this kind of thing around. Who knows what these symbols mean? I'll see what I can find out. Anything else? I didn't know much of anything about it until you started researching it for your book. Now I know that it's active in the city. There's that shop and museum. I've told you all I know. Sorry I can't be more help. I know more than I ever cared to. I wish you never messed with this voodoo stuff in the first place. Okay.
I keep meaning to get over there. What does she say? Did she sound good? Grace. She's my girl. Okay. Call Germany like hell. If it's really important, he'll call back. Especially with you. What do you want? Fascinating. It's about time. Now, why would you say something like that? A writer has certain obligation to his readers, you know.
Suit yourself.
Toss 'em.
Your pal Mosley called. He left a message that they're interrogating a suspect this morning and you might want to be there. I bet. You're the native. Don't ask me. Well, I've only been here 2 months, but I love it. It's so much more alive than any place I've been. It feels like anything's possible here. Still, I love old books, and it's a nice way to pay the bills while I explore the city for a summer. If you ever pay me, that is. I'd rather be anywhere else in the world right now.
You don't want to make me repeat myself, bud. As it is, I'd rather stick behind this desk. I see plenty of masks during Mardi Gras. Not many animals, though. Of course, there's plenty of animals underneath. You keep wanting me to know about this voodoo stuff, don't you? What, do I look like someone who dances around in a loincloth to you? No, and no, and no. No, sounds foreign or something. I hate people who ask stupid questions. I told you, you're barking up the wrong tree. I told you, I don't know the girlie.
That man from Germany called again, Wolfgang Ritter. Now he's claiming to be a relative of yours. I've given everything to you. I just got my master's in history and classics. My folks wanted me to go on right away for my PhD, but 18 years of school was enough. I needed a break. I came to New Orleans because I'd read so much about it and I thought, spending a few months here would clear my head. I've always wanted to do something really adventurous, Something real life. I'm sick of libraries and lecture halls. My folks are traditional Japanese. I don't even remember Japan myself. I was 3 when we came to the States. I've been studying Tai Chi for 10 years. It's a very spiritual discipline. I'm sure discipline of any sort isn't something that would appeal to you, Gabriel. My folks want me to get married to a boy back east, Mark Kobayashi. His parents are traditional Japanese too. I might eventually, but right now... Rada drums? No, afraid not. Not personally, but I'll try to get something on it for you, like you asked. No, but hopefully that book I found for you will help. I told you nothing. I hope you don't think this subject is erotic. It's not. St. John's Eve? Never heard of it. It must be a local custom. New Orleans love any excuse to celebrate. Just what I read in the paper, same as you. You won't get far questioning me about it, Sherlock. I know you shouldn't be messing with it, and I know you will anyway.
Could you do some research for me? What do you do after work? You know, you can go overboard with this improving yourself stuff. You don't want to alienate us mere mortals. Works for me. How old are you? Are you sure you don't know anything about animal masks? Nothing you need to know about, do you? Speaking of yin and yang, are you sure you don't know anything about black voodoo? I need you to look up a Madame Cazeneuve. Grace, Cazeneuve's at least 70. Are you sure you don't know anything about Dumbala? How come we haven't gone out yet? Could you research rudder drums for me? Tell them it's an emergency. Nothing, I guess. Never mind. I mean it. I think so. Would I do that? You're sure you don't know anything about a secret voodoo temple? That's right. Oh, just, stuff about the voodoo murders. If you could get an address...
Black voodoo? Isn't that kind of the same thing? Well, all I know about voodoo is to keep away from it. You should too, Knight. Can't say that I do. Crime scene information is police confidential. We don't need any more looky-loos than are probably already there. Look, I know the paper's got everybody stirred up about these killings, but that don't make it public information. Back off. Hey, I didn't say that. You'll read all about it in the papers tomorrow, I'm sure. Look, buddy, you keep it up, and there'll be a crime scene right here. Who, me? I'm the Desk Sergeant Frick, why? That's right. You got a problem with that? You see that front door? Well, I watch people come in. See this book? Well, I write people's names in it, see? People that bother me. Want me to put your name in this book? That's what I thought.
Madame Cazeneuve? Is she related to the murders the same way your friend, Malia Getty, was?
No, I mean Dumbala. Do you know anything about the patterns around the bodies? Didn't Granddad ever say anything about his past or his family? Do you know anything else about Heinz Ritter? Odd. You get prettier every time I see you. Have you baked any of your incredible molasses pies lately? You've lost weight. Are you courting a new man? Your hair looks very pretty today, Gran. I always tell people that my Gran is the prettiest grand old belle in the city. Tell me, Gran.
Never heard of it. Black voodoo? Sounds like a put-on to me. Yeah, weird, huh? We got all the marks on file, but we haven't figured out what, if anything, they mean. Might make the book seem more mysterious. Sure. People like that kind of stuff, don't they? Go talk to Officer Franks. Tell her I said you could see the file. I don't see why I can't be the chief of police of New Orleans someday. The victims are all out-of-towners. We still don't know why. Sure, no problem. Really? Great. What'd you think? Yeah, that's what I thought. Got any more ideas for photos for the book? What for? Really? Okay, I'll have Franks come in again. You and me? Together? Well, okay. I'll call the police photographer. Okay, but you shouldn't underestimate the power of beefcake, my friend. Coffee? You want coffee?
I don't know how he could think that he should be anywhere but with me and our child. It's a terrible way to live. Wolfgang Ritter. Oh, no, dear. Oh, you. No, dear. But you let me know when you want some, and I'll whip up half a dozen. Oh, Gabriel, don't be silly. You know there'll never be anyone but your granddad for me. Well, why, thank you, dear. So does, you've always had such nice, thick hair, Gabriel. Oh, dear, you shouldn't talk so.
I'm 6'2". Oh, come on, I'm close enough. Just write me up that way. I kind of like women with dark hair. Now that Grace. At least 20 people attend the killings. We know this from the variety of footprints found at the scenes. Can be. But we'd have to have a suspect in custody first, and the suspect would have to match one of the few distinct prints we have. These guys are so casual in their expertise, it's maddening. Like they know we'll never find them. Now, the first murder occurred about 8 weeks ago. 7 murders have so far been linked to the Voodoo Murders case. The M.O. was the same in each murder. Lake Pontchartrain was a 7. Found a few fibers, but not many. The weirdest one was leopard fur. No fingerprints, a few bare footprints.
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas, corn, cotton, all kinds of things. Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America. He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived. I don't know. I tried to ask him about his family, his life before America, but he didn't want to talk about it. Never even told me about his name change. I found out one day when I saw his passport in a drawer. Since he obviously found it painful, I never questioned him about it. But I'm sure it wasn't trouble with the law. Your granddad was the best man I ever knew. Only that his family was crazy, and that he never wanted to see them again. He believed in some family curse, thought that he could spare Philip and Philip's children from what he called old nightmares. Whatever Harrison wanted to spare you, though, it cost him plenty. He never did sleep well, and he would often get a far-away, guilty look in his eyes. He was wrestling with something he thought he should be doing, someplace he thought he ought to be.
How'd you like working on the police force? They're these African drums, and they're being used all over the French Quarter to send messages for the voodoo cartel. I don't think there's any relation. Veves. They're ritualistic patterns used in voodoo, you know, like those marks we found around the body. Yeah, well, they're wrong. These Veves, it's not about me. Look, Hartridge's death looked just like Crash's. I'm telling you, they were both murdered, and by the same people who did the voodoo murders. No? Well, no, but sure, why not? So, couldn't you make them interested? The voodoo stuff is not worthless. It's the key to the whole thing. And these people are dangerous. They need to be stopped. What do you mean? Let's make a plan. What do you think we should do? Sounds easy. Perhaps. How will you find it? True enough. No. Never mind.
Nah, you've always been a caffeine addict. It's just that what we got here hardly qualifies. It's your stomach. I'll get you some when we're done talking. All right, I'll go now. What we had here was a little resistance from local businessmen. Yeah, fine. No way. Enough is enough. All right. Just shut the hell up. Oh, it's solved. Turns out the Chicago Mafia was trying to invade local territory, using Mississippi for drug running now that Florida's so hot. Word came in this morning that the Chicago group is giving up and pulling out of New Orleans. The attitude in the department is that we've just been done a huge favor. Well, they're probably right. Well, the boys upstairs seem to figure it this way. Let the slime kill each other. Better the vermin we know than the Chicago vermin, I guess. But it won't happen. I know these guys. Lock them up overnight and they tend to overdo it the next day. At least they're part of us. We'll deal with them over time, always have. New Orleans is pretty clean that way, you know. Look, I'm not totally in agreement here either, but what can I do? These guys are not about to get caught. I'm disappointed about the book, too. Look, next big murder case I get, I'll call you in and we'll do that one up right, okay? In fact, I could probably dig up some old cases and you could spice them up. What? What are you talking about? I just let them go this morning.
Know anything about the victims? Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you. Guess I'll take that as a no. Also, this whole thing kind of ties in with my nightmares, see? And my family history. My family does this shadow hunting thing, and about 300 years ago...
You're losing it, Knight. You're an amateur, so let me just give you some advice. Crash was a junkie. You gotta read through the hallucinations, you know what I mean? Where's the body, anyway? Lovely. Well, we'll make sure he's picked up sometime today so he doesn't scare the shit out of some nun. But chill, Gabe. In this business, you see a lot of stiffs. What? What are you talking about? I let him go yesterday. At the cathedral? Guess he was trying to get a last-minute A-train ticket, eh? Poor bastard. Crash said. Did he mention pink elephants, too? Civilians. Did you actually see someone kill him? Yeah, well, when they get the body in, they'll do a quick autopsy, standard procedure. If it's anything other than an overdose, I'll get a report. But it's not going to be related to the Voodoo murders case unless we find damn good reason to do so. Oh, come on. Someone's pulling your leg, Knight. There's nothing secret about voodoo in New Orleans. There's a museum, for Christ's sake. You're getting mighty paranoid, Knight. You see that red-headed chick that works at Freddy's? Don't start with that again. I already got a headache. No. Yeah, right. When them drums announce a blue light special at OK Mart, let me know. No. Ha! Is that anything like a Chuck Yeager? What? You know what the department says about that, Knight. That voodoo stuff is faked. Look, just stop worrying about them marks. I don't think they're relevant. Oh, Christ, you're not gonna start this again. You know, you're really getting your ass in a sling over this thing, Knight. Did either Crash or this new guy have their hearts ripped out? Then there's nothing to link either to the voodoo murders, M.O. Besides that, the case is closed, Knight. If the coroner's report asks for a homicide investigation on either of these guys, fine. Meanwhile, I've got some things I've got to do. I'll meet you there later. What? What are you talking about? People died, Knight. Was the guy's heart ripped out? Then I don't know her. Say what?
But I'm the link to the Voodoo murders case, don't you see? Ogun Badagri. It's a voodoo loa. I don't think so. More like real animals. Sorry. What was that plan again? Oh, yeah, right. So, fill me in on what you've been doing for the past 5 days. Can't argue with that logic. What else have you found out? Well, Malia Getty is the head of the cartel. Dr. John is her right-hand man. Uh-huh. She's not really responsible, though, because during these ceremonies, she's ridden by the spirit of her ancestor, Tetelo. It's true. Anyway, I have something, a talisman, that I can use against them. It'll help, but they probably still have a power source somewhere in their hound four. You know, mostly. Yeah, you'd never believe me anyway. Yeah, you're right, sorry. Any witnesses? Well, that's the illusion, isn't it? I have it. All right. Oh, nothing, never mind. Astonishingly lifelike. Let's take another cop-author shot. I don't think we got your best side. A cop-author photo might be nice. Why not? Of course, you'll have to try to tone down your masculinity. Nope, I think we have everything we need. Should that surprise you? So, I'm desperate. That long? Hey, I'm working my butt off here. Please, 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 pretty please. How can you just close it? It's not solved, is it? But that doesn't bring the killers to justice. What about the local cartel? Are you just going to let them go? Yeah, well, that turned out to be a brilliant move. Though they probably would have gotten him anywhere. Yeah, and I watched him die yesterday. At St. Louis Cathedral. I think you should go find the body at the morgue. He was killed by the voodoo cult. Crash said. Aren't you going to investigate? No. Actually, I was with him when he died. Could have been poison, though. Your professionalism is astonishing. Are you sure? Yeah, but that's the stuff they want you to see. I have an idea.
The case? What case? I told you, the voodoo murders case is closed.
He agreed to do some research for me. He calls me up this morning, tells me he's onto something big. And when I get over there, the guy's dead.
Look, if I were you, I wouldn't repeat that to anyone. If I weren't an old friend of yours, I might take you seriously and lock you up. As it is, maybe you should start keeping your mouth shut. Not involve other people with this shit, if you think it's so dangerous.
It was the voodoo cult. They did it. Crash said. St. Louis Cathedral. Why did Granddad change his name?
He always hated it that it was Margaret's money that supported the three of you when his painting couldn't. I kept telling him, try something more cheerful, like a landscape or two. But he couldn't do it. His work was just too dark and disturbing for the public, you know. I don't know if Wolfgang Ritter is related to your granddad or not. She was beautiful and reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked defying her family. Your mother's family refused to give her money after the marriage. All she had left was a modest trust fund from her great-aunt, who happened to like Philip. The remainder of your mother's trust fund became yours when she died. That's what you used to open your bookshop. The Templetons are all gone now. Every last one of them. They never wanted anything to do with us, of course. What a waste. Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21. He worked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip. Your granddad supported me and your father with bookkeeping. I'll tell you what, though, he hated every minute of it. Didn't really like bookkeeping one bit. Maybe that was why he had the worst luck with jobs. The nights he'd come home afraid to tell me he'd lost another, and I would tell him. It didn't matter to me, but he felt ashamed, Gabriel. Did you know that your granddad was a poet? He was! He wrote the most beautiful poetry for me when we were courting. I always thought he should have done something with that gift. But he was such a practical man. Didn't believe in chasing after dreams. What more do you want to know, dear? I had your father when I was 22. The doctors told me I couldn't have any more after him, so I'm afraid I spoiled him rotten. I never loved any man but your grandfather, and I never will. I hate to admit it, but I was a jealous little thing when your granddad and I were younger. I loved him so ferociously, and he did attract the eyes of the ladies, whether he wanted to or not. I get lonely sometimes, but I have lots of girlfriends in the neighborhood. I call one of them if I'm feeling blue. As I said, your granddad's surname was originally Ritter. I never learned much about his family, but from things he said, I always thought he had a brother back in Germany. I promised I'd never tell you or your father, but I suppose it doesn't matter now. Oh, Gabriel, nothing. And I don't want to. I sometimes wonder what this world is coming to. Something without something, I think. My French is so rusty. I swear my mind is going. Why, no, dear. Do you mean Mardi Gras masks? What, dear? Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother? Gabriel, my goodness! What are you up to these days? You better not be. You know you're the only family I have left.
Crash is dead. No thanks. Can I see the other 6 patterns? What are your plans for the future? I'm sure it's just a matter of moments, mostly. Got any hobbies? I'm serious. Don't you shoot or chew or something like that? How's your home life? Right. Sorry about that. Oh, nothing. Never mind. Have you ever called the hair club for men? So how'd you ever find anything in this office? It looks like ground zero. Trying for a real estate job with that coat? Are those new shoes? What are those, hush puppies? Kind of a mud-brown suede kind of a thing? Mostly. I'm being perfectly sincere. You know, you have a unique way of wearing clothes that's, well, the way they hang, kind of pleating over that stomach of yours, drooping off of your butt. You know, if you started carrying a lollipop around, you might get more respect as a detective. Yep, and it was a great way to pick up women in the library. Oh, those were the days. Fascinating. You are not. Oh, God. Yeah, I know, it's a regular thing with you. You're on your own with that one, pal. I don't even want to know. Do you know anything about the killers? Footprints. Aren't those as good as fingerprints? How many murders have there been so far? What kind of evidence have you found? Leopard fur? Describe the crime scenes. What's the coroner say? Tell me about our family. Nothing, Gran, really. I know, Gran. It's okay. Yes, Gran. Yes, Gran. I don't think that's quite the same thing, Gran. Really? Do you know what it means? Thanks, Gran. I don't know. Local kinds? Thanks, Gran. I don't think so. I'm sorry, Gran. Maybe I will. Oh, come on, Gran. What do you do all day? You're not old. Tell me about before you met Granddaddy. Tell me how you met Granddaddy. How you feeling these days? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Oh, Gran. I found a letter in Granddaddy's clock. He agreed to do some research for me. He calls me up this morning, tells me he's onto something big. And when I get over there, the guy's dead. There's been another murder. A professor at Tulane. How can I convince you to reopen the case? Just tell me anything at all. What should we do about Grace? Let me fill you in on what I've learned in the past 5 days. Tell me about yourself. Tell me something about Granddad. Tell me about my father. Tell me about my mother. Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter? Just tell me anything at all. Do you know anything about Marie Laveau? Do you know anything about animal masks? What can you tell me about New Orleans? Does the name Ogun Badakri mean anything to you? Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger? Do you know anything about snakes? What can you tell me about St. John's Eve? Do you know anything about Veves? What can you tell me about voodoo? What do you know about the voodoo murders? Tell me about yourself. Just listen. This guy's name is Hartridge. He was a professor in African studies at Tulane. Yesterday, I went to see him about the voodoo murders case. What's the status on the voodoo murders case? How about getting me some coffee? It's okay, thanks. Never mind, Gran. Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound four? Do you know anything about black voodoo? Do you have any idea what Cabri sans Coeur means? Have you ever heard of Dambala? Do you know anything about Rada drums?
We go inside, find Grace, collect some evidence, and get out of there. Jeez. You're gonna go locate the headquarters. I'm gonna go get some supplies. You're gonna signal me when you found the headquarters. I'll meet you there. They got me running, I'll admit. But the day a bunch of drum-banging, mumbo-jumbo chanting magicians can catch old Lightfoot Mosley is the day I die. I've been getting smart, that's what. But once I really start digging, it was like I could see clearly. These guys are into everything that happens in this city, and most people are scared shitless of them, or they don't know about them at all. Now, these guys have it wired, I tell you, from the mayor to a couple of major judges, right down to the beat cops. The Gettys are untouchable from that angle. Well, not a lot. You seem to know more about the inside of these guys than I do. Well, okay, have at it. I learned that much. You sure know how to pick 'em, Knight. You don't say. Look, don't confuse me, okay? You worry about all that metaphysical stuff, and I'll just try and catch the bad guys. Don't even start with me, Knight. I've been through too much for you lately. Really? Good going. You give it to me and leave a signal device at the entrance to the headquarters. There are traces of wax from candles, red and black. Ordinary wax candles, so the lab reports. Now there's the corpse itself, minus the heart. Around where the body was killed, we find marks and flour and blood. Also blood and feathers of chickens. Also goat's blood, and plenty of the victim's own, of course. Also, the coroner says some of the victims had heart attacks before the incision, literally scared to death. The victim's heart is always ripped out of the chest and missing. We haven't located a single one of them. Don't even want to know. The knife wounds are consistent with a long, narrow, wavy-edged knife, probably a ritualistic dagger. It's damned weird, like they just don't want people to see, and so nobody sees nothing. Nope, there's never been a single witness. No one's even heard a disturbance.
I don't believe in such things, Gabriel. But if there is one, you stay away from it. St. John's Eve. I remember when I was a girl, we always had a St. John's Eve Mass. The Mass was said at midnight, and we held candles. One time on the way home, we were waylaid by a large group of drunken revelers. They didn't hurt us, but I was frightened. My father was furious. We never went to St. John's Eve Mass after that. I haven't celebrated it in years, Gabriel. Well, I'm sure there's still Mass in the more traditional churches, but I don't go. Voodoo? What an odd question, Gabriel. Of course, you always were interested in monster movies and all that other weird stuff. You get that from your father and Granddad. I don't know anything about it, dear. Of course, it was very big in New Orleans at one time, but You don't hear about it so much these days. Too much else in the world to worry about, I guess. Your father was my only child. How we adored him. Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did. They were two peas in a pod. When Philip met your mother, it was love at first sight. They were married 2 weeks later. Never looked at a girl seriously until then, and he looked at plenty. You have your father's way with women, Gabriel, and your granddad's. I wanted to just lay down and die when he and your mother were killed in that car crash when you were only 8. It was the thought of taking care of you that kept me going, Gabriel. The police say your father swerved off the road after being frightened by something. Perhaps a deer in the road or a wild cat.
You know, my doctor told me I've got a little family of ulcers starting. I wish this case would end so I could get some rest for a change.
My goodness, boy. You've lived here all your life just like me. I can't tell you much that you don't already know.
You still need to... It's intimidation tactics, that's all. Prove that they're a threat. Get me a lead on the cult. Prove there's a legitimate voodoo cult in New Orleans.
Still, it hasn't changed as much as other places, I reckon. We've always been happy here. I don't know what else to tell you, dear. New Orleans is very southern. Of course, though, not as much as it used to be when I was a girl. It's gotten much more influenced by the East Coast and that California stuff.
I got those photographs you left for me.
Your granddad wanted Philip to have a normal life. He was obsessed by that thought. He pushed Philip to go to law school. Philip was driven to art. Marie Laveau. Of course! She was that voodoo woman, wasn't she? Harrison was only 36 when he died. Your father was 8 years old at the time. Your granddad was hit by a streetcar in the business district. She preyed on people's fears and superstitions is what I think. There are always those willing to take other people's money for nothing. You stay away from people like that, Gabriel.
You and me grew up together, you tell me. The quarter's getting a bit too wild, though. Getting hard to control. Not quite what it was when you and me used to hang here, but... Hell, I've never known anything else. We get some occasional weirdness in the quarter, but nothing much. I'm too sentimental to say anything else about it. Now stop with the drum stuff, would you? Well, not since the last time you asked. That's coming up, isn't it? Used to have a lot of strange things happen, though, or so I hear. I looked into it a bit at the beginning of this case. I don't know much except what I already told you. I told you I don't think that's relevant. It's going. Can't seem to make any progress, though. Sluggish damn case. It's weird. You're as filled in as me. There's voodoo that goes on in this city, sure. But the voodoo stuff found at the crime scenes is all faked. It doesn't have anything to do with the real stuff. I know. I asked some experts.
Damn, that's right. If only I had the tracker from my office.
The case is closed. There's nothing more to discuss. Well, you and I know who did him, don't we? But we've got to prove it to somebody who'll listen. So you said. Did you think of any other shots for the book? It sure as hell ain't going well. We're getting some real info on the victims now, and they're not exactly upstanding citizens. And I was hoping to get more out of Crash, but he's scared shitless. We'll have to let him go tomorrow morning. It's a pretty nice place, even seeing the stuff I see. You know, I told you, you're nuts. Drop it. I believe you, Knight. Let's make a plan about it. I told you, I don't know her.
Yeah, I was number 1 at the Louisiana State Fair Marksman Contest. I play trumpet, too. Yeah, you'll see. Yeah, making your life miserable. No, I'm a frickin' ballet dancer. Jeez. You know, put your lips together and blow. Well, you know Annie left me. My home life is shit. Oh, real funny, Knight. Why don't you just bring in some frickin' salt? You'd act like you were gonna toss her an eraser or something. Then you'd throw it to me over her head? It's your dime. I'd rather have no hair than your hair, Knight. Hey, I get my job done. I'm a detective, not Betty Crocker. No, are you trying out for a janitorial job with that hair? Hey, I'm on my feet all day, all right? Is that okay with you? Yeah, you and my grandmother. Right. We can't all have the body of a 12-year-old like you, Knight. Go to hell. Remember how we used to play monkey in the middle? We used to piss off our senior year teacher. What was her name? Ms. McKelly? And we used to do it at your grand's, too. Like with the remote when she wanted to watch your soaps. Most of the footprints are smudged, trodden over, unreadable. Then there's nothing to relate it to the Voodoo murders case, which is closed anyway. The coroner will pick him up. If he asks for a homicide investigation, we'll do one. Otherwise, for the book? Okay, what do you want to know? Look, the department's not interested. With what? I've got 7 bodies and still no leads. The voodoo angle's worthless. And besides, these people aren't hurting anybody but out-of-town drug dealers and hitmen. Okay, you want me to reopen this case? Prove what you just said. We need to find the headquarters of the Getty cartel, rescue Grace, and dig up some concrete evidence so that I can take this straight to the FBI. Uh-huh. Do you have any idea where their headquarters might be? Well, you do seem to have a knack for sniffing out this voodoo stuff. Why don't you see if you can locate it for sure?
He painted almost in a daze. He would get so inside himself when he worked. Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans.
I already know the mayor, and my record is one of the best in the department. You know where it is? As it is, maybe you should start keeping your mouth shut. Not involve other people with this shit if you think it's so dangerous. I told you, don't worry about that part of it. It's all faked. Well, you're the big expert now, not me. This stuff is way beyond anything I was looking into at the beginning of this case. What else do you want to know? I'm scared shitless, that's all you need to know. I told you it's closed. I told you it's going for shit. I already told you. You need to get me a lead on the cult. Them voodoo people have taken her, the goddamn bastards. We have to find her and save her, and we can't count on the police department for any help. I told you, we gotta find her. We sure ain't gonna help her by sitting around here.
No, dear.
My back hurts. There's a lot of brakes being applied in different areas of the investigation. Lots. Can you be more specific? What else do you want to know? Are you kidding? You know I love being a cop. In New Orleans, it's the best place in the world to be one. Well, you know, I don't like to count my chickens before they're hatched, but for the book, I wanted to be an astronaut when I was young. Or a fireman.
Lovely. Any idea what they do with them?
Well, great. Let's talk about it when we make our plan. Speak English or shut up, Knight.
Do you know anyone named Heinz Ritter?
The only thing I know about snakes is I don't like 'em. What do you want to talk about that for now? We're not doing the book anymore. Besides, you already know too much about me, Knight.
Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be a sweet gesture. Me? Oh, surely you have something more interesting to talk about. All right, dear. What do you want to hear? You know how I love to knit and work in my garden. I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old body like mine from stiffening up. It was a good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight. I met Harrison at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Jim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way, Heinz Ritter." And a piece of it, one of those small add-on dues for man, went flying off. I swear, Harrison and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. It was then I knew that he was for me. Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry your head about it. I wish you'd settle down and give me a great-grandchild. All right, dear. Oh, don't be foolish. I'm older than the hills. I've told you all I know about your granddad's past. Oh, Gabriel, where did you hear that name? Rada drums. Your father had a little drum set when he was small. Well, your family's always been in the arts, but no musician so far. Schottenjäger? Schottenjäger. How odd, Gabriel. I haven't heard that word in years. My goodness, you've given me a chill. Your granddad used to say that sometimes in his sleep. No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once. I don't think he answered me. Odd. Snakes? What kind of snakes, dear? Well, we used to get cottonmouths in the park when I was a girl, but I haven't heard of one being sighted for years. Milk snakes and garter snakes are also around these parts, but they can't hurt you. Black voodoo? Is that something new? I don't know much about any kind of voodoo, Gabriel. Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend Alma, and at one point old Reverend Jim was flinging his hair around with his fire and brimstone antics. Took me nearly a year to believe he was really gone. I know you are, dear.
That's okay. I've heard enough. I don't want to know any more. Talking about that won't help at this point. I know what you told me about that Getty one. It's all I need to know. But what am I, your slave? Look, if I were you, I wouldn't repeat that to anyone. If I weren't an old friend of yours, I might take you seriously and lock you up. All 7 victims had those little marks around them. Hell no. Is that French? My mother spoke it, but I always had a hard enough time just speaking English. Animal masks. You mean like those Halloween masks they sometimes use in robberies? Never ran across anything like that. You mean gumbo?
Black voodoo? Nah. I prefer not to think about that kind of stuff personally. Crime, perversion, weirdos. Just makes me depressed.
I never said those words, monsieur. You must have heard them from someone else.
Cabri's Sancour.
Nothing. Those killings have nothing to do with my shop, monsieur.
Oh, then I probably don't know anything about it. Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games. See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They played every day for 20 years. It's not that he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time. Some people do believe, though. Even some of our regulars here at Napoleon House. Voodoo. I don't believe in it myself. I invented a drink once called Laveau's Tomb. But it wasn't very popular. In other words, they're in love. I already said I didn't. Sure. She's kind of the patron saint of voodoo in New Orleans. Don't know too much about her, but tourists sure get off on all that stuff. There's a voodoo museum in town. They'd know more about it than I do. Greatest city in the world. I'd never want to live anywhere else. This city must get 1 million tourists a year, especially around Mardi Gras. A lot of people come here 'cause they think it's mysterious. All that talk about voodoo. You should probably find a book on the subject, you know. This crowd, the ones you see, are mostly regulars. That guy and girl in the corner come here a lot. When they're not fighting, they're all over each other. He went to a voodooine and had her make him a love charm. It was a little pouch that he had to bury under the girl's front porch. That's about all I can say about this crowd. Nope. Sorry. Never heard of it.
What can you tell me about voodoo? I don't think it's a drink.
Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games. It's not that he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time. Some people do believe, though. Even some of our regulars here at Napoleon House. By the way, Sam, the chess player, he's into that voodoo stuff. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and stuff.
Really? Thanks.
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They played every day for 20 years.
Well, if they are, I don't think anyone in his right mind would want one. Really? Thanks. Don't remind me. Don't hold your breath, I guess. They're African. Oh, just anything. Sounds like my life. Really? Great, thanks.
Dambala is an African legend about a great serpent. Folklore, that's all. The only one left is Willie Jr. over there. The old crocodile. Well, he's sort of a mascot now, him. Some old African god, that's all. My name's Willie Walker. I own the place. Marie, she's somebody from the old days. One of those folk tales. Oh, the tourists eat it up, none. I don't know much, monsieur. Someone at the Voodoo Museum can tell you all about her. I've lived here all my life, me. I'm a busy man, monsieur. I don't get out of my neighborhood much. If you're not from round here, monsieur, you should sign up for some tours. I've already told you everything I know. I've said all I'm going to say about it.
That's about all I can remember. I told you I don't know. I don't care either. Don't know what else I could say. All I know is it's some kind of voodoo holiday. People who believe in that stuff think it's a real special night. Magical. I'm no expert. You might want to talk to someone who believes in it. It's all over the papers. Some kind of serial killings. Well, they say a lot of voodoo stuff is found near the bodies. Everybody's talking about 'em. It's starting to scare off the tourists. Come Mardi Gras, you see all kinds of masks in here. You know what goes in it? A good bartender listens to other people's life stories without telling his own. Are you kidding? Around here? Hope they aren't serving drinks. By the way, Sam, the chess player, he's into that voodoo stuff. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and stuff. I'd call you a regular, Gabe. And one of our local writer celebrities, too. Been coming in here, what, 10 years now? We're still waiting for that bestseller. Ratted drums? Are those some special kind? Sorry. I don't know much about music. What about 'em? Man, you ask the weirdest questions. I don't know anything about snakes. I like music as much as the next guy, but they get pretty monotonous sometimes, you know? I like drums, but this character really gets on my nerves. It sounds like the same thing over and over. I just want to say, enough already. That guy Sam, the chess player, oh, he's really into voodoo. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and stuff.
Affaire n'est pas affaire blanche. Means you should mind your own business, monsieur. Monsieur, that has nothing to do with my shop. Maybe. For $100. Me and Willie Jr. are very close now. I could part with him for less. Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $100. I don't have your answers, B. Do you want to buy something, monsieur?
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Do you know anything about black voodoo? Does the phrase Cabri sans cœur mean anything to you? Have you ever heard of Dambala? Do you know anything about rada drums? Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound four? Have you ever heard of Marie Laveau? Do you know anything about animal masks? What can you tell me about New Orleans? Does the name Ogun Badagry mean anything to you? Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger? Do you know anything about snakes?
Are you crazy? What would I want with a python? It's the biggest night of the year in voodoo. I couldn't say. No, sir, never heard of 'em. Not any kind of voodoo I know about. This is a novelty shop, monsieur. These are novelties, curiosities. If people want to think they're magic, it's not my concern, you know. Pythons and boas. So I've heard.
Well, he buried the pouch, and the next day he went up and talked to the girl, and, sure enough, she didn't reject him. Now she's his wife. Poor guy. Like that drummer right outside. They say there's been a drummer outside Napoleon House since the day it opened. Well, about 50 years ago, Sam was too shy to talk to this pretty girl he was in love with.
Sure. What?
I found out what Cabri sans cœur means. How did you know about human sacrifice? What did you say? Are you still interested in selling that crocodile mask? Could you do some research for me? About Willie Jr. Would you be willing to let him go?
Like the ones in the voodoo rituals they do for the tourists? I used to sell a few as souvenirs. They're curiosities, no? This here's a curio shop. Black voodoo. Oh, no such thing, I tell you for sure. I didn't say that. You heard wrong, monsieur. I said no such thing. Customer? I don't talk about my customers to men who come in off the street. I can't tell you anything about her. Why should I discuss my business with you, man? Why, there's no such thing. Not around here. Don't talk like that around here, man. What I know, I wouldn't be talking about with you. Man, I don't even know what language that is. What kind of snakes? Or you show me $100 and the mask is yours.
$100? You gotta be kidding. Do you know anything about Veves? What do you know about the voodoo murders? Tell me about yourself. What can you tell me about your regulars in here? So what has Sam told you about voodoo? Tell me about the street musicians around here. What's the significance of St. John's Eve? Right. Can you tell me anything else about how animal masks are used? Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting. What did you mean when you said Cabri sans corps? You did. I heard you say it. That customer of yours, the little old lady, the woman I saw in here, Madame Cazonou, you called her. It's important that I talk to Madame Cazonou. You see, I'm doing some research, and how did you get into this kind of business? The kind they use in voodoo? Really? Do you have one? What goes on exactly? Oh, come on. You have to know about Veve. They're voodoo symbols. Can you tell me what you know about voodoo? Do you think I'm stupid? This is a voodoo shop. Look at all this stuff. Are you telling me that you own a voodoo shop, but you know nothing about voodoo practices? What does that mean? Look, I'm researching voodoo for a book.
But you're not convinced? Oh, well, I can see that your imagination is considerable. I really don't know much about it. Then maybe you should check there. Quite sure. The murders? Only what I read in the papers. I'm sure you know much more about it than I, detective.
I am afraid I have little else to say about that subject.
Well, I am on a number of boards, and I do a fair amount of charity work.
Miss Getty, Malia, there's something about you. You really touch me. I wish you would. I've never been more sincere in my life. Actually, I can't think of a thing.
Yes, that is likely. Someday. Law? Please, I do have some morals, detective.
That's confidential information, ma'am. I wouldn't know where to begin. Excuse me, but your eyes are really distracting. I don't think I've ever seen a color quite like that. Brownish gold. It's so deep and rich. Man, if I could bottle that, I'd make a fortune. A good detective never knows what might be relevant, Miss Getty. I can't help noticing that you're in incredible shape, Miss Getty. Your legs are so strong. Do you work out at one of the clubs by the lake? Oh, me too. Oh, well, it was worth asking. A beautiful woman like you must know a lot of people in this city. No, really? It's a tragedy to hide a light like yours under a bushel, Miss Getty. I'm not making many points here today, am I? Really? What brought you to New Orleans? Really? I can't imagine living without meat. Isn't that unusual for someone in the museum business? Anything coming up that I might attend? Why did you open a voodoo museum? What kind of background in voodoo do you have? Do you do anything besides run the museum? What are your own religious beliefs? You sound as though you admire her. Hey, you don't need to convince me. I admire anyone that can actually make a living. Really? Do you have any running this week? Do you know Malia Getty? She referred me to your museum. That's a good point. Are you sure you don't know Malia Getty? Do you have anything else to say about New Orleans? Spoken like a true New Orleanian. Isn't he one of the lower Are you sure you don't know anything about Ogun Badagri? You don't know anything about a drum code? Is the snake yours? Do you use it in your practice of voodoo? You didn't really answer my question. I'd really like to know more about your snake. What makes you think the voodoo murders aren't being done by local practitioners? So you know nothing about the voodoo murders case. What do you think of New Orleans? What is it about New Orleans that you so admire?
Perhaps you would like to meet a voodooan. We refer those who seek a deeper experience with voodoo to a local practitioner. Magentia Moonbeam. There are many voodooans in New Orleans. They often do business selling gree-gree, telling fortunes, providing luck, and, occasionally, misfortune. In other words, it is a religion born of the African slave trade. But African slaves were imported not only by the United States, but also into the West Indies, where the French and Spanish ran plantation islands. She lives on the corner of Orleans and Dauphine. I will call her and tell her you might stop by. You have tapped my resources. My expertise is really historical. Perhaps Ms. Moonbeam can be of further help. Of course, it is one of the Loa. Dambala is a snake lore. It originated in Africa and is also worshipped heavily in Haiti, I believe. Mr. Knight, in voodoo, all of the Loa are given their due respect. Me? What is it you wish to learn? Very well. I will start at the beginning, Mr. Knight, and will go on from there at your prompting. As you may know, voodoo is a grassroots religion formed by the mixing together of many different African tribal religions and Anglo religions, such as Catholicism or Protestantism. Prior to 1803, the New Orleans area was owned by France. The French Creole in those days owned many African slaves, but the Creole did not permit their slaves to gather, giving no chance for voodoo to breed here natively.
Could I see you again sometime? For coffee? Dinner? Storytelling is only one of my gifts. Are you sure you won't go out with me? I promise I'll be good. Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake? Who, me? Well, I am on this case, Miss Getty. All right, you caught me. I'm not with the police. My name is Gabriel Knight. I'm a writer working with Detective Mosley on a book. Well, I am researching the book, and I thought you might have seen or heard something at the lake. Okay, you're right. I really just wanted to see you again. You can be mad at me if you want, but I swear I've never done anything like this before. I'm sorry. Go on. Poor little rich girl. Tell me about your family. How many people are there in your family? I am sorry. And your father? It's hard to believe that any man would leave a woman like you. Or like your mother must have been.
If you look around, you'll see that we collect African art, for example. So am I. She was a magnificent woman. We were very close. I was an only child. I never knew him. He did not leave, Detective. But that's really none of your concern. There are, of course, other Gettys in the city. I have a large, extended family. I don't have a lot of free time, but I do appreciate the arts. Opera, symphony, ballet, fine art. On the other hand, we've done a lot for this community. It is, Detective. It means a great deal to me. I'm very independent, Detective. The women in my family have always preferred it that way. No, and I never will be. The Getty family came to New Orleans in 1800. We worked very hard to get where we are. But I must admit, I hate it. I avoid actually making an appearance unless it becomes absolutely necessary. I'm afraid I don't get out into New Orleans society much. Because of the Getty money, we have slots in the best country clubs and on the best Mardi Gras courts. But that's not where I spend my time. I have more important things to do with my life. Yes, especially when it comes to people of my race. That's why we don't turn down the appointments. It's a rare opportunity to rub their noses in it. I prefer to keep my private life private. I would appreciate it if you would keep my name away from any public association with the police, Detective. I'm not any kind of woman you might be familiar with. I don't know what else you want to hear, Detective. Anything you might care to know about my public life you can easily look up in the papers. I have a business degree from Vanderbilt. I wanted to study psychology, but my family's interests came first. Thank you, Detective. That's an interesting observation, though probably not relevant to your case.
Not everyone can come see the museum, so I occasionally do public speaking on the subject of historical voodoo. No. But then you have me all to yourself right now, do you not? The subject has fascinated me all my life, and I wanted to help preserve the cultural heritage it represents. Let us say that I cut my teeth on it, Mr. Knight. It is in my blood.
Well, my mother just passed away.
Not if your interest is primarily in voodoo. She was not above using her information to appear psychic, to intimidate, or even to blackmail. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Knight. The voodoo churches in the city have no need for secrecy. Then, let us discuss something else. I am originally from the West Indies myself, you know. I was drawn here for personal reasons. I am a vegetarian. That must be the hunter in you, Mr. Knight. I am not an easy person to get to know. I am a very private man. No, the museum does not make me a rich man, but my material needs are simple. I prefer to focus on my one true interest in life. My beliefs are too personal and too complex to discuss with a layman, Mr. Knight. The widow Paris was a hairdresser for rich Creole ladies. She also paid household servants to spy for her. Between the two, she knew everything about everyone who mattered in New Orleans. She took herself seriously, very seriously, but she was not above selling tickets for her events to curiosity seekers. For a black woman in the mid-1800s to gain power is an incredible thing, Mr. Knight, however she achieved it. She kept a pet snake, danced with it too. She held traditional voodoo ceremonies out by the lake. She was not above using voodoo any way she could to make money, that is for certain. But if she had been in another line of work, in another age, that would have been interpreted as entrepreneurial genius rather than a sign of fraudulence. It is a popular shrine for practitioners and tourists alike. The Laveau tomb, where one or both of the Maries are believed to be buried, is in St. Louis Cemetery No. 1. I myself take tours through the cemetery on a regular basis. It is the only city in the United States as far as I am concerned. No, but the cemetery is open to the general public as well.
Do you have a husband? A boyfriend? So, you've never been married. What about children? Tell me about your life in New Orleans. I can believe that. You're doing a lot for me right now. I know about those courts. They're very exclusive. That's admirable. Many women would love the chance to get caught up in that kind of life. Yes, I can see that. Of course, there's nothing silly about the voodoo murders. That's what the papers say, all right. No, frankly, I'm not. The police department isn't known for its imagination. I believe there is a museum. And what do you read in the papers?
Not at all. My displays speak for me.
Is there anything else I should know about hoodoo? Are you sure you can educate me further about animal masks? Okay, thanks. I'm not implying that all voodoo is evil, but there are certain practitioners that use voodoo towards a darker end, aren't there? You're sure you haven't heard the term Gabriel encore? Tell me about current voodoo. Sure, I'd love to meet her. Great, thanks. What can you tell me about the Loa Damballa? Do you worship Damballa? What else can you tell me about the Loa Damballa? Yes, if you don't mind. Tell me about historical voodoo. Sounds good. So, how did voodoo come to New Orleans? What happened when the West Indies slaves got here? What exactly is hoodoo? Oh? Why not something like law, then? Surely that would have been an asset to the family. I see. What kind of things interest you? Yes, it's very beautiful. Do you have a career?
There are several voodoo churches or temples in the city, and others all across the United States.
Isn't there some place in town that you can find out about that sort of thing? A museum or something? I'm afraid I quite abhor them. I believe it's some sort of local holiday, but I don't know much about it. Voodoo? Why would you want to know about that, Detective? It's rather silly, isn't it? But that voodoo is faked. That's what I've read in the papers.
Do you know anything about black voodoo?
I try to stay away from the media as much as possible. Last year there was that story about John Kennedy Jr. and I. The phone didn't stop ringing for weeks.
African Americans see it as a tradition all their own. Whites, and there are many in their religion, are attracted to it because they think it is exotic. Voodoo is a popular boogeyman, Mr. Knight, especially in New Orleans. Anyone can pretend to use it, just as anyone can pretend to be a black belt in karate, and for the same reason, to intimidate. So far, it has not been an issue. No one has even had the bad taste to bring it up. Until you, that is. I neither know nor care to know, Mr. Knight. My only possible interest is in how it might affect the public's attitude towards the museum. Should I? Many have read about our museum in the newspapers, Mr. Knight. Quite sure, Mr. Knight. They are beautiful creatures, do you not agree? And the tourists seem to associate them with voodoo. It has a real culture of its own, Mr. Knight, amid the horrid blandness that is Americana. New Orleans alone has a voice. I have already given you my opinion, Mr. Knight. I do not believe so. Perhaps. I am not familiar with some of the more obscure Haitian and African loa. There are some against the wall, but I do not play myself. I do not believe there is such a thing, Mr. Knight. No, I have not. Ah, you have perhaps noticed the museum's snake, Mr. Knight. I know voodoo in this city, Mr. Knight, and believe me, it is not about killing. Even the police have stated that the killings have nothing to do with local voodoo. I admire the spirit of the snake, Mr. Knight, but snakes like the museums can be quite dangerous to handle. I think I did, Mr. Knight. There is really nothing more to say, Mr. Knight. It is one of the important ceremonial nights in voodoo. I am afraid I do not know the origins of St. John's Eve. I only know that it was a night of ritual long before voodoo came to New Orleans. I believe they have something to do with Haitian voodoo, but that is not really my area. Historical voodoo, or the voodoo currently practiced in the city? The killings in the newspaper? I know that they have nothing to do with true voodoo in New Orleans. I fear my French is not all it should be, Mr. Knight. I am sure, Mr. Knight, many people think of voodoo in terms of magic spells or gree-gree. That kind of practice is actually called hoodoo, and is only a part of true voodoo. That sort of viewpoint makes my work very difficult, Mr. Knight.
Then you must be truly exceptional at your job. Well, Detective, I do enjoy physical activity. Actually, I was referring to swimming and modern dance. I can't say I do much exercising at the lake, though. But I have very little time for social activities. I'm really more of a recluse than you might imagine. Your opinion is noted, Detective. No, you're not. I almost believe you, Detective. Now that I can believe. Look, you seem like an interesting person, and I'm sure you have some fascinating stories to tell. But I'm afraid I'm quite unavailable at the moment. With my mother's recent death, I'm completely absorbed in the family business. It's really out of the question. I wish I could, but I've never seen or heard anything unusual at the lake, and I do spend quite a bit of time out there. I think this has gone on long enough. You're not really a detective, are you? I saw you at the lake yesterday. I thought you must be with the police since you were there, but you don't act like a police officer. The management of our business affairs and properties leaves me with time for little else. Well, Mr. Knight, now that we've established who you are, perhaps you can tell me the real reason you're here. I don't like liars, Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight, you've lied about your identity and wasted my time with meaningless questions. If it weren't vaguely flattering, I'd really be angry. You're lucky I don't call the real police. I have heard of her, of course, but that's about it. A career. Being the head of the Getty family is a 24-hour-a-day job. We have many holdings and many responsibilities, financial and otherwise. Believe it or not, Detective, wealth does have its price. The Gettys? We're a very private family.
What do you know about the voodoo murders? Tell me about yourself. Tell me more about New Orleans. Just tell me anything. Tell me more about Marie Laveau. I'd like to hear just about anything. Are you sure you can't tell me anything about voodoo?
You have heard everything about Marie Laveau that a layman might expect to understand.
As you wish, Detective. Besides, I'm rather certain that the other man said his name was Mosley.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Gar means? Tell me more about current voodoo. Have you ever heard of Dambala? Do you know anything about Rada drums? Tell me more about historical voodoo. Do you know anything about a secret voodoo Haunfour? Do you know anything about Marie Laveau? Do you know anything about animal masks? What can you tell me about New Orleans? Does the name Ogun Badagry mean anything to you? Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger? Do you know anything about snakes? What else can you tell me about St. John's Eve? Do you know anything about Vevez? What can you tell me about voodoo?
Mr. Knight, lying about your identity and wasting my time with stupid questions just because you thought I was cute is not something I appreciate.
Some of the new movements are copying Haitian or even African voodoo. But it is the voodoo of New Orleans that I find so intriguing.
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with that, Detective. I suppose I don't really have a choice. What do you want to know, Detective? What else do you want to know, Detective? I do a lot of charity work around the city, primarily in the prison and reform system. I'm not a professional sociologist, but it does interest me. For the record, I'm 28, Detective. I have a few friends. A woman in my position can't really afford them.
After the Louisiana Purchase, American legislators relaxed regulations. Slaves were permitted to gather. The Americans also removed the ban on West Indies slaves. Some of them were free people of color, freed or escaped slaves. Some came with their white owners who were fleeing from the revolt. Among the first meeting places were the Bayou St. John and the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. They brought voodoo with them. The native slaves were more than enthusiastic about embracing it. It gave them power, Mr. Knight, if only in the form of a communal bond. The early voodoos were heavy snake worshippers, worshipping the one they called the Great Zombie. The time was Sunday afternoons and the place Congo Square. The slaves and free people of color gathered to dance simulations of their voodoo dances right in sight of Creole society. By 1817, the voodoo activities were beginning to cause fear among the white slave owners. An ordinance was passed to forbid slave gatherings except in designated public areas at designated times. Of course, they also continued to meet in private for the real thing. This was a voodoo queen named Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau ruled voodoo in New Orleans for many years. There were a variety of kings and queens at first, voodoo priests and priestesses. But from about 1830, a single power emerged. Voodoo is a bastard of voodoo. Many of the grigri are similar, but hoodoo does not have the religious aspects of voodoo. I've given you as much detail as I can, Mr. Knight. Look around the museum if you desire more information. Hoodoo refers to magic folk traditions of the South. Hoodoo is of interest to those who study rural folk traditions, but it will not aid you in understanding true voodoo. Voodoo, the religion, has a strong following in New Orleans. In fact, it is growing quite rapidly. I used to have some antique African totem masks, but they were on the point of disintegration, so I removed them. Unfortunately, I do not know much about totem masks. The practice was more African than American, and that is not my area of expertise. No one that I am familiar with. If there are one or two ignorant believers, that is none of my concern. And I do not care to promote a Hollywood interpretation of voodoo by discussing it. I believe I already indicated my intolerance for that line of inquiry. I, personally, am more interested in the history of voodoo.
You really don't know anything about black voodoo practices?
Around the same time, a slave revolt occurred in Santo Domingo, what is now Haiti. Between the lifting of the ban and the Haitian revolt, West Indies slaves began pouring into New Orleans.
No, I don't. What does it mean, Detective?
The original, the mother, was also known as Widow Paris. It was she that began the empire. What more can I tell you? I do not care for small talk, Mr. Knight. There were actually two Marie Laveaux, mother and daughter. Most people thought they were the same woman. Her continued youth added to the mystique. When the Widow Paris began to practice, there were many voodooans in the city. By 1830, she was voodoo queen of all New Orleans. She invented hundreds, if not thousands of spells, potions, charms, and incantations. These formed the basis of the modern practice, not to mention the folk tradition of hoodoo. It was Marie Laveau who defined the voodoo that is truly and uniquely the voodoo of New Orleans. The Widow Paris died in 1881. Marie Glapion had been reigning a long time by then. Her daughter, Marie Glapion, took over when the Widow Paris got old. Most people thought it was the same Marie Laveau. Both Maries encouraged that point of view. After the death of the Widow Paris, other voodoo queens surfaced, and by 1890, the cult was fragmented again. Marie Glapion just sort of faded away.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
The Creole also knew enough about the corrupted pagan practices of the West Indies slaves to ban the importing of slaves from that region.
Animal masks? I don't know what you mean.
All right. Really? You would like to see me dance, perhaps? I won't make you wait, Monsieur Knight. I told you a great voodoo queen taught me. She learned from Marie Laveau herself. It is inspiring, is it not? All right. Well, you have to be careful when handling a snake. They're more delicate than they look. Many people are afraid of snakes. Isn't that silly? Snakes shed their skins from time to time. And you have to be especially careful of them when they're shedding. I told you I couldn't do that. She belonged to a traveling reptile show. She was being terribly mistreated, so I offered to buy her. I only know what the spirits tell me. Monsieur, I am sure they know better than we. No. No, I don't. Here's a nasty one. To kill someone, get a sock or a shoe that belongs to that person, put graveyard dirt in it, and bury it under their front steps. I don't know. I never tried it. To ensure the safety of your child, cut a lock of its hair while it is still a baby and keep it with you. The child must have all its hair before it can die. They're very old. The gree-gree that I prepare is much more powerful, I can assure you, but I don't give out those secrets. Yes, what would you like to hear? There are many voodoo churches in New Orleans, no? I began studying voodoo more than 20 years ago. I am well versed in the magical art.
Don't know how that sort of thing gets started. Why folks come to start leaving stuff at that one spot. But it happens all the same. I don't know what you talking about. But voodoo, black voodoo, sounds like a devil of a distinction, you ask me. I told you all I know about that.
There is badness there. Very bad. If I get information through the grapevine and make use of it, is that fake? No, that is part of a voodoo yen's power. Fake? Let me tell you about fake. If people don't believe, there is not much I can do. But if they do believe, that is a part of my power too. But there are things, monsieur, things not even a little bit fake, I can tell you. Believe it or not, but stay away from it. There is always a traditional conclave on St. John's Eve. Most of our voodoo churches these days hold functions in the church hall.
What kind of people come to see you? I can't think of anything. How'd you get into this business? Really? Who's she? I'm beginning to get that impression, yes. Too close to what? How many voodoo yens are there? How about showing me how you handle Grimwald? That would be swell. Nothing, never mind. How'd you learn to handle Grimwald? Ah, fascinating. I'll bet. How about showing me your snake dance again? Would you consider giving me one of Grimwald's scales? Totally. I'll keep it in mind. Are you sure you wouldn't consider giving me one of Grimwald's scales? Where'd you get Grimwald? Grimwald doesn't sound Egyptian. Does that work? These are interesting. Yes. But have you heard of a secret voodoo hound fool? About Grimwald. Tell me more about snakes. So you don't think the voodoo aspects of the case are fake? What do you mean? Do you know something about the case?
Just bad karma. No, I couldn't do that. You might do some gree-gree of your own, no? One must be very careful with such things. Hair clippings, nail parings, and snake scales. I don't know anything about that. I don't know what else to say about that. I haven't always lived in New Orleans. I came here from Kansas as a young woman.
Do you do anything else?
Dr. John sends me many seekers such as yourself. I am happy here, with my clientele and my snake. Grimwald is very responsive to vibration. She doesn't recognize her name, but if I stomp 3 times, she looks right at me. It is the oldest, darkest heart of voodoo. There are some things it is better not to know about, Monsieur Knight. All right, here's an old one. Take a lodestone and some brimstone to a crossroads at midnight. Light the brimstone with a match, and a spirit will come and give you advice in gambling. Here's an old hoodoo Dr. Gree-Gree. Place a dime under your client's tongue, and if the client is under a spell of any kind, the dime will turn black. To send someone away, take a rotten egg and write that person's name on it 9 times. You can also write on it where you want to send that person to. Take it and throw it against his door at midnight. I told you, I don't think that's worth discussing. Oh yes, she was the first of the great voodoo queens. She ruled voodoo in New Orleans for 100 years, they say. I'm sure a historian could help you with that, if you want to know more. New Orleans is the center of voodoo practice in the United States. It is a fascinating city with many dark secrets. It is my favorite place in the world. St. John's Eve, it is the greatest night of the voodoo year. But in the old days, they had ceremonies out in the wild, and they wore animal masks and had a huge bonfire and dancing. I used to go when I was an apprentice, sometimes in the swamp, you know, Bayou St. John, sometimes at the lake, Lake Pontchartrain. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spouses to winning a lawsuit. Special ceremonies are performed, and the Loa come to ride the faithful. There is no knight more powerful to voodoo magic. My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo oils. But my spells and charms are powerful, and they work. I make special protective gree-gree to be worn in secret. They keep evil spells from working against my clients. Much of a voodoo yen's work is protecting her clients from the spell of others. Wherever did you hear such a ridiculous story? There is no such thing. The recipes for voodoo charms have been handed down from master to apprentice for centuries. I have told you all it is proper for you to know, Monsieur Knight. Many non-believers come to me. They are usually believers when they leave. But I can tell you that you should stay as far from it as possible. Oh, I wouldn't want to give away my trade secrets. Why, that has nothing to do with me and my clientele. I work hard on fine-tuning my spiritual antenna, Monsieur Knight, and I get a clear signal from that direction. Beware. Snakes? You mean like my beloved Grimwald? She's a python, you know. Quite deadly in the wrong hands.
Do you know anything about Veves? What can you tell me about voodoo? What do you know about the voodoo murders? Tell me about yourself. What else can you tell me about Marie Laveau? Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, number 1. Tell me anything at all. Tell me about the animal masks. Tell me anything at all. Give me an example of a gris-gris. Do you know anything about snakes? What's the significance of St. John's Eve? Do you know anything about black voodoo? Do you have any idea what Cabri Sans Coeur means? Have you ever heard of Dambala? Do you know anything about Rada drums? Do you know anything about a secret voodoo chanfour? Do you know anything about Marie Laveau? Do you know anything about animal masks? What can you tell me about New Orleans? Does the name Ogun Badagry mean anything to you? Have you ever heard the word Schottenjäger?
What about her? I was trained by one of the great voodoo queens to learn how to hypnotize and handle snakes.
What else can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Seekers after the truth, such as yourself. I am a voodoo yen, and that is plenty. It takes much spiritual effort.
What exactly do you do here? You said there were other marked tombs? What other tombs get marked? Can you show me? That's pretty disgusting.
Very well. I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the great Queen Tabitha. But of course the level and the power of the voodoo yens differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gifts. You have never heard of her? For shame! I can see you know little of the world of magic. No one knows exactly. Many practice in secret. There are probably hundreds. She's named after a spirit guide I had once. The spirit Grimwald was a very powerful female snake priestess in Egyptian times. I saw them used once or twice when I was younger, but you don't see them much anymore. They are too close.
Animal parts? Human parts even, it looked like. Male parts, if you get my meaning. Boy, go out and buy a book if you really want to know. I ain't too sure my facts these days nohow. Seem like everybody want to visit New Orleans at least once in their lives, and they love the cemetery tour. I see tourists in here every day of the year. There's lots of things to see here, but none are as beautiful as the St. Louis Cemetery number 1. Yep, I seen bull hearts left on tombs and a nest of vulture feathers, plates of peas and corn grease. And this at one of the great family crypts, mind you. Odd how them types just pick a spot and stick to it. Sometimes we get some weird goings-on in that cemetery on that night. More often a few nights before. People taking grave dirt, bones, and more. No, I ain't one for naming names. I don't like to encourage that kind of thing. It's distressing to the families, and rightly so. Snakes? I see snakes around here all the time. Most of them ain't poisonous, course. I don't mind snakes myself, but lots of folks are afraid of them. Why, St. John the Baptist is the patron saint of voodoo. them dead would go floating right down into the water. 'Course if it were Mardi Gras, nobody'd even notice. Yep, don't know what they do with 'em, but it can't be pretty. You know why the dead are buried in tombs and not in the ground, don't you? The water table's too high. Them coffins would float right out of their graves. I don't think there's any real voodoo going on. Somebody's trying to cover their tracks is all. It's a historical place. People buried in here from the Civil War and back further too. Take a look around, you'll see. Just look around, you get the feel of the place. They say it was part of an old religion from Africa, brought here by slaves. I don't really care to talk about it. I don't do it none myself. Ain't it just awful, them finding those bodies with voodoo things around them? Oh, I keep the place tidy, course, but a big part of my job, too, is looking out for the grievers, you know. Believers still come to her tomb, you know. They write secret marks on the walls, leaving offerings and things. Then there's the tourists. They come out of curiosity. That's about all there is to say. Sure, she was the voodoo queen of New Orleans. A powerful voodooine and a powerful sorceress. As a matter of fact, that big Dr. John fella from the Voodoo Museum, he's here at least once today. But Marie Laveau's tomb ain't the only one the believers visit and make markings and leave offerings at. Course, you may not know this, but some of the real serious voodoo types argue that she ain't in this one at all, but down in an unmarked tomb in number 3. Her tomb's on all our tours. Even the Baptists come round here to gawk. It's all the same to me, I say. Save me a lot of cleanup work if she weren't here, if you ask me. Hey, if you want to know more, you should ask somebody else. Black voodoo? I seen lots of voodoo markings in this cemetery. I seen graves dug up and stuff you don't want to know about stolen from 'em. People come to pay their respects, and they need looking out for. Sometimes they so grief-bound they don't know what they doing. I told you it's all one to me. No, can't say that I do. My name is Toussaint Gervais. I'm the watchman here at St. Louis number 1.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Just what I read in the papers until you showed me that baby. For example, one of the chants I had translated for me from a Haitian ritual went like this.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger? What else can you tell me about New Orleans? Tell me more about human sacrifice. Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
She was only a front for the real evildoers, father. And that's the truth about Marie Laveau. Well, my great-grandmother told me that Laveau was just a front, a flamboyant decoy. She distracted authorities from the real voodoo queen of New Orleans. The real voodoo queen controlled Laveau, gave her a little bit of power, and used her like a puppet. Of course, it is also a night of great wickedness, worse than All Hallows Eve. They will corrupt anything, father. Well, my great-grandmother said that the real voodoo queen was the most beautiful woman on earth. She had the most incredible copper-colored skin. Well, they are all brides of Satan. Other than that, I can't think of anything. Snakes! They're evil creatures. Did you know that evil people can send them into your dreams? They can. That's why I never sleep. All right. I do admire your thoroughness, father. St. John's Eve? Mais oui. I used to love the St. John's Eve Mass at St. Louis Cathedral. Voodoo people are all over this city. In the shops. Everywhere. They'll curse you like that. And most people don't even notice. Oh, you know. People think I'm just a foolish old woman. But I know the things they do. My family's been in New Orleans since 1750. So I know more than most. Spit on your bread at the bakery. Take strands of your hair at the store when you try on the clothes. You have to be so careful.
What can you tell me about New Orleans? Do you know anything about snakes?
But I know their ways, so I can protect myself. I know how to use the magic too. and I can counteract their evil spells. It's just plain evil. It's dangerous to even discuss it.
What can you tell me about voodoo? What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I'm not in the habit of repeating myself, Mr. Knight. Some people believe the Petroloa originated in Haiti, but I have found some evidence that the Petroloa were African as well, though worshipped only by a small voodoo tribe, and a very bloody one. There have been several articles written about me, Mr. Knight, as well as blurbs on my book jackets. If you want a biography, read Secret Voodoo Houndful. Where, Mr. Knight? Well, I don't know anything about a secret houndful in New Orleans, but if you find something along those lines, let me know. I find it interesting to see the occasional fragment of voodoo practices in the everyday culture of New Orleans. The Catholic Church has always dominated in New Orleans, and its imagery, in turn, has dominated New Orleans voodoo. If there's more you wish to know, perhaps you should read my books. Ogun Badagri is one of the Petroloa. The Petroloa are much more violent than the Rada Loa. He is a chief nasty, Mr. Knight. He is the spirit of war and destruction. I'm afraid I can't help you there, Mr. Knight. I'm not a zoologist, Mr. Knight, but I know all I care to about reptiles. I told you I would research it, Mr. Knight. When I have anything concrete, I'll let you know. You already sat through my lecture on the subject, Mr. Knight. Perhaps next time you could stay awake and learn something.
I told you, we shouldn't talk about it. The only true New Orleanians are of French origin, you know. The Creole society used to be so gay in New Orleans. Now it barely hangs on by its fingernails. They can get you anywhere, you know, even here in this room. But I try not to let them know about me. That's the best way. You know, I can stroll the streets of the French Quarter and see in my mind's eye the way it used to be. It was wonderful in the old days. New Orleans isn't what it used to be, I can tell you. There's too few of the real people left. It would be bad luck to talk about that anymore.
And I am heterosexual, when I practice sex at all, which isn't very often. Any other questions?
No, Father. I don't know anything about that. What is there to tell? They cut your heart out.
Tell me about yourself.
They practice a particularly disgusting form of necromancy. Magic using the dead. They dig up corpses and use their decaying bodies for various spells and curses. All right? There is a very secret, very dark cult in Haiti called the Cult de Mort, Cult of the Dead. Their primary law is Baba Nebo, Loa of the Cemetery. It's French, and literally translates as goat without horns. In tribal Africa there were, and still are, black Bokors, shamans bent towards the dark, who not only practice necromancy, but also human sacrifice. Only that if it's being practiced in this city, none of us are safe.
Do you know anything about Rada drums? Is there anything else you remember about the real voodoo queen? Tell me about yourself. Tell me more about this secret voodoo houndful. What can you tell me about New Orleans? Do you know anything about snakes? What can you tell me about St. John's Eve? What do you know about the voodoo murders? Do you have any idea what Gabriel Sancoeur means?
Voodoo murders? Ha! They are nothing new to me, Father. They happen all the time. I hardly go out anymore. It's too dangerous in the streets. Shh! They'll hear you. You know what they mean by goat without horns, don't you? A human being. That's right. Slit your throat, cut out your heart. Pure evil murder. Oh, yes, Father. It is the wickedest kind, the kind they practice here in New Orleans. I already told you, black voodoo is what they practice here. Mais oui, I know. I bet you do not, Father, n'est-ce pas? Well, are you going to tell me what it means, Father?
Is there anything else you can tell me about black voodoo?
I don't think I should say any more about that.
The same is true of voodoo. There are those who are drawn by and desire personal power from the darker, bloodier Loa. Well, like any religion, the beliefs can tend toward positive or negative ends, can be used for good or evil. I'm hoping you'll tell me more about it. Christianity, for example, has its doppelganger, Satanism. Any time you attempt to set up an icon to explain evil, you invite some warped mind to worship it. Cabri Sankor. Yes, I do. It's a Haitian term, I believe. If the gods demand a goat without horns, it means a human being. No, as in a human sacrifice. Sacrifices in voodoo are usually of the animal variety. Chickens, wolves, goats. Damballa is the most powerful and most violent of the Rada Loa. The Rada Loa are typically benevolent, as opposed, say, to the Petro Loa. Damballa is one of the major Rada Loa, also known as Damballa Wido. He's an ancient Dahomey rain god, often represented as a large boa constrictor. I'm an agnostic, but I find human belief systems fascinating. I specialize in African religions because I grew up there. My father was a Protestant missionary. He is still worshipped heavily in Haiti, and when voodoo first started in New Orleans, the early conclaves were reportedly based on the worship of the great zombie, the great serpent Damballa. All right, Mr. Knight, I'm 35, a fully tenured professor at this university, as well as a fellow at Cambridge. My doctorate was obtained at Syracuse. Yes, Syracuse, in religious studies.
Can you tell me more about the Loa Damballa? Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
Fine.
A burning wheel? Huh. Do you know anything about animal masks? Do you know anything about black voodoo? Tell me more about black voodoo. Do you have any idea what Cabri Sankor means? About Cabri Sankor. That Cabri Sankor thing. No, I don't. It means don't eat the chili. It means that's too bad. Of course I know what it means, do you? It means goat without horns. Have you ever heard of Damballa? I swear on my collar. Do you know anything about human sacrifice here in New Orleans? Can you tell me anything else about human sacrifice? Tell me more about voodoo in New Orleans. Do you know anything about Marie Laveau? Does the name Ogun Badagry mean anything to you? Do you know anything about Rada drums? Who were the real voodoo queens? Have you ever heard of a Schattenjäger? Right, thanks. Can I see that snake bracelet again? I'm not sure the first blessing took, and I'd like to re-bless it. They? They who? Do you know anything about Veves? What can you tell me about voodoo? Tell me about Veves.
Azuli is the gentlest of Loa, so they call on her for mercy. But I have seen grown and powerful Hungan tremble before a possession by one of the more violent Loa, such as Papa Nebo. Clearly, they are afraid that something of the sort will be ordered, or that the Loa will simply take it for themselves. Ancient sun worshippers used to roll a flaming wheel down a hill to celebrate the sun's descent on that day. I wouldn't dwell on it. Most voodoo sects probably haven't seen a human sacrifice for several generations. While I find the colloquial bastardizations of voodoo somewhat interesting from a sheerly intellectual point of view, there's not a lot of relation between people like Laveau and true voodoo practices. Yes, Rada drums are used in most voodoo ceremonies. It's June 23rd, the feast day of St. John the Baptist. But June 23rd has been a sacred day since the earliest times. But according to the newspapers, the voodoo aspect is faked, so I haven't really pursued it. You know how Americans, especially Hollywood, treats voodoo. I've read about them in the papers. I must admit, to some interest. I'm sure there are many so-called practitioners out there that have no idea what they're doing or the power they're playing with. I wasn't interested before, but now, yes, I'd like to figure out where these people come from and what they're up to. They are obviously some very frightening and deadly serious voodoo. As I said, I don't know anything but what the papers say. According to them, there's no reason for me to be interested.
Can you give me another example of black voodoo? As in, a female goat? What was that translation for Cabri Saint Cor again? Tell me about Dambala. No. I'd really like to know more about you. New Orleans? Tell me about Ogun Badagri. Tell me more about Ogun Badagri. Tell me more about Ogun Badagri. Can you tell me anything about that Veve I showed you?
Real New Orleanians are French, you see. These days the city is overrun with people with no heritage at all. No offense, father, but it's true. Me? I am Creole. My family has been in New Orleans for over 200 years. But the French, naturellement, will always be the true blood of New Orleans. My family were among the original settlers of New Orleans. They came here from France. Well, father, I don't know what else to say.
If you'd taken notes during my lecture, you wouldn't have to ask. I have extensive courses in the lower running next semester. Perhaps you should take one of those, Mr. Knight. As I said in my lecture, which I assume you actually listened to, is that animal masks, totems, are used extensively in most African voodoo religions. I told you I'm as clueless as you on that one. It's very rare. Most voodoo practices do not include human sacrifice as a matter of record, but it is theoretically possible if that's the gods demand. If a bull will suffice, behold it. But if a goat without horns is required for sacrifice, where will we find one?
Tell me what you mean by black voodoo. Can you give me an example of black voodoo?
Do not continue to tease me, father. You know what it means as well as I. Just as I thought. You shouldn't talk about things you don't understand. It's too bad you don't know what you're saying, young man. I wasn't born yesterday, father. I won't tell you what it means if you don't already know. Shows how much you know. Father, you surprise me. You do know what it means. But we shouldn't talk about it. They'll hear us. It's the devil's work that happens there, I can tell you.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo Haunfour? What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Well, I've never seen it. I wouldn't go near it if you paid me. But it's here in Orleans, I guarantee it. I hear the drums at night, oh yes. That's why I am so ill. I tell you, those drums. I'll show you something. Something secret. You mustn't tell anyone, father. My great-grandmother was an acolyte of Marie Laveau. She knew the truth about her. Well, my great-grandmother could tell stories. She saw it. People say that sort of thing wasn't done in New Orleans. But the real voodoo queens did it. Oh, yes. Oh, her. I could tell you about her. Voodoo queen. Ha! It's been the same one for almost 200 years. She's head of a secret voodoo en fort. That's what they call their temples, you know. It's so secret, most of the voodoo people in this city don't even know about it. No, I won't say anything more. Not to you, father. I'm sure you mean well, but you are an outsider.
Mistress Erzulie, come and aid us. If a cock is demanded, we will give it.
They did the murders. And that's not the only way they kill. They can get you from miles away just by saying your name. I seen it, man. You can't cross them. They know things in their heads. Things that no one ever knew about you. They know when you lie. They can smell it. They're fucking scary, man. I don't know if it's the devil or what. But it ain't no fake shit, man. It's real. The eyes. The eyes of the snake. Dumb. ball. I don't know her. Honest, man. Can't you see I'm sick? Don't bug me with stupid questions. No. Don't say that name. It's evil. I already told you about that.
That is incredible, Gabriel. I must go research this new information in my library right now.
There's supposed to be this temple. What you said, the Hound 4. That's their headquarters. I heard people say it's underground. Somewhere in the French Quarter. I don't know where. But I saw them once. Out at the lake. They became animals, man. Beasts. I remember the eyes. The eyes. No, I've never been in it. I'm a nobody. A runner. There's nothing more to tell. They kill people. You don't want to be anywhere near them. I told you, I can't talk about it. I told you. I'm not gonna talk about that. Go away. Nothing. Just leave me alone. They always met outside somewhere at night. I saw them last year dancing and howling. I told you everything I know about that. No! Leave me alone about that shit. Not me! Leave me alone! I said drop it! It happens. That's all I know. I told you everything I know. Black voodoo. What the hell is that? Voodoo's voodoo, man!
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound four? Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Promise you won't say nothing to no one. It'll get back to him, everything does. Promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me. Look, just take some advice. Stay away from this voodoo shit. You don't really want to know, man. Believe me. Just do yourself a favor and leave me alone. You're on the right track. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna risk my life by talking about it, man.
Let's discuss the possible African homeland. I spoke with the Professor Hartridge. Unfortunately for him. Goodbye, Uncle Wolfgang. Wait, what should I do? Sure, I'll wait. Do you know anything about animal masks? What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Oh, man. Shut up about that shit. Can't you see I'm sick? Are you trying to kill me?
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hanfour in New Orleans. Now tell me what you know about voodoo. Crash, tell me more about this voodoo cartel. Tell me more about the voodoo murders.
The eyes. Snake's eyes. Dambala. I told you, man. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm dying? All I know is these people are into some weird shit. They have power. Real power. They can write your name on a piece of paper and chew it. And you end up minced meat. Like you've been through a grinder. I told you all I know. I don't want to talk about it no more. They wear them when they're dancing at the rituals. They don't just wear them. They become them. They become the animals.
All right. Have you learned anything that might help us locate it? But don't try to broach their private areas without my assistance, Gabriel. You will make a fine Schattenjäger, but only if you are not dead. The talisman is probably buried with Tetlo's remains. That's what gives her lore so much power.
They control everything that happens on the street. I mean everything, bought or sold. They have their fingers in the legit world too. Banks, foreign stuff, you name it. I never heard of that.
Have you ever heard of Damballa?
Animals have such pure, primal traits. Spirituality, good or bad, is about reaching these pure levels. Aggressive and cunning like the snake. Agile and nurturing like the monkey. I've already given you what limited knowledge I have on the subject. My library contains many books on the occult and religions, and I have read about some particularly evil voodoo cults. Now I feel it is not safe for you there. I wish you would leave. I don't know anything that would help our current situation. I hope there will be time for that later, Gabriel, after this is all over. For now, we must deal with the matter at hand. This is not the time nor the place, Gabriel. I'm sorry, but I assure you, my life has not been all that instructive. It was just another American city to me until I started dreaming about you. I told you I wish you would leave there, Gabriel. I don't know enough about it to offer you any advice, but be careful when you return there, Gabriel. I don't know anything that could help you with that code, Gabriel. But you, at this point, have more direct experience than I.
Tell me what you know about voodoo. I want to know about the voodoo murders. Do you know anything about rada drums? Do you know anything about black voodoo? Do you have any idea what Cabri sans Coeur means? He thinks the tribe's name was Agri, and that they lived near the Fon tribe in what is now called the People's Republic of Benin. Any ideas on where the Getty Haunfour in New Orleans might be? Tell me more about animal masks. Tell me more about Schattenjägers. Tell me more about voodoo. What can you tell me about Schattenjägers? Tell me more about Tetelo. Tell me what you know about Damballa.
Well, from your description of the ritual last night, I'd say that Gunther's mistress, Tetelo, is now the primary Loa for the Gedde tribe. This sounds similar, but Tetelo has obviously become a much more powerful Loa than her father ever was. Probably because of the added power of the talisman. Yes, Tetelo's people wear animal masks for their rituals, don't they? It is not at all uncommon. Many occult groups are based heavily on animal totems. Even our family is associated with the image of a lion. But I'm not, so you must use your own judgment. No, what does it mean? Well, let's hope we can avoid any more of that in this family. I know only what you've told me, that it refers to human sacrifice. Damballa is a snake. He is a Loa, a voodoo god. I see. Good work. That information might prove useful. No, my knowledge of the Loa is fairly limited. Yeah, I am sure they have a temple there, and probably a very elaborate one. You should not go near it, though. Not alone. No, if I were in New Orleans and could look around, something might look familiar to me. Strike a chord, so to speak. But now is not the time for that discussion. Schattenjäger is really two words in English, Gabriel. Schatten means shadow, and Jäger means hunter. Leider nicht. You will have to try to find it when you return to New Orleans. You must not go in alone, though. Even if we find the talisman, it will be quite a battle. No, I'm afraid not. It is a voodoo Loa, is it not? He seems to be feared by most voodoo groups. I haven't come across very much specific information. I'm afraid I can't tell you any more about that. Rada drums? You mean ceremonial drums? Stay low. If you get a chance, you might look into the possibility that Tetelo's remains are somewhere in New Orleans. Bye then, Gabriel, and remember, if you need a place of safety, come to Schloss Ritter. Some believe that the role was given us when... but such fantasies cannot be of use to you at the moment, Gabriel. Yes. Shadow Hunter. We Ritters have been Schattenjägers for many centuries. No one is sure when it began or how, but we have records of ancestors as early as the 13th century fulfilling this role. It is to their advantage that the world has become so scientific, so cynical. But we know they exist, Gabriel. and we hunt them. Most people are completely blind to the fact that evil does exist. It is out of vogue at the present, but I tell you, shadows of darkness, spirits, vampires, witches, demons, these things are real. The good voice, Gabriel. You know it when you hear it. Why? Because it is our duty. We are the ones who know, Gabriel. As for how, that is something you will have to learn, but it is not easily explained over the phone. We have not the time to discuss that here. You have started the path. I can see it in your eyes. You must trust yourself and be true to your inner voice. I have not studied the subject. I have an intense dislike for them. I'm afraid I've never heard of it.
Do you know anything more about Cabri sans corps? Yes. He's one of the primary Loa of the Gedi tribe. It means goat without horns. It's a term used for human sacrifice in voodoo. Do you know anything more about Dambala? I've heard rumors of a secret hound fool here in New Orleans. Yes, a particularly nasty one, so I understand. Have you come across anything about it in your research? Do you know anything else about Ogun Badagri? Yes. The Gedi tribe uses drummers around the French Quarter as relay messengers to keep track of their business. I had Grace find some information on them. Shadow hunter. How do we hunt them? And why? Let's talk about the talisman. How can we regain the talisman?
Shut up, man! You saw me with the drummer? Nobody's supposed to see. Shit! I blew it again. Okay. Okay. I was sending a message, man. They have these Rada drummers posted around the quarter. They see everything. And they report. The drums, man. It's some kind of code. I'm sick. Dying. Eating the big enchilada. What the fuck else matters? Alright. There's this is an underground cartel in New Orleans. A voodoo cartel. No! Don't say that word. They'll hear you.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the talisman? Tell me about Tetelo. Is there anything else you can tell me about Tetelo? How would we find Tetelo's remains? How would we find Tetelo's remains again? Do you think Tetelo's remains are here? Do you know anything else about Veves?
Do you remember in Gunther's journal he said that Tetelo was possessed by her father's Loa during the killings in Charleston?
Tell me about the animal masks you've seen. Now tell me about the animal masks. Stop talking nonsense. They who? I saw you talking to that drummer. What did you tell him? Okay, but you have to tell me everything I want to know. Report? How? Have you ever been there? Hey, are you okay? I think I should go get a doctor. Why not? What do you mean? You've seen them, haven't you? Tell me about the Rada drums. Okay, calm down. Come on, tell me what you know about voodoo. Now tell me about the voodoo murders. Come on, you don't really believe that, do you?
The spirit she has become, that is a different matter. It is utterly evil. I am certain that the lower Tetela bears little resemblance to the woman Tetela was before the burning in Charleston. I believe she truly loved Gunther. After all, she was raised to be her father's daughter. Their religion was not a choice she made, but a duty she endured. How can she be blamed for that? The other is that the remains were returned to a sacred place near the tribe's original homeland. She once was a beautiful and intelligent woman, and she probably did not deserve Gunther's betrayal. But the Tetelo we fight now is more akin to her tribe's dark gods than to anything human in nature. I can feel her presence here. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew we were violating her sanctum. Ha! We have pondered that question a long time, the Ritas. There are two probabilities. The first is that her remains are with the tribe at their current location. We've tried to locate Tetlo's African homeland, but Gunther says so little in his journal about her tribe, and slaving records are practically non-existent. Also, Tetlo's tribe was utterly destroyed in its African form in the late 17th century. There was nothing like a census in Africa then. As for the other idea, we had no clue as to where Tetlo's people went after fleeing Charleston, until now. Each lore has its own sign, which is used to summon it. I have a feeling that they are, Gabriel. It is a visual symbol of one or more lore. Perhaps you will fill me in when we have a chance to sit down and talk. It sounds as though you have learned much during your investigation in New Orleans. I know only what you have told me. They seem to be very similar to the killings in Gunther's journal. It seems she still controls them by possessing her female descendants and speaking through them. The most important thing about the talisman is that it be once again in the hands of the Schattenjägers. I myself have only seen it in old sketches and paintings, and in my dreams. It was in the family for centuries before Tetlow took it. It is believed to be as old as the role of Schattenjäger itself. The talisman has genuine power. I don't know how or why, but it is so. The Schattenjägers swore to use the power for good, never for evil. For defense, not offense. Since it fell into Tetlow's hands, I'm afraid to think what the power has been used for, or what it will be used for in the future. With the talisman, Tetlow has all the power and we none. The only possible way to fight her is to regain the talisman. Then we will at least be on more equal footing. We've been searching for the talisman for years, ever since we lost it. It's a terrible thing to know that something powerful that was entrusted to us is in the wrong hands.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve? Do you know anything about snakes? Have you ever heard of a Schattenjäger? Do you know anything about Veves? What can you tell me about voodoo? What do you know about the voodoo murders? Tell me about yourself.
We can talk more about that later, Gabriel. For now, you know enough. We must locate the tribe's original African homeland. Her remains might be there, or they might be in New Orleans, buried among her descendants. Those drums have a ceremonial use, too. It would be useful to know their code, Gabriel. That's my boy. Yes, of course. I sometimes forget how little you know of the family, Gabriel. I never understood how Heinz could allow his sons to remain ignorant.
Does the name Ogun Badagry mean anything to you?
Schloss Ritter has stood for many centuries. No one knows how long. It was once the pride of Bavaria, but now it is in disrepair. He thought he was the last of the Ritter line until he found out about you. He knows the history of the Ritter family for many centuries past. He's a good man, a strong man. I am fond of him. I was born in Rittersburg, the village below the castle. I'm not well traveled, but Wolfgang has been kind and has tutored me in many subjects. It was from him I learned to speak English. They say that the Ritters were chosen by God to fight evil, but something happened. One of them was cursed, and so the Ritters lost the way. I'm very devoted to my position here, with Wolfgang. I love Rittersburg. No place on earth could be as beautiful. I can tell you what they say in the village, what I heard when I was small. To the villagers, the Ritters are a little, how do you say, tragic, to be pitied. They struggle still, but like a lame dog, you see? Without the power or magic they once had. But at the end of the 17th century, that all changed. Since then, the Ritters and Rittersburg have been in decline. There are legends of how powerful the family once was, of some of their mighty deeds, of the richness of the castle, and, in turn, Rittersburg itself. There is a library, but I've never been in it. There are places in the castle where only the master is allowed to go. We do have snakes here in Germany, but I do not know much about them. I have never heard of such a day. Wolfgang is the only one who would know about that. What murders? Oh, I have not heard of them. I am sorry. What would you like to know? He is too old for such chasing around. His heart is very weak. He has not left this castle for 5 years, and now this. Schloss Ritter is the center from which the Schattenjägers have always gone out to battle the forces of evil. As Wolfgang may have told you, Schattenjäger means shadow hunter. The Ritter family have always been Schattenjägers. It is a kind of priesthood, though not as restrictive as most. Each Schattenjäger passes on his knowledge to a younger man in the Ritter line when the time is right. I am sure Wolfgang meant for you to take his place someday as Schattenjäger. I told you, I know nothing about that. As you like, Herr Knight? I don't know, but I have a feeling he has gone off to go be Schattenjäger again. It worried me so to hear him say that. I'm afraid Wolfgang knew he would never return. I only pray he will be back. Before he left, he said Schloss Ritter now belongs to Gabriel.
What do you know about Schattenjägers? Just tell me anything. Tell me something about yourself. Tell me something about the Ritter family. Tell me something about Schloss Ritter. Tell me what you know about Schattenjägers.
He must have sensed you were coming, Herr Knight, and that you would have need of me. That is something Wolfgang would know about, Herr Knight. Only the purest here may pass. He whose heart is pure as glass, he whose soul is pure as fire, through this portal passes higher. Wolfgang has dedicated his entire life to the role of Schattenjäger. He has not had a very happy life, but I have done my best to provide him with a little comfort. Wolfgang is a truly wise and good man, the best I have ever known, but his life has been so full of disappointments. His only son died in infancy, so there was no one to carry on the family line, and the family's financial troubles have been hard on him. You see, I have never been in it. Only a Schattenjäger can enter the library. Herr Knight, my relationship with your uncle is really none of your business. How do you know about his library? Ah, yeah, a good idea, Herr Knight, but I am afraid I cannot show you the library. But I think it must be similar to a priest's ordination or a wedding, a ceremony of intent and oath. That is not in a language I understand. So sorry. Each young man of the Ritter line must go through the ceremony when he dedicates himself to be a Schattenjäger. I do not know, Herr Knight. The only people present are the old Schattenjäger and the new. Is there a problem, Herr Knight? I really do not know any more about it, Herr Knight. He? Why, no, Herr Knight, I cannot say that I do. I have never left Germany, Herr Knight. Perhaps someday you will tell me about it. The hangings? They describe the Schattenjäger initiation ceremony. Ah, yes. Wolfgang had me translated as part of my English lessons. In English it means... Is that some sort of music? I do not know much about music, but I like the Beatles. The castle has many, many rooms and passages, Herr Knight. Most have been closed off and are decaying in the dark and damp. Only a few rooms have been kept up due to the cost. Wolfgang wanted to do so much for the world, but it was all he could do just to hold on to Schloss Ritter. He has not left his mark as he wished to.
Is there anything else you can tell me about that initiation ceremony? Do you know when he'll be back? What is Wolfgang like? What kind of disappointments? What is your relationship with Wolfgang? Tell me about Wolfgang. Didn't Wolfgang mention a library in New Orleans? You're right, Gerda. I apologize. Forget I asked. Can you show me Wolfgang's library? When we talked on the phone, he said he was going to do some research in his library. I thought maybe if I saw what he was researching. I see. Tell me about the Schattenjäger initiation ceremony. But what does the ceremony do? You said wedding. I'm okay now. You wouldn't know anything about this key I found in Wolfgang's bedroom now, would you? What can you tell me about those wall panels in the chapel? There are some words over the locked door in Wolfgang's bedroom. What do they mean? Great. Thanks. Oh, nothing, never mind. Where do you think Wolfgang went? What was that door poem again?
Wolfgang received offers to open the castle for tourists. He has resisted, though, even though the castle is in desperate need of repairs. To him, this ground is sacred. It is a troubled family here, Knight. That much I know.
Do you know anything about snakes? What can you tell me about St. John's Eve? Do you know anything about Veves? What can you tell me about voodoo? What do you know about the voodoo murders? Do you have any idea what Cabri sans Cœur means? Do you know anything about black voodoo? Have you ever heard of Dambala? Do you know anything about Rada drums? Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound four? Do you know anything about Marie Laveau? Do you know anything about animal masks? What can you tell me about New Orleans? Does the name Ogun Badagry mean anything to you?
A sign on the front door of Magentia's home reads, attending a channeling seminar until August 1st. Posted on the door of the museum is a sign saying, closed until further notice. The Dixieland drugstore is locked and barred tight. It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day. Please select a destination icon. Posted on the door of the museum is a sign saying, closed today only. This time the door is actually locked. Posted on the door of the museum is a sign saying, closed for St. John's Eve. It's time to stay in New Orleans and face the music. Gabriel picks up his tickets at the airport, and boards are playing for Munich. It's getting late. Gabriel decides to return home for the day. Please select a destination icon. The note is from Gran and says that she's taken a short trip out of town on Grace's advice. Good old Grace. No one answers Gran's front door, but a note sticking from the mail slot bears Gabriel's name. After arranging for the shipment of Wolfgang's body back to Rittersburg, Gabriel returns to New Orleans. And although he has some idea of what he's coming home to attempt, he still has no clue where to attempt it. Or does he? He carries with him the Ritter talisman. He has not heard from Grace for over 24 hours, and he could not reach Malia by phone.
St. George's books. I got it. Oh, Professor Hartridge, I'm glad you called. Did you... You did? Wait, slow down. The Aigris? Really? You think that's them? The wheel within a wheel. Ogun Badagry, huh? Well, that does sound like it. Dambala, the snake. That's the wavy pattern at the bottom, okay. The 1791 slave revolt in Santo Domingo. Well, why would the Veve show up there? Yeah, you've been reading my horoscope again, haven't you, Grace?
I didn't think I would, either. Please, don't. I couldn't focus on much of anything right now. Just shut up and kiss me.
You mean you weren't dead, you son of a bitch? What can I say? I refuse to be bound by rules.
Oy, men, I'm so glad you could join us today. I've got messages when you want them. I also checked out Casanova. There are multiple listings in the white pages. I got the page, but you'll have to figure out the right one. Don't tell me you actually got to see her. Gabriel, you don't seriously think she's interested? She can have any man in the city. You know, men with bank accounts. I always suspected there was something fishy in your family tree. But seriously, I think you should be careful. I'm serious. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach about this. Oh, never mind. I'll just fix these books. Your life is in your own slippery little hands. Don't be silly. I just have nothing to say. Are you okay, Gabriel? I'm worried about you. You got another package this morning, FedEx, from Germany. Well, it kind of came open, but I salvaged the contents. There was a letter from your great-uncle Wolfgang in a journal. Someone has to look after you. You're in trouble. In case you don't know it. Just read the journal carefully, Gabriel. Please. I wish you'd tell me what's going on. I swear you're going to step into a hole you may never get out of. What about your dreams? Ah! Gabriel? Okay. Gabriel, that thing is still barely alive. How could someone do this? God, don't even start. We should call the police. But Gabriel,
From the looks of this shop, I'm sure you will, my boy. And soon.
Gee, is today the day that hell freezes over? Like to, make a confession, Grace? Grace, I'm home. Oh, no. Grace!
I can't believe I actually got it. Just wait until I show Sid.
Are you ready to drop dead today? Stay out of this, Grace. Yeah, I'll let you have it, all right. How much for the painting? Grace, let me deal with this. Yeah? Well, I'll show you wanting it. I have the talisman. Who's there? Okay. Thanks. See ya.
And a riveting personality, I'm sure. Well, if you need any more research done, just ask. It's not as though we're swamped with customers. And I located some local voodoo references for you. Dixieland Drugstore and the Historical Museum of Voodoo. Both are right here in French Quarter.
Christ, you about killed me. Hey, Grace. Here I am.
Well, really? One needn't be rude. Ooh, you're serious? You'll let me have it? Well, I could give you 100. That's all I can let go at the moment, you know. My fares are so tied up. Have it your way. The 100 goes with me. I'll be back, though. I can see how much you want it. Here's the 100. Really? Well, I fully intend to make the most of its display, though not for your sake, I'm sure. At least in my shop, there'll be a chance of someone actually seeing it. Hey, kids! Of yours? Hardly. Well, better than the used book business, I see. That explains why I so rarely see anyone in here. Are you going to sell me that wonderful painting of yours today? Hey, kids! Gabe, pet. I just popped in to see if you're desperate enough to sell me that painting.
No, but I'm sure you have. Here's that phone number. Oh, don't forget you have to dial 011 first to get an international line.
Grace? Forget it, Bruno. Not for 100, not now. It's just a painting, Grace. There are things I have to do. Fine, it's yours. You better take good care of this, Bruno. This is not just another of your hip art pieces, you know. You came. I didn't think you would. Your eyes. Oh, I could show you around a little. It's not much, but... Yeah, I know. God, what is it about you? Gee, thanks. I know you feel inferior to Malia, but, you know, get over it. Well, if you're jealous about my feelings for her, it's perfectly understandable. I know you have certain feelings for me, quite naturally. I know it must be hard having it in your face like this. No chance to avoid hearing about it, seeing it day by day. Sure, but could you say that one more time and pout your lips more? What did I say? I'm going to a party tonight. Costume, you know. Yeah, that's right. Oh, come on. I need it for that costume party.
Now, are you going to tell me what happened yesterday with Malia Getty, or is it just too embarrassing?
Have it your way.
Lucy, I'm home.
Phew, it's humid out there. Made it back, though. Hello, beautiful. It's me. I knew you'd miss me, so I came back.
Yeah? Good for you. I got a headache. Oh, was that you at the tube? You should have said something. Do I look dead? No, don't answer that.
Do you know anything about this? Had any customers lately? You know, you really should get out more. Or me. Will you do me a favor? Use your paints to copy this snake tattoo onto my chest. Come on, Grace. I really need that tattoo. Right, exactly. I'm sure Malia would appreciate it. Grace, it would be a good way for us to get closer. Move that wall of ice? Good luck. I don't even want to think about what you mean. If wishes were ponies, like I haven't tried. Oh, done anything interesting lately? Keeping busy? Seen any good movies? You mean small, dark places that haven't been touched in centuries? Sounds right up your alley. Did I ever tell you that you're actually quite attractive? Grace, about last night,
I'd be peachy if you'd give up all this voodoo crap, Gabriel. I did research for you on that already, Gabriel. I really hope you'll be safe, Gabriel. Yeah, get out of town. I've already said everything I have to say about that. By your definition? No, I prefer it that way. Not really. If you need any research done, let me know.
You know what they say? All the world loves lovers. Oh, yeah, right. So what do you think of this gift certificate? Oh, no reason. Never. Don't mind if I do. Oh, nothing. I hope you're insulting the size of my brain. That envelope was just a note and a key from Mosley. So, what's new, Grace? Are you okay? I'm really gone, Grace. Got any ideas, Grace? You're so helpful. Pale green, you say? Charming.
Where have you been? I was worried about you. What happened? Do you need a doctor? Gabriel, this is nuts. You have to get out of New Orleans. Gabriel, $100 for your father's painting? Careful. You don't want to damage the door with your incredible wit. Gabriel! I don't believe you! Bruno! How nice. How's the flower business? Bruno. Well, listen. Wolfgang called while you were out. He said, and I quote, "Tell Gabriel that I found what I was looking for. It's time for me to do my duty. Schloss Ritter is his now." So don't sleep. It's your body. Anyway, your handheld tape recorder came today. Well, it did help me gain a better understanding of your mind. Be still, my heart. Oh my God. I wouldn't like the sound of that even if you were a man. Gee, you're lively. Did you have another nightmare last night? Mm-hmm. I told you it's that voodoo book you're researching. That stuff can seriously screw up your karma. I can't wait to see what human rights you violate with this one. You? Give me a break. The devil himself couldn't change you. But then who'd take care of St. George's? Exactly. What? Now why on earth would you want me to do that? Then give me a good reason. They're called tweezers? You know, you should get out more. Do you know anything about this? Can we at least go in the back? Really? Do you think? Maybe she'd even let me into one of her hospitals the next time I split my head open. Imagine that. No, I just couldn't live with that much richness in my life. I'd rather stay the poor nothing that Malia Getty never knew. Thanks anyway. Really? Well, no. Your persuasive power is astonishing, but I'd hate to use my inferior painting skills on your manly chest and ruin it for her. No, you know that's not it. I just think, as your friend, that she's trouble. Me? I would rather be hung by my hair over a bed of scorpions. Fine, I'll do it. Just shut up. You don't say. I guess you're going with Malia. Ugh. It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? And why should I help you out? We don't even like Malia. You haven't told me why I should help you get ready for your date with Malia. You know what else they say? No. I see. Well, I'd like to help you, but I'm not allowed to do snake tattoos. It's a secret artist thing. Fine. Yeah, well, about that tattoo job? Good luck finding someone else to do it. Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting. Mm-hmm. I bet. Just a minute. I'm sorry, but Gabriel is a lout. Oh, I mean, he's out. Yeah, if he ever comes back, I'll tell him. You know, you could do better. I know I don't know you, but you could do better. Sure. Bye-bye. Good morning. The phone's been ringing off the hook all morning. Let me know when you want your messages. Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay? How did you get Mosley's credit card? Never mind, I don't even want to know. Tell it to the judge. No, you open it. Sure. I'm the one that gave that to you. Remember? Ah, that's good. Whatever you're planning to do with that, Gabriel, I don't want to know. Your use of mathematics, for one thing. These books are unbelievable. The strap marks on your bedpost speak otherwise. What's up? Yeah, I read it. So should you. Now, call me crazy, but I don't think that's good news. I checked the microfiche at the public library. I found an article about a murder in 1810. The newspaper published a part of a pattern found around the body. It looks damn close. What are you gonna do? We got that book you ordered in this morning. The one on Rada drums? Yeah, I did find something. Gabriel! Here's that phone number. What happened to you? Well, you're kind of a pale green color. Come here. What's that on your face? Looks like a sparkly or something. Got it. Sure. I ordered it for you, remember? It's your flashlight. You know, something you can actually turn on. I think that promotion was the best idea you ever had, and I mean that sincerely. It's your friend Mosley. Why? Yeah. You should cut that mop of yours and throw that stuff away. Do what? What, the magnifying glass? It makes things look big. Out to impress a girl, are you? That goes without saying. It means you have no scruples at all. Selling your father's painting like that? Where did you get that? Gabriel, you're such a shit. I'm going to call him up right now and tell him you have that. Well, I hope he throws you in jail when you do.
Did you get an address? And that address is... That's all I wanted to know. And yes, my dear, Malia Getty is the most dangerous-looking diversion I've ever seen. Ouch! Great, thanks. Mosley let me borrow it? No, I might need it. I'll give it back to him later. You underestimate the Knight family's tragic poet samurai appeal. When Daddy married Mom, she was the hottest catch in town. Grace, it's called jealousy, my dear. And you're right. You should be jealous of Malia Getty, as should every woman on this planet. The point is to get it into somebody else's hands. And soon. You're not speaking to me this morning? Sure. Great. Why? If I were any better, Grace, I'd be dead. Now, what's up? I was expecting that. Where is it? The package just came open, huh? How'd you like the journal?
Well, it's about closing time. No, sorry. I saw a great documentary last night on pyramid excavations. Forget it. It's time to close shop. You too. See you tomorrow.
How much would you give me for it, Bruno? Sort of. I'm sure that's it. Maybe I should write a horror novel on passive resistance instead. Really? Great. I can't wait to violate them. For example, if you would just let me... How would I ever manage without you? Well, if the devil had great legs, perhaps, like yours. Ha, ha. It wards off evil. It's good luck, Snake. Got a minute, Grace? Like my badge? I can't tell you, Grace. It's a secret research thing. Oh, forget it.
I said I was sorry. Besides, I owed you one for stealing my badge. If it makes you feel any better, I lost my wallet that day. Like I said. Anyway, we shouldn't stand out here and gab. Someone on the street might see us. Let's go in back and talk.
Guess what? I'm going to Germany. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. I'll miss you too, Grace. For good reason, apparently.
Oh, boy. Party time. Really? I forgot you were gone. The excitement of seeing you is killing me. I wish you wouldn't wear that coat outside in June. I could smell you from here. Oh, joy. No, it's okay. I'm just a little anxious. Why did he go to Africa, Gertie? No, they haven't. I just need to talk to Gabriel. Ah!
Hey, you want to see something really cool? I know. Great, isn't it? I'm sorry I got you involved in this, Grace. Leopard, not lion. Did you get anything on Malia Getty? Are you sure you don't want to go home? I could close the shop today.
I was searching the tomb. When I heard someone coming, I broke the light and got in the drawer. Sorry I brained you, but I thought you were one of them.
Gee, a customer. Rare books. Huh? Are the stars out tonight?
Grace wasn't amused the first time around. St. George's books could use some serious renovation, but Gabriel likes to think that the place has character. There's no one in that part of the shop to talk to.
So have some. There's a fresh pot on the table. The Gettys own 3 local hospitals, just to name a few of their assets. They run in very high circles. I got the address. I suppose this has nothing to do with the fact that Malia Getty is incredibly gorgeous. I should have known you wouldn't go for a rich, ugly socialite. Hey, far be it from me to postpone your total humiliation. It's 557 West Ingram. That's the Garden District, Estate City.
Your wallet. Oh, I guess you're right. We are even. You don't come near me. You're dead.
That's disgusting. That's really horrible.
Grace would probably start screaming if Gabriel mentioned that tattoo again.
God, somebody ought to lock you up. Oh, don't worry about me. Just get yourself out of this mess. Did you dream about the fire and the hang guy and that lion thing last night? Well, I did get her address, but you're a little out of your league here, big fella. No, I'd rather keep busy. I'll be fine. At least that creepy guy is gone. Ugh. Not that they aren't still watching. Anyway, speaking of keeping busy, well, excuse me.
Well, I guess I don't need the money that badly. There's no one in the shop, and I know there's no one in back. It's okay.
Gabriel could ask Grace to use her paints and put the tattoo on his chest. But he should wait until he's ready to use it. It would probably wash off in the shower.
Nothing you want to know about, and no, just some aspirin. No kidding. Not for Uncle Wolfie, no. Really? Great. Did you find out anything about that pattern I gave you? You're incredible. All that work. So it is. Have a nice night. So it is. Good night, Gracie. Thanks. Who, me? Nothing. Why? I'm sure you'll tell me. I love it when you pick stuff off my face, Grace. I see it. Stay back. Okay. 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 Look, I'll come over as soon as I can. Okay. Relax, Professor. I'm excited too, but you're gonna give yourself a heart attack. Don't look so worried. No one knows what I'm doing. I'm perfectly safe, and I'm getting some great stuff for the book. Besides, there's something about all this. My dreams. Nothing. I'll be careful, I promise. What is it? What's wrong? I see it, Grace. Hold on. If I figure it out, I'll let you know. With a knife, maybe? No. I'll take care of it. I said I'll take care of it. Why don't you go get some coffee? I'll have it all cleaned up before you get back. Shh. It's gonna be fine. Now go on. I'm going out for a bit. Goodbye, Gracie. Of course.
Seriously, you look like hell. Your hair is sticking straight up like a... Oh, it always does that. Never mind. Oh, they know where you live now. Be careful. Good luck. Let me know what's going on, will you? Really? That's great, but how on earth could you afford? Good morning. Don't you look swell today? Actually, swollen.
Have you noticed this guy outside the shop? He's still there. I wish he'd move or something. This guy's really starting to bug me.
Those windows aren't going anywhere.
She has taken Grace. Return the talisman and leave New Orleans forever. If you don't, I can't help you. Please. I can't bear to see you die.
Blessed caffeine. The coffee pot would get cold anywhere else. The coffee has already been made. Talk to the coffee. Even Gabriel isn't that addicted.
That's nice. Kind of creepy, though. Who's the author? What case? I know you were into it, Gabriel. But if it's over, that's hardly a negative. Anyway, if you're that upset, why don't you talk it over with your pal Mosley? Don't hurry back on my account.
The table provides a comfort center for customers' coffee. Today's paper and the most recent best-selling paperback. Gabriel's financial structure is fragile enough without playing with the money. The cash register contains about $20 in small bills and change. Shifting the money around to make it look like there's more won't help. Slim pickings. The gift certificate doesn't do that. The curtain doesn't provide much privacy. But Gabriel's rarely in his bedroom during shop hours anyway. If Gabriel took that down, the customers have to look at his messy studio. Gabriel's feeling a little tense and would prefer not to tempt the fates by talking to closed doors. The desk drawers mostly stick. Gabriel doesn't even want to know what Grace keeps in those drawers. Grace likes the little banker's lamp. She has the soul of an accountant. The lamp is fine where it is. The lamp is as on as it's going to get. And there is no sense in turning it off. Wherever Grace is, she's not wearing her coat. Gabriel considers taking Grace's coat with him, but he decides against it. The shop's mascot is an old night-shaped coat rack. The coat rack's made a dent in the floor. If Gabriel moved it now, he'd have to fix the linoleum. The only way to use the coat rack is by putting a coat on it. Well, there may be other ways, but it's a bit heavy to lug into the bedroom. Grace's coat is even less of a conversationalist than Grace herself. Gabriel leafs through a German-English dictionary. Gabriel would rather use the phone in his studio for privacy. There's a pair of tweezers on the counter. Grace uses them for book repair work. Gabriel could move the tweezers round on the desk, but it would be rather pointless.
That wall sure looks bare without Dad's painting. They'll be out tonight for sure. But where?
Gabriel, I hope you survive long enough to get this. Tetelo knows you have the talisman. Your life is worth nothing, my love. I fight to save you, but she controls things far more than I. Please believe me. I love you, Malia.
Mind if I borrow the magnifying glass? No problem. It's just an envelope. Are you going to be okay here by yourself? I'm trying, Gracie. I'm going to take the tweezers for a bit. Just trying to make you feel at home. I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
The windows of St. George Books overlook Bourbon Street. The windows are sealed shut with old paint. Gabriel doesn't want to put anything else on that wall. The man in the street doesn't look interested in Gabriel's possession.
Let's see. Heinz Ritter. Heinz Ritter. No wonder it gives me chills. A snake smells by tasting the air with its forked tongue. The smells are passed back to a sense organ in the mouth. Heinz Ritter. I'm not sure what it says, but I get the feeling the guy was one sick puppy.
Old medical reference texts are stored on an upper shelf. Real old.
I have the feeling old Granddaddy didn't sleep too well at night either. Snakes are legless reptiles. Some snakes kill their prey with poison, some by constriction. Constrictor snakes, however, sense their prey by vibration. Right. There's a school teacher somewhere who's damn confused. I feel a dark star rising, all right. Lighten up. Wonderful. God help me, I'm actually starting to listen to this guy. Peachy. What a wacky offbeat kind of guy Daddy was. Get the hell out of here.
Good luck. See ya.
I trust you can live without this old gift certificate. Is anyone back there? Life is too short to talk to ugly statues. I've got some things I need to do.
It's a gift certificate left over from yet another dismal failure of a promotion.
That's not good.
Daddy's painting. I bet Grace bought it back from Bruno herself. The voodoo murders case. The paper says that the police have learned that the murders were the result of an underworld cartel war and that the war is over. It's ridiculous. What about the killers? And the voodoo angle, they never got anything on that. You don't get it, Grace. Just forget it, okay? I don't believe this. They've closed the case.
Grace's coat is a simple but classic trench coat. Gabriel hates people with good taste.
Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen Sie jedes Mal. 3 Drachen. 3 Drachen kriechen in meinen Schlaf. Die Ziele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraß. See you later. Good coffee. My kidney's already floating, thanks. If I need any legal tender where I'm going, It'll more likely be my soul. It just wouldn't be the same without Grace here. It's today's. I wonder who brought it in. I'm going out. I'll be back later.
Called La Plaza d'Armas. Under French rule, it was used for executions, firing squads, hanging, even impalement and breaking on the wheel. Yikes! The article reiterates that the voodoo aspect of the crimes is fake. Gabriel shivers. It looked real enough to him.
Gabriel, that's all the change money I have. Touch it, and you can kiss your hand goodbye. Knock yourself out. Don't be silly. Who would be back there? Who'd want to be back there? You'd never know it by the woman you date. If you try to look down my shirt one more time, I'm leaving. I know what you're trying to refresh, and it isn't your memory. Get down. No, Sherlock. Just bring it back when we get the next estate shipment. I can see that. I'll be just fine. Just fix this, okay? Good. You're beginning to look a little scruffy. Yeah. He gives me the creeps. I wish he'd go away. He hasn't moved an inch since he showed up. No kidding. I have a feeling if he can see us, they can see us.
Gabriel can't lug the painting round. The shop's phone is silent at the moment. The front door leads to Bourbon Street. Gabriel rather likes the front door where it is. Gabriel watches the man watching the shop. Chances of a dark star rising on this day. Do not trust your instincts. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Under the cultural events section, there's a notice about a lecture on African religions. The lecture is at Tulane University. Times-Picayune, dated June 20, 1993. Gabriel scans over an uninteresting front page. Gabriel's horoscope for the day. An evil eye is upon you. Change course before it's too late. The shadow upon you is no longer reversible. Gabriel skips the voodoo murders article. What a farce. And rereads his horoscope. Times-Picayune, dated June 22nd, 1993. Disgusted with the state of the voodoo murder case, Gabriel turns right to his horoscope. Of course, these days it's mostly a hangout for tourists, street musicians and local artists. Times-Picayune, dated the 23rd of June, 1993. In the early to mid-1800s, St. Jean's Eve was celebrated with elaborate voodoo gatherings at Lake Pontchartrain, Bayou Saint-Jean, and other sites outside the city. These days, the day is commemorated commercially in some of the local shops, and a few churches still hold a St. Jean's Eve Mass. Under the window are reference books, dictionaries, foreign language dictionaries, quotation books, and others. Gabriel borrows them often when he's writing. Really, taking Grace's lamp is not necessary. Well, okay, maybe it is. The old desk is one Gabriel's picked up near a dumpster. Not too shabby, eh? The desk is too heavy to be moved. The top of the desk is Grace's private domain. Gabriel doesn't need anything on that part of the desk. The welcome mat is well worn. Unfortunately, that's only because Gabriel picked it up second-hand, not because of a stampede of customers. The welcome mat may not be all that successful, but moving it won't help. Dramatic, isn't it? Gabriel didn't eat for 3 weeks after splurging on that coat. He has a thing for black leather. It's a bit warm in here. Gabriel decides to wait until he leaves to put on his coat. They just leap out the door. Gabriel finds those popular authors very mediocre. As though they would care. The top shelf contains a set of German books that once belonged to Gabriel's grandfather. The book rack contains cookbooks, true crime, and puzzle books. An inspired combination. That old rack is so rusty it would fall apart if anyone even touched it. Fortunately, there is no danger of that. There could be a secret passage under the doormat. But we didn't have time. Gabriel's shoes aren't muddy, thanks. Gabriel doesn't need the welcome mat. Welcome to you, too. Cute gargoyle, eh? The gargoyle has no function but sheer ugliness. Not unlike... oh, never mind. The gargoyle is heavier than it looks. The gargoyle can hardly take the place of Grace. The latter provides access to the uppermost shelves of the bookcase. The magnifying glass is a handy item for reading old manuscripts or the fine print on Gabriel's lease. There's a note on the desk. Perhaps Gabriel should find out what it is first. Special delivery, it seems. Today's newspaper is on the counter. Gabriel likes the painting where it is. Nope, no safe full of money back there. The book rack doesn't open. Gabriel isn't interested in the books on the rack. The top shelf contained books on animals, including snakes and other reptiles. Gabriel's life is a pulp novel. He doesn't need to read one. Why use that on the cash register? Gabriel wouldn't have sold his father's painting just to put cash in the register. The gift certificate wasn't doing anyone any good sitting in the cash register. Gabriel looks at the cash register, checking for cobwebs. Gabriel would love to move his cash register to Nordstrom's. Gabriel checks the drawer again, just in case life as we know it changed significantly since he last looked. Wishful thinking. It's certainly light enough, but rather useless, as Gabriel well knows. Grace's chair. Gabriel had occasion to envy it. Grace's chair looks hastily abandoned. The cash register is silent. As usual, the chair doesn't work that way. There's no point in moving the chair now. The chair has nothing to say. The chandelier is original. Gabriel finds it charming. Unfortunately, few customers come in to enjoy it. Why would Gabriel want to do that to his coat?
Uh-huh. Real funny night. Leave my coat alone, Gabriel. Have fun.
The note is from Malia. It say,
Grace, get alive. Spiel means game. Interesting. Let's see, Mittag means midday, noon. Himmel means heaven. Dry means 3. Besessen means possessed. That's handy to know. Drachen means dragons. I wonder if Mosley would know he was being insulted if I called him Drachenbreath. Riser means a journey. I wonder if I'll ever use this stuff.
Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Potential storms ahead. Proceed with caution, and do not get involved with anything new at this time. 20 died, and close to 100 were injured. The storms only accentuate the bad luck that seems to have gripped the South. Times-Picayune, dated June 28, 1993. The Weather Service is baffled by the series of bizarre storms that rocked the South yesterday. The crime rate for the past 3 days has peaked to unprecedented levels, and there have been 50 reports of food poisoning in New Orleans alone. In other words, keep your head down, folks, and pray that August will return us to sanity. Warily, Gabriel reads his horoscope for the day. Gird thyself with mercy. Arm thyself with righteousness. The final hour awaits. Gabriel selects a volume of German poetry that he always found strangely compelling. Gabriel selects a volume of German poetry that he always found strangely compelling. For the first time he noticed the author, Heinz Ritter. Gabriel pulls down a book on snakes, Times-Picayune, dated June 21st, 1993. Gabriel's eye is immediately drawn to an article about the voodoo murders. He scans it quickly. Gabriel decides to check his horoscope. Despite his disgust, the article says that the victims are all identified as members of the underworld. The general public of New Orleans is in no danger. Times-Picayune, dated June 18, 1993. The front page has an article about the voodoo murders. Police claim the so-called voodoo trappings found at the crime scenes are fake, a scare tactic, and that the murders are not associated with any genuine practitioners. Gabriel wouldn't dare touch Grace's oil paints. It's an ashtray. There's something in the ashtray. There's no point in magnifying the empty ashtray. There's a snake scale in the ashtray. Gabriel doesn't need the ashtray. The item in the ashtray is too small to pick up by hand. The old medical reference books are useless to Gabriel, and apparently to his customers. All right. He can't afford to replace it. The books on the table have been chosen for their special appeal. Recent fiction by the biggies. In other words, nothing written by Gabriel. Gabriel's not interested in opening the books on the table. Grace keeps her art supplies here. Why use the tweezers on the empty ashtray? Gabriel plans to turn the balcony into a schmaltzy cafe, if he ever gets the cash. The balcony floor needs work and is unsafe. That shelf contains historical references, biographies of kings and queens, that sort of thing. Grace would have a fit if Gabriel rearranged the books. The bookshelves don't open. You've been watching too many old horror movies. The books cannot be operated. The history books on that shelf don't interest Gabriel at the moment. Gabriel stopped talking to the books once Grace came to work here. That shelf holds used copies of the Dime Strife series, secrets of unsolved ancient UFO mysteries and such. Messing with Grace's coat would not solve anything. Gabriel's had all those books in the bathroom and doesn't care to read them again. The books on the desk all need repair work. Gabriel does not want to work on the damaged books right now. The books on that top shelf include mysteries and other pulp novels from the 50s and 60s.
Looks like the python left me a souvenir. Very interesting. Sure, why not? It is St. John's Eve.
Did you know that medieval legends about dragons and giant worms are actually based on snakes? You know, dragons, devils, sea monsters, well, they've always been associated with snakes.
Gabriel opens the cash register to examine the take. Or, in the case of St. George's books, the mistake.
Hell, just trying to refresh my memory. Would I do that to you?
Elsewhere, there's an article about the history of Jackson Square. Despite his better judgment, Gabriel reads his horoscope. Today you will either die or your life will change forever. Gabriel finds a humorous tidbit under the Life is Stranger Than Fiction column. Apparently, there were reports of ghosts in the Bayou Saint-Jean last night. Times-Picayune, dated June 24th. 1993. There's nothing about the voodoo murders case in the papers today. Various people called the newspaper with stories about hearing strange noises and seeing weird lights over the swamp. Some folks claim it's the ghost of Marie Laveau. The paper relates it to similar delusions that crop up every Halloween. Gabriel knows better. Gabriel's horoscope today reads, "Wise is the warrior who knows when to fight and when to get the hell out of Dodge. Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation, lest his eye fall on you too." Times Picayune, dated June 19, 1993. A front-page article describes the most recent of the voodoo murders. Gabriel scans it but learns nothing new. 3 snakes in a skull. Gabriel's father painted it. The figure outside does not respond. Gabriel finds an article about St. Jean's Eve. It discusses the day's Catholic roots and its adoption by voodoo devotees.
Women. Ow, my head. I had another dream. Wait a minute. I'm starting to remember. Something about Malia. Malia? But last night, Malia changed. She became something else. And then I blacked out, I think. How did I get home? You're wrong. Malia wouldn't hurt me. Tetelo. They were chanting that last night. That's the name from Gunter's journal. The woman who took the talisman. Uncle Wolfgang? Okay, I'll call him. But Malia isn't responsible for those things, Grace. It's that spirit, that loa. It's Tetelo. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment. Maybe you'd like to tie me up? Okay. Sorry I couldn't make it last longer. No thanks. I don't have time to relax. Writer's block. I'm not gonna empty the damn thing now. If I threw that stuff away, it weren't worth reading.
There's nothing Gabriel needs from that part of the bathroom. It's Gabriel's bed, unmade as usual. Gabriel doesn't feel like rearranging the furniture right now. The closet remains open. Gabriel's reference books occupy a space near his typewriter. Gabriel's desk has been gathering dust since his last novel. The dresser holds a meager supply of underwear and 38 pairs of mismatched socks. Gabriel doesn't look in those drawers unless he has to. There's a flashlight on the dresser. This building's wiring leaves a lot to be desired.
All my clothes look the same, so why change them? I think I'll travel light. I like them where they are. I don't need them right now. There's nothing interesting in there. Move it where? I might need a flashlight. I don't think putting on a Mardi Gras mask right now would help. I'll just leave it on. I'll take this hair gel. You never know when you'll need a touch-up. All right, let's talk. Another month of missing my mortgage, I'll be pushing those pencils on the street.
I really don't think I can. Sorry.
Thank you for using MCB. Please enter your international number.
Whatever.
Hello? Robert?
Then get off the phone.
Hi, this is Ray Bob Gelmy saying come on down to Gelmy Auto Center for the best deals in new and used transportation. You'll be glad you did. It's frightening. It's terrifying. Don't miss Run for Your Life. Now playing at the St. Antoine Theater.
Do you have men problems? Someone put a hex on you? Call Sister Cross through the power of love and Lord Jesus Christ, she can fix what's ailing you. At Giant Discount Bookstore, we discount every title 50%. When you see our selection and prices, you will never want to shop with those little guys again.
There's no one here to talk to.
I'm sure your packages are astonishing, but that's out of my league. I've always wanted to visit Anderson, Indiana. Do you know anything about snakes? Okay, thanks. Do you have a Madame Cazenou as a client? Really? She told me she'd be there. Would you happen to have her address by any chance? Know anything about animal sacrifice? Sorry, wrong number. She's my aunt, and I've sort of lost touch. I'm worried about Castro. He's missed 3 dance lessons. Thanks. She's won a major prize. By the way, I found your wallet. So, what's up? Here's the tracker. You too.
Our doctors see just about any type of animals, but we don't get many snakes. Cajun Critters Animal Clinic, this is Melissa.
Uh-huh. Is there something else I can help you with? Well, our least expensive trip is 4 days, 3 nights in St. Croix for $1,250. Of course, we have much nicer packages available. Is there something else I can help you with? I'm so sorry, but you can't get there from here. I'd be happy to send you anywhere, sir, but I need a destination. Rittersburg, Germany? Hold on, let me look that up. Yes, sir. And your name was? Hello. See the World Travel Agency. How may I help you? I can fly you into Munich. That's the closest airport to Rittersburg. You can rent a car from there, or take the train.
Gabriel, je sais pas. Qu'est-ce? Quel idiote. Good. Flanny's Pizza. May I take your order?
Jeez.
Hello? Qu'est-ce là?
Hello. Yes. What can I do for you? I'm a busy man. What are you selling? Good. Goodbye. Hello? I don't believe this. Buzz off, guy.
I'm calling from the Dixieland drugstore. You've won a prize. I'm a friend of the owner. Charge it to my Americans repressed, Mosley. No, it's not Robert. Boy, do I have the wrong number. Sorry. Hi. I was wondering if you could help me. A woman in the Dixieland drugstore dropped her purse today, and the name Kazanu was inside it. Hi. I called before about the Dixieland drugstore. What are your specials? Well, that's certainly special. How much for a trip to the Caribbean? Can you just get me out of here, please? How much for a trip to Rittersburg, Germany? Sorry, wrong number. What about that trip to Rittersburg, Germany? I can't afford it. Sorry. Sorry. I think I have a wrong number. Wrong number, I guess. Gabriel? Wrong number. Trompé. Erreur, whatever. Hi, is this the Kazanu residence? Do you or does anyone in your family patronize the Dixieland drugstore? Nothing? Hi. Sorry to bother you again, but I was wondering if you know anything about voodoo? Nah. I really got to get around to cleaning up in there. Should I feel guilty?
Hush, Castro! I told you, I don't know what you're talking about.
How about going out to the shop for a minute? I found your credit card. Who? Me?
It is hard to explain on the phone. I have had senses, feelings about you. It took me a long time to have you tracked down. Yes, Heinz was my brother. There is much about the family that you should know, Gabriel. Come to Schloss Ritter in Rittersburg, West Germany. It is our family home. I will tell you everything when you come. You must come immediately. You are in great danger there. Gabriel, please. If you won't listen, at least let me send you something. It is a journal from one of your ancestors. Promise me you will read it. Please, Gabriel, you are the last of our line. I am too old to carry on. You are our last hope. Please, for your family, read the journal. Good. Now be careful and come to me as soon as you can. Goodbye. Gabriel, it's so good to hear your voice. I had such a dream last night. Ugh, it is even worse than I thought. Gabriel? What is it?
The refrigerator is already functioning. The medicine cabinet contains a few old prescriptions, personal hygiene stuff, and lots of hair products. There's nothing else Gabriel needs from the medicine cabinet. There's no point in showing that to Mosley now. Gabriel should speak to Mosley first. There's no time for that. Grace is missing. If Gabriel picked up a pencil, he might actually have to write something. Gabriel's mini stereo isn't exactly high fidelity. Then again, neither is he. Gabriel can't think of any way to use that here. Gabriel might need that. He doesn't want to leave it here. Gabriel's bedroom is also his office, his studio, and library. Gabriel's not in the mood for tidying up. The carpet was Gran's. She gave it to Gabriel to cheer the place up. Gabriel already knows what's in the trunk, and he doesn't want it. Gabriel doesn't want to take the truck with him. The typewriter's too heavy to lug round.
It's no use. I can't sleep. I don't need to, thanks.
Please hang up and try your call again. This is a recording. Hello, St. Genevieve's Wedding Chapel. How may I help you? That's perfectly all right. Goodbye.
Hello, Casanu Residence? Yeah? Dixieland Drugstore? Never heard of it. Sorry. Hello? Casanu Residence? I told you it wasn't me. Stop bothering me.
I really need to get her address. About Madame Cazanou?
Guten Tag. Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht? Ah, Herr Knight. He cannot come to speak here. I cannot get him. Sorry. Goodbye. Ja, einen Moment. Ja, Herr Knight. Einen Moment, bitte.
Feeling a little guilty, Gabriel gives the travel agent Mosley's card number and is informed that he can pick up his ticket at the New Orleans International Airport.
2 weeks in India for 2,000 rupees.
It would be easier to pick it up first. Mardi Gras mementos left by some female or other. The beads wouldn't be much help. A little cold bubbly and brie cheese is about all Gabriel's fridge ever has in it. Bills from last Christmas gather dust on the door. Gabriel can't even think about food, much less what might be in that refrigerator while Grace is missing. Grace says the refrigerator is alive, but it hasn't spoken yet. Gabriel likes a subdued lighting effect in his studio. A poster on the wall advertises Mardi Gras, the biggest party of the year in New Orleans. The medicine cabinet contains a few old prescriptions, personal hygiene stuff, and lots of hair products, including some hair gel. The medicine cabinet doesn't operate. Mosley looks nervous and tired. Mosley's probably not up for that.
It wasn't a dream, believe me. Now come on, get dressed. She's the head priestess of the voodoo cartel. They're responsible for the murders. They've been doing it for years. I know. Those dreams were a warning. Now come on, get dressed. It's about time. I've been trying to wake you for hours. There's no time to lose. Now.
Yeah, is this Gabriel on the phone?
One more remark, and I'm leaving. Done. It's just stunning. Well, it was about what I expected from you.
I had a sense that Heinz had a grandson, but until these dreams started, I did not know if I should contact you. I have been having premonitions of great danger for you, Gabriel. You must leave New Orleans this very day.
Yes. Gabriel, it's your destiny you're facing. You can't just blunder your way through this or you'll end up dead. I followed you last night. I had my doubts about the Gettys. Did you know that they arrived in New Orleans in 1800? Just in time for the voodoo influx. I knew you were going to try to sneak into a ceremony last night, so I followed you. Lucky for you that I did. If you'd been left at the circle last night, I don't know what she would have done to you. What about Tetelo? Tetelo will be after you now. You have to call your great-uncle in Germany. Yes. He knows more about this than we do. Yeah. Possession is convenient that way. Call Wolfgang, Gabriel. I'll be in the shop. All right. Let's go. The shirt, please. Hold still. Gabriel, shut the refrigerator, please. I could smell it from here. Gabriel. Gabriel, wake up.
Ja, Herr Knight.
There's nothing there to operate. Several dozen books, including a few of Gabriel's novels, occupy the shelves above his desk. All the shelves do is hold books. Gabriel doesn't need anything from the bookshelf. An office chair waits for Gabriel to sit down and write something. Jeans and T-shirts. Gabriel doesn't feel like reading right now. The curtain door leads to the bookshop proper.
Hi, I called earlier about your drugstore order.
Not while Mosley's here. It's customary to pick it up first. The desk phone is cheap, but functional. There's no time for phone calls, and 911 can't help Gabriel now. The bathroom doesn't move.
Let me speak to Uncle Wolfgang, please. What do you mean?
The number you have dialed has been disconnected.
Gabriel might as well leave that here. Mosley is the only person here to talk to. Lying there's all the rug does. Gabriel's already arranged all the travel he needs. A small trunk serves as a table for the radio. The wastebasket overflows with crumpled pages of mediocre glory.
I'm looking for Wolfgang Ritter. This is Gabriel Knight. Why are you calling me Mr. Ritter? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what do you want?
Not until we've got a plan. Thanks. Oh, you didn't put anything on this, did you? Yeah, sorry. Really? Great. What a pal. This is no time for chit-chat. Get serious. Great. Don't forget to leave the signal device near the entrance to the home floor. And be careful.
Gabriel's not in the mood to write.
Hello? I'm calling from the Dixieland drugstore. We have an order for you. Hi. You won a customer raffle at the Dixieland drugstore? But you say you're related to my grandfather? Well, I'm pretty busy. All right, I'll look at it. This is Gabriel Knight. Can I speak to Wolfgang, please? There's a good reason for that, Uncle Wolfgang. We need to talk. You bet it is. We have to talk about what I'm supposed to do. I need to speak with Wolfgang, please. Look, I appreciate the family spirit and all, but frankly I don't know you from Adam, and I'm not going to fly off to Germany even if I could afford it.
The Creole Grand Dames will hold their annual Gardenia Festival and tea this coming Tuesday at the Sons of Burgundy Hall. Admission is free. You're listening to KLEB in New Orleans, where we play the best music 24 hours a day. Don't that night?
Gabriel decides to record the conversation. For prosperity, Gabriel fills in Wolfgang on the events of the previous evening.
Madame Casino? Sure, I know her. She's not here right now, though. Yes, but I'm not sure I should give it out. Who are you again? What are you, some kind of sicko? Yes, I just don't know. Why did you need it again? I'm sorry, but I don't feel right about giving her address out. Goodbye. Castro? Her little doggy? Oh, he's so sweet. Well, I guess if you know Castro, it's okay. Her address is 345 Dauphine.
Hello? Castro, be quiet! Who is this? I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. Yes?
Gabriel's robe hangs on the wall. It's a bit hot for it in June, though. Gabriel never has figured out how to operate the memory function on this phone.
No, I can't afford to call Germany again till I figure more of this out. I'm not calling some stranger in Germany. I still don't know who this guy really is.
Let's see. The best price I can see for the flight is $1,400. What would you like to do? Did you want me to book that, sir? Thank you. Goodbye. Oh, yes. There's a flight from New Orleans to Munich for $1,400.
Casino residents, may I help you? No soliciting, please. Casino residents, may I help you? And I suppose you're Ed McMahon. Stop calling me.
I see. Goodbye.
Last night she was the leopard, like in my dreams, Grace.
It's Gabriel's bathroom. The typewriter is beginning to accumulate cobwebs.
Okay. Now let's talk. I'm not sure we've quite got it right, Knight.
It's busy.
I think not, sir. Oh, you're welcome. Yes? What file would that be? Really? Well, if he said so. Uh-huh. Is that a compliment, or are you asking to borrow my dress? Well, you just never know around here. Thanks, but I'm married. Nope. I'm sorry, sir, but I really have to finish these reports. Officer Frick or Detective Mosley could probably be more help, sir.
In other words, a typical product of good Southern cooking. Officer Frick drools only slightly as he nods off. That might not be wise if Gabriel wants to keep that key. Got a forklift? Gabriel can't do a thing with the mirror from where he's standing.
Yeah, fine.
That's as low as it goes.
Just want to check this machine here. Let me see that file again. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Oh, never mind. I already know. Does this mean anything to you? Could you get me some coffee? She's not bad. I wouldn't mind trying. It's not gonna look any better somewhere else.
Nope. You got no business back there now. Move along. Hey, it's a beignet guy.
That file stays in this room. I'm the police photographer, sir. You might be able to find someone around here dumb enough to get coffee for you. But guess what? It won't be me.
The building is temperature controlled. The windows stay closed. The windows would be a bit much to carry around. The mirror reflects. That's all it does. Why do that to the door? Gabriel can't do anything with that door from the lobby. Mosley's office door is unassuming, unlike Mosley himself. Officer Frank would not be amused to see Gabriel carrying that file. The door is locked. Gabriel can't do anything with the officer from the front lobby. Officer Franks looks miffed. She probably wouldn't cooperate. It's too late to return the file. Officer Frank looks too miffed about that file incident to talk to Gabriel. The official seal of the New Orleans Police Department highlights the tile floor. The seal is inlaid and is not movable. Gabriel is standing in the lobby of his friend Mosley's precinct. It smells like a cross between a hospital and brewery. Talking to thin air could get one arrested here. The door opens on Conti Street. The door works pretty well where it is. Why do that to the swinging door? A swinging door connects the lobby and office areas. Gabriel can't open the gate. Gabriel decides to give Mosley a break and not change the temperature again. The control box is in a locked cage and can't be operated. There's nothing to operate on that part of the gauge. It's an antique umbrella stand. Gabriel would rather admire the umbrella stand from afar. The mirror is built into the wall. It doesn't open. There's no reason to use that on the temperature gauge. There's a temperature gauge on the wall near Mosley's office. It's in a locked cage. They must be concerned about the budget. The gauge is fixed in place. The counter is immobile. The officer doesn't seem interested. A uniformed officer of the New Orleans Police Department. The ceiling-high windows are unchanged elements of this renovated French Quarter building.
Don't leave the room with that file, please. Don't leave the office area with that file, please. Great, I'm starved. Sure. I haven't seen him in a while. I don't think he's coming by here anymore. Where? Forget it, I'm broke. I told you, you can't photocopy official police files. Yeah, thanks. Are you speaking to me? I can give you precise instructions for the handling of hot liquids, if you need them. Fine, I'll get back to work. Wow, deja leave it to Beaver.
Nowhere.
The bench is nailed to the floor. Gabriel doesn't need to do that with the coat rack. Gabriel skipped the copier repairman classes at vocational school. The desk sergeant looked like a poster boy for heart disease. 30 extra pounds between his armpits and his belt, and a complexion of consistency of grey oatmeal.
What can I do you for? What is it this time? Hey now, I don't take bribes. Got that?
Yes, sir. Oh, I am. Just thought I'd ask. Hey, nice precinct. Kinda quiet in here today. How clever. So, what's new around the old police station? That sounds convenient. So, anything interesting happening around here? Thanks. Sorry. Just looking for a restroom. Oh, is this private? Sorry. It is? Gee, I'm sorry. Sorry. Excuse me, Officer Frick?
It's a police academy graduation photo. What of it? Hey, where'd you get that? Well, you shouldn't have that. Put it away before I decide to keep it. Think so? That's peachy. That means more to me than you could know. Yeah, summer's like that. It's too muggy to mug. Too hot to heft. It's a gift. Well, we're now allowed to shoot chatty pedestrians on sight. I like it. Look, I got a job to do. Chat with someone else, huh? Here's that envelope for you, Gabriel Knight. Hey, get out of there, you. Hey, get out from back there. I told you not to go back there. That area is for police business only. No one goes back there until I say so, mister. Hey, grab me 3, would ya?
Gabriel already copied the file. Gabriel should go to the counter to talk to the desk sergeant. There's nothing in the copier to copy at the moment. It looks a bit heavy. The copier is not voice activated. That's as high as it goes. Why do that to the bench? The bench in the lobby has been well polished by a million backsides. Gabriel's not in the mood to sit down. Gabriel scans the bulletin board and sees a lot of bad photographs and worse writing.
Who, me? I'll be fine. Got a second, officer? Can I bother you again, officer? Sorry, just checking.
Gabriel can't read the bulletin board from where he's standing. Gabriel can't do anything with a vendor from here. A vignette vendor has stopped outside the police station. He must do great business here. That camera looks professional. Nice coat rack. There's no reason to photocopy that. There's a photocopy machine in the office area. Gabriel can't do that from the front lobby.
Can you tell me anything about this? Can I ask you a few questions, ma'am? Just a few questions? Could I ask you a few more questions? I'm done now, thanks. Excuse me, officer. It's a compliment.
The desk sergeant wouldn't appreciate that. Gabriel would be wiser not to flaunt that police file. Gabriel would be wiser not to flaunt that photocopy round here. Don't ruin the man's nap. That's police equipment. The desk sergeant would just confiscate it. Gabriel can't do anything with the drummer from here. One of the Getty drummers watches the police station. Street musicians abound in the French Quarter. This one's a drummer. There's no reason to do that with the file cabinet. It's a file cabinet. Gabriel wouldn't be allowed to access that file cabinet. Gabriel wouldn't want to mess with somebody else's desk. An officer's desk is just behind the front counter. Why put that in the inbox? There's a file folder in it. It's an inbox. There's nothing of interest in the inbox at the moment. Gabriel already has everything he needs from that file. Why do that to the counter? A counter separates the front lobby from an office area. Mosley might not be too popular around here right now.
It means you'd better be Gabriel Knight or my ass is grass.
I'm real sure. There it is. You can look at it all you want, but don't leave this area with it, okay? And no photocopies either, I'm afraid. The glamour never ceases.
Now, lay low and let me handle this.
Hey.
The camera isn't Gabriel's to mess with.
Desk sergeant's right over there.
I think we should talk about what's going on around here, Officer Frick. Right. Sorry. I forgot. I'm done. Why, yes. Oh, thanks, anyway. No, thanks. Oh, never mind. Are you sure I can't make a copy of this file? So, what's it like being a policewoman? Can you get a file for me? The Voodoo Murders file? Detective Mosley said I could see it. Of course, I understand completely. You know, that uniform looks great on you.
You stay put. I'll be back in a minute. Thanks. Has that beignet guy been by yet today? I'm starved. Damn. You can't count on anything these days. Hey, it's a beignet guy. He's back. Grab me 3 or 4, would you? Rats.
Officer? Can I ask you some questions? Uh-huh. Thanks. Hey.
Stay put, you.
Gabriel can't hear the street drummer very clearly in this location.
I don't want to hear it, Mr. Knight. Now do yourself a favor and keep your nose out of here.
Looking good, kid.
It's too late to copy the file now. Gabriel left the station with it. It would be better not to let anyone here see it at this point. Officer Frick seems to be in no mood for further interaction with Gabriel. Showing the badge to the desk sergeant would probably get Gabriel thrown in jail. Officer Frick would probably find Gabriel's possession of that credit card highly suspicious. The security cage has been removed by the electrician. Why do that with the electrician's tools?
Whatever it is, no. Now get out of here before I have you arrested for disturbing the peace.
Gabriel is no handyman. He has an aversion to screwdrivers of the non-liquid variety.
Would you just get in here?
The electrician has left his tools behind. He must plan on returning.
Ready? Smile. No problem. Uh-huh. What did you need, Detective Mosley? Sure, sweetheart. Yeah, sure. Now what, sir? Of course not. What else could I possibly have to do?
I copied those marks from the lake. Do you want to see my sketch? I have that murder photo you left for me. I wouldn't show it to a soul. You know the Voodoo Museum in town? Well, their snake tried to strangle me. 1810. They killed then, they're killing now. Isn't that proof that they're likely to kill again? That they are a threat? So, how's it hanging, bud? I'm starting to get that impression.
A microwave. If Gabriel knows Mosley, it's used exclusively for frozen corn dogs.
I'm sure that's a legit code of some sort, Knight, but unless it gives me the names and addresses of the killers, I don't think it'll be much help at this point.
I have to tell you, bud, I'm pretty pissed off about this case being closed. You guys are making a big mistake. You been feeling okay lately? You look like hell. Well, I borrowed the partial patterns from your police file and did my own tracing of the pattern at Lake Pontchartrain. An architectural artist reconstructed it for me from the partials. I think I'll just borrow this badge. Nothing. I thought I saw something crawling on it. Thanks. Tons. I mean it. Who's that? Can I ask you about some stuff? I got it from an old Creole lady whose grandmother was an acolyte of Marie Laveau. I have that photo of you graduating from the police academy. They confirm that the pattern from the murders is of African origin. It's been here for quite some time, so it seems. Well, it was at the crime scene.
Glad you made it. It'll give you a feel for how I am in action. You know, handling suspects, that sort of thing.
Detective Mosley. Hard at work, I see. This tracker might come in handy. Not me. I've seen how Mosley organizes stuff.
Why do that to the coat? Mosley's coat is on the chair. His badge is in the front coat pocket. Moving the coat wouldn't solve a thing. Gabriel doesn't want anything else from Mosley's coat. Mosley wouldn't let Gabriel mess with his coat. Mosley's bookcase holds old magazines and binders. The board's already cluttered. Police department memos and other didactic blurbs. The coffee cup is empty. The drawer is empty. Logs of unsolved cases, perhaps? Mosley must have 1,000,000 of them. Gabriel can't do much with her from this side of the window. Strange. He's had that sensation before. An intercom. How high-tech. That intercom would be of little use outside this building. Gabriel wouldn't know what to say. Gabriel wouldn't put anything in that microwave. Gabriel doesn't want anything to do with that microwave. Mosley got some nice indents going in the seat of the chair. Gabriel would not sit in Mosley's chair. Either that or a cheap city budget. There's no reason to go to the desk at the moment. Gabriel doesn't want to put that back. Art prints of the mall variety. Whatever goes into those files never comes out.
Played any b-ball lately? I'm out of it too. We should play sometime. Get back into shape. Anything else new? I really think this tattoo is significant. I'm telling you, this snake tattoo is a secret membership symbol for the voodoo cult. I took this tracing from a tattoo on Crash's chest. It's related to the underworld voodoo cult. It's what Crash said just before he died. No, I'm sure it's related. It's a snake seed. And I have these two snake scales. One's from the lake, and I have these two snake scales. One's from the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. The other's from a snake in the Voodoo Museum on Ursulines and Charters. Not at all. They're both constrictor scales, and the coloring is the same. A python's coloring is quite individualistic. Nope, that's about it. You're astonishing, Mostly. I had a feeling you were going to say that, son of a bitch. Hey, bud. Last time I looked. Oh, is that why you're so excited? If you knew what I needed it for, I suppose you could. Seems to me, though, there was that time you borrowed my bike without mentioning it. Right from in front of my shop. Who, me? Wouldn't dream of it. Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Thanks. That's right. Hardly an indigenous snake to Louisiana. Somehow, some way, the Voodoo Museum's python was at the scene of the Lake Pontchartrain murder. Hold on a sec while I go check my hair. I'm looking. No, really, no, thanks. This is not a men's encounter group.
If Gabriel put anything on that desk, it would disappear forever. Mosley's desk has more growing on it than on his head. The desk is bad enough on the outside. Gabriel doesn't see anything of interest there. Mosley will notice that his badge is gone soon enough. Mosley wouldn't be impressed by that clay. Mosley doesn't appear to be impressed by the replica of the snake bracelet. Mosley's seen as much in that scale as he's going to. At least he's taken off that horrible coat. Mosley was one of those beefy guys in his youth. Now he's getting lumpy. Giving Mosley the file after having pilfered it might not be wise. Mosley would only take that photocopy away. Gabriel has already proven to Mosley that a legitimate voodoo cult exists in New Orleans. Showing that to Mosley again wouldn't do much good. Mosley may not be here, but his aroma still lingers. Unfortunately, the only dialogue to be had in this room is with Mosley. Nice polyester. Looks like something Mosley keeps around for formal occasions. The suit doesn't open. The suit doesn't operate. The visitor's chair is hard and uncomfortable. It must be one of those sly police tactics to keep civilians unnerved. Gabriel's already using the chair. That's funny. That window is a mirror on the other side. The badge in his front coat pocket is set off particularly well by the gold polyester of his jacket. Not even the police department can get Mosley to operate any faster.
I can relate. This does sound like the same M.O. 1810?
He's not my type. I picked up this scale at Lake Pontchartrain. You'll never guess how I got this snake scale. I have this newspaper clipping from 1810 about a pattern. I have this. Take a look at these notes. They're from Professor Hartridge at Tulane University. You know those marks you found around the murder victims? This is a reconstruction of the whole pattern. I have this snake bracelet. It's a replica of one used in secret voodoo ceremonies a few decades ago. Hey, Mostly. Hey. Mostly, my man. I'm gonna hit the road. Well, I'll be seeing you. I'll let you get back to it.
Yeah? And what about him? I'm not any happier about it than you are, Knight, but I got my orders.
Sure. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
Yeah? What makes you think that? Well, he was probably hallucinating from the drugs he OD'd on. Probably got that in the Navy or something. Is this common? Do they all look alike? A python? Well, I'd call that a lead, all right. It certainly suggests certain lines of inquiry at the museum. Not bad work, Knight. If we can tie them into this voodoo cult, we just might have something. Whether or not the museum's involved with a legitimate voodoo cult, though, is another matter. These guys may just be faking it, too. That's cute, Gabriel. Almost looks legit. I'm sure our police artists would be amused at your techniques. What makes you think this is an accurate reconstruction? Really? So this is the whole pattern, huh? Well, that's pretty good work, Knight. I'm sure any extra voodoo stuff you dig up will make an interesting story, Knight, but I'd rather stick with the case at hand, personally. Do they say anything about the murders? Christ. Okay. One more. Franks? Okay. Anything else? Gee, I don't know. Franks? Just kidding, Franks. You want to get me fired for sexual harassment, Knight? Yeah, ha. Now, is there anything else, or can I let this lady go back to her desk? Forget it. Maybe later. I got stuff to do. Thanks, Franks. Good. See you, Franks. Franks, come here a minute, would you? And bring your camera. We need a picture, please. And make it a good one, huh, sweetheart? Was there anything else, Knight? Hurry up, would you? Thanks, hon. Let me know when you got it developed. The photos, that is. Franks, come back in here with that camera. That clown wants another picture. You don't mind, do you? Anything else, Knight?
I found these strange symbols on Marie Laveau's tomb at St. Louis Cemetery No. 1. These symbols are from Marie Laveau's tomb in St. Louis Cemetery. They're part of a secret voodoo code, which I had translated by a voodooienne. Well, not exactly.
Now, who are they, Crash? Are they the ones doing the murders? It's you, God help me. Have a good one. Don't touch anything while I'm gone. Some people are never satisfied. Ciao, baby. Later, Knight. Dang, the air conditioning must be on the blink. Hate to put my coat on, it's so damn hot in here, but a picture's a picture. Whew, it's hot in here. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot. Well, he's been staying invisible during these murders, but we picked him up this morning to Jackson Square. Pushing coke? He knows something. Call it detective's instinct. Christ, he's frickin' useless. Take him back to detaining, would you, Tony? I tell you, times like this, I'd kill for truth serum and damn the civil rights. Huh? Hell no. Damn! We can only keep him for 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, I might have to let him go. Sorry it wasn't more exciting. For the book, I mean. Maybe you can punch it up some. You know, what do they call that? Fiction, that's it. Now, come on, who's behind these murders, Crash? Why are the victims all members of the underworld?
I don't know nothing. I told you. Plain clothes. Like you could fool them. They know I'm here. They've got ears all over the city. They know everything.
Okay, the murders were committed by a legitimate voodoo cult. You proved your point. I should lock you up, Knight. Good God, Knight, make it fast. Great. Thanks, Franks. Hey, I made a rhyme. Hey, don't call me that in front of the lady, wise guy. Knight, I hate to tell you this, but you're out of a book. The voodoo murders case has been closed. You! Give me my badge right now. I'm sure it was to impress a woman. You could have asked. Do you know how embarrassing it is to admit your badge was stolen? I had a photo with the chief, and he wanted me wearing it. Hey, you're lucky I don't throw you in jail for taking that file. Frank's about had kittens. Don't remind me. Just don't do it again. I'll check around the department, but I have a feeling I'm on my own. In fact, I better lock up this office just in case I step on a few toes. Come on. Yeah, I know I can't prove it, but just don't ask me for any more files. That's all I've got to say. Okay, I'll reopen the case. I hate to admit it, but you've done some pretty good detective work here, Knight. Well, point taken. Glad I could inspire you. Here, drink it. Really? So that's what Hartridge used, huh? I guess his analysis is on target, then.
Let me go! Witness protection. Are you crazy? Don't make me laugh. Jesus, just let me out of here. By now they know I'm here. I mean, it's different when I'm supposed to come here. Or if I can send a message. Tell him I didn't say nothing. Look, I can't say nothing. You gotta let me go, man.
There's a tracking device in the drawer. Gabriel's not interested in Mosley's art prints. Nah. Mosley would notice when he came back. The door leads out to the lobby. Mosley's phone.
I'm sure it'll be invigorating. Who is this guy anyway? Detective's instinct. Got it. Can I quote you on that? It certainly is. I'll see what I can do. Let's take another one. How about one of me and Officer Franks? Well, oh, come on, let's take one more. Nope, I think not. Say, Chintzy. Okay, ready.
This is interesting, if true. But how do you know he had the right pattern? Really? It's incredible, isn't it? Something like that showing up here? I'm impressed. Okay, you've convinced me. The murders were done by a legitimate voodoo cult. Really? Wow, that's a great idea for the book. Me endangering my life investigating at a snake-infested lake. We don't have to mention that it's probably from a harmless local water snake. Yeah? Well, what makes you think it's related to the murders? Sure. Must be from the only snake in Louisiana, all right. That voodoo snake. Christ. Really? Good for you. No, we have our own copy, Knight. Good. Just don't let anybody know I gave it to you. I bet. Look, I don't have anything against you playing amateur PI, but if I get calls about you molesting animals, I'm going to have to put a stop to it. Great. You track down your little leads and let me get back to my work. Okay? Okay. They're a threat. Sure. If there is a voodoo cult, they're a threat. Lousy. I hate crime scenes. People are sick fucks. You know that, Knight? Me? You know, I can't sleep at night, what with thinking about the case and thinking about Annie. Does it look like it? I'm so out of shape I'd probably have a coronary just looking at a ball. Man, I'd love to, Knight. I'll let you know if things ever settle down. Just work. Sorry I don't have more time to chat, bud. Even if it were a signal of some sort, that doesn't prove that the murders were done by a legit voodoo cult. Well, it sounds like good copy anyway.
Gabriel doesn't want to use the phone here. Mosley's office looks a lot like his room at college. Gabriel would prefer to touch as little of Mosley's stuff as possible. It's not Gabriel's size or style.
But that doesn't prove that this pattern is really connected to voodoo. Hey, what are you doing with my coat? Just drink this. Frank's. What a babe, huh? That's nice, but I'm busy with the real investigation, Knight. That doesn't prove anything. Oh, nice. Did you pick that up at one of those tourist places? It'll make a great photo for the book. Add some candles in for effect. Really? And what makes you think so? Gabriel, we get these little old ladies in here all the time. That bracelet is probably not genuine, and it wouldn't prove anything if it were. Yeah, my mom loves that one. You're the writer. Ask away. Calls himself Crash. He's been an informant for us before, mostly helping us bust small-time pimps and dealers trying to break into the territory. All right, Crash. I want to hear about these murders. Have you been present at the so-called voodoo ritual? Oh, come on now, you can tell me. Do you know anyone who's been to these rituals? Now, you relax. No one knows you're here. The men who picked you up were plainclothesmen. You son of... Give me back my badge. Now, Knight! Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
This is a newspaper clipping about a murder committed in 1810. That murder is an exact match of the voodoo murders, right down to the marks around the bodies.
If you're so worried about being detained, start talking. Now you tell me what I want to hear, and maybe I can get you in the witness protection program. But you have to earn it. It's freezing in this office. You never know it was June.
Are you sure that's wise? Mosley would surely wonder where Gabriel got that and what he intends to do with it. Mosley does not even know about Crash's demise yet. He's unlikely to believe Gabriel about the origins of that tattoo. The voodoo code is not translating into anything for Mosley. There is no point in showing it to him again. Gabriel could take that, but it does not look very helpful. There's no one here to talk to.
Oh, it's getting cold in here. Woo! Damn, it's cold. Yeah? Well, you borrowed again in your history. Now, about today. The case is closed, Gabriel. Knight, come on in. Yeah, what is it, you wanker?
That's $100, sure enough. The mask, it's yours, sir. These are black days, monsieur. There's something in the air. Black days.
The jars look fragile, and their contents unappetizing.
Read the label, man. We make no claims. Sold as curio only. It means what it says, no? These are novelties, not voodoo. We all the time. They want to buy a bottle of money-drawn oil or a wanga bag to take home with them. About like always. Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy? St. John's Eve is coming and I got to be ready. My papa and his papa and his papa, all the way back to the days of Marie Laveau we've been living here.
It's a mannequin wearing a crocodile mask. The mannequin looks lost without the crocodile mask. The mannequin is only a stiff form and doesn't do anything. The mask appears to be made from a real crocodile head. The mask doesn't open or close. It looks like it just slips over one's head. To get the mask, Gabriel would have to buy it. Moving the merchandise would only anger Mr. Walker.
I don't need it. The sign said I could get Lady Luck oil instead. Oh, that's all right. Believe me, I don't need it. I'll just stick with this. Thanks, anyway.
Root bags, curio boxes, and magic candles, sold as curios only. We cannot guarantee results. It's nearly as old as the one at St. George's. Willie looks ready to defend that cash register with his life.
Can you tell me anything about these murders? Does any of this voodoo stuff around the body look familiar to you?
Who knows what might happen if Gabriel uses that on the dolls? A variety of cloth dolls are arranged above the shelf, each impaled with a single silver pin. Gabriel doesn't know enough voodoo to operate those dolls. The proprietor doesn't look especially friendly. His business probably doesn't depend on walk-ins. Willie Walker might not like the idea of Gabriel trying to track down one of his customers. Herbal oils for love, luck, power, and success. Voodoo and hoodoo. The craft as revealed by traditional practitioners by Jim Haskins. Available at Dixieland Drugstore and other fine stores. Gabriel doesn't want a poster, and a small notice says that the store is out of stock on the book itself. The sign says potion ingredients. These jars must be for do-it-yourselfers. What would Gabriel do with that sign? The bags are tied with string and look as though they are meant to remain closed. The poster reads, "Power will be yours when you use Papa Legba's power drawing incense and Master Power oil. Buy some today." The post itself isn't available, and Gabriel isn't sure he wants what it's advertising. The sign says power items. The Dixieland Drugstore is crammed from top to bottom with strange merchandise, some or all of which seems to be related to the practice of voodoo. On the shelf are how-to books for voodoo neophytes. The shelf holds containers of dried items, flowers, grass, black cat bones. The entire shelf is stocked with containers of High John the Conqueror root powder. The door looks out on Burgundy Street. The shop would be rather vulnerable without a door. In this case are super-concentrated fixing oils and packages of pins. The dust on those boxes is older than Gabriel.
And wouldn't want to. I'll know where to come if I ever have a vampire problem. Lagniappe. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means. A little something extra. I should probably buy 50 pounds or so for the bookstore. If only they sold a figure out what the hell is going on candle. Hello?
Oh, bienvenue, Madame Casino. Comment ça va? How you be feeling today? Oh, don't that beat all? Well, you're gonna need some easy night candles then. Rosaries are good, sure enough. But you burn those candles too, and you gonna whip any old no-sleep gree-gree, I tell you for sure. You put 9 pinheads up in a little box, add a pinch of graveyard dust, and put it under her front porch step.
Lodestone powder. 5-finger grass. Something tells me I'm not in Kansas anymore. Think he wants to stay right where he is. It must be the crocodile thing, but even I'm not interested in undressing that mannequin. There's no room for him in the bookstore. I'd have to smell those if I opened them. I'll pass. I ate Italian last night. No thanks. I don't even want to think about what might be in them. Like I don't already have more books than I know what to do with. I don't want any of this stuff. I can't even reach that from here. I have $100. You still want to sell that crocodile mask? Yeah, thanks.
That'll turn the trick back on Mrs. Lefevre, and she'll be the one with the bellyache. I have the pins and the dust, right here if you want 'em. Oui, madame. Though it don't hurt to be proactive none neither, now does it? Mais non, madame. It is nothing. Au revoir. Looks like a lot of hen tracks to me, man. Those are gree-gree. They're full of magic. No guarantees, though, you know. Uh-huh. I don't know anything about that at all. Ask what you want. I'll answer what I want. Whatever, man. No, man, I don't know nothing about that. Nope. I've never seen nothing like that. We don't give no refunds on headgear. I got some snake root and snake powder, but I order 'em wholesale. I don't handle snakes. I don't like 'em at all. We don't give refunds on the lagniappe, sir. That don't mean I know about dead bodies and all this. Forget it, man. No, sir, I never saw anything like that before. Looks like a foreign language. Don't look familiar at all, sir. I never touched that stuff, man. And you shouldn't either. Bad for your heart, I'm telling you. Caprice Sancour. Nothing. I didn't say anything like that. You heard me wrong, man. Don't you come in here asking me about this stuff, yeah? 20 years I run a respectable curio shop in the French Quarter. No, I don't know anything about it. Nothing. This is a Dixieland drugstore, and I own it, me. Name's Walker. Willie Walker. Voodoo? No, man, this is a curio shop. The things you see here are from local folklore. None of it's real, I tell you for sure.
Hi. Does this mean anything to you? Mind if I ask you a few questions? Can I ask you just a few more questions? Could you look at this bracelet mold and tell me if you've seen anything like it before? Could you look at this snake bracelet and tell me if you've seen anything like it before? About that crocodile mask. Do you know anything about snake scales? You know that master gambling oil you gave me? Does any of this look familiar to you? Do you recognize this pattern? Do you want this lucky dog? Would you mind taking a look at this photograph? Caprice encore. What does that mean? Look at the voodoo paraphernalia around the body in the photograph. Are you sure you can't tell me anything about it? Hi there. Is this your store? So, this is a voodoo store, huh? What about these magic oils and powders you're selling? Aren't they a part of voodoo? So, do you get many tourists in here? How's business? Nice weather we're having. Have you always lived in New Orleans? So does any of this stuff actually work? I'm a businessman too. I own a bookstore here in the French Quarter. Does this snake pattern look familiar to you at all? Have you noticed it on any of your customers, like as a tattoo? Yeah, could be. Thanks. Do you know anything about these crosses? I think there's some kind of code.
Bonjour, Monsieur Walker.
Anything new?
Gabriel doesn't want to know what's in those boxes. The case opens from the back. To get what's in the case, Gabriel would need money. The signs say, Special Saint Jean Eve, Lagnappe, free bottle of lover come back to me oil, or master gambling oil, with every purchase over $50. The containers on this shelf all say magnetic sand, draw good luck and prosperity.
Are you crazy, man? These are just curios, novelties for the tourists. I don't really care, me. I got a store to run. No? Can't say I have, me. Marine Corps, is it? Here you go. Carefully don't bite you now. Don't you go forgetting your lagniappe. A free bottle of master gambling oil. Well, I wasn't thinking a man as young as you would be needing that kind of remedying. But if you's having problems with your... Course, it ain't none of my business if you do need it. Course you don't.
Gabriel doesn't want a box. Small bags made of felt and flannel hang from the ceiling.
I don't know what that stuff does, but I don't like the sound of it. With my luck, the magnetic sand's polarity would get reversed, no thanks. I paid $100 for that mask, and I thought he was funny looking before. Some guy in New York would probably drop dead. I don't think voodoo dolls are my style.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Walker, I'm certain someone's buried a slip-knot bag somewhere near my steps. I haven't slept a wink in weeks. Do you think that would help? I do hope you're right. I said 3 rosaries this morning for Our Lady's intervention. Very well, Mr. Walker. Put them on my account and send them round to my house. Oh, and there's another thing. I didn't catch her at it, but I know Mrs. Lefebvre put stomachache powder in my tea at the last meeting of the Creole Grand Dames. Oh, I've been in misery. If the Blessed Virgin will grant me her protection, I'll be safe from these practitioners of evil. Naturellement, monsieur. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir, Monsieur Walker.
The voodoo shop owner would not appreciate being manipulated that way. This case holds candles with names like Love Drawing Candle, Confusion Candle, and Black Devil Candle. The glass jars contain a number of things Gabriel can't identify. Ropes of garlic hanging from the ceiling.
It is gratifying to see others reap the fruits I have sown. There is nothing about this sickness that I would identify as voodoo. Nothing. I told you, sir. That has nothing to do with voodoo. It looks like ancient history to me. Those who truly seek understanding are few, Mr. Knight. But even one can be an audience. Oh, here and there, we accept donations of any pertinent items. You mean besides yourself? I do not care to make those kind of judgments, Mr. Knight. All are welcome here. I do not play basketball, if that is what you want to know. I do find ways of keeping fit, Mr. Knight. After all, our bodies are temples. Is Grace your wife? It is unpleasant. The heavens are not pleased these days.
This is St. John's Eve, and it's getting on towards dusk. I have things I must do.
You mean for St. John's Eve? Mr. Knight, I know of nothing that you would find amusing.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Knight, but I am afraid I must close the museum early this evening.
There's no time for that now. Gabriel doesn't want to disturb the displays. The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as an artist's rendering of the voodoo dances in Congo Square in the early 1800s. A feathered African mask, a poster advertising a voodoo tour of the city, winters only, a gaudy shell necklace. That display doesn't open. That display doesn't have any mechanical function. Even if that were for sale, Gabriel couldn't afford it. Now, if only they take the coffin to the ritual.
Leave. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. May the spirits guard you well tonight.
A beaded gourd is on display. Something about the shape of that knife gives Gabriel the creeps. Gabriel doesn't want anything to do with that knife. A striking portrait of a turbaned woman is on the back wall. Gabriel wonders who she might be.
Can I assist you, Mr. Knight?
This is a seke madule, isn't it? A small ritual coffin? Hello, Dr. John. I wish Malia Getty were mine forever. Huh? Nothing. This coffin is so small. Interesting. Adorable. Do you know anything about it? What does this switch do? I didn't mean anything. I can see why. Do you know anything about this? Could I ask you a few questions? I see. Thank you. So, how's the museum business? Really? And it looks so friendly, too. That's Snake. Okay, thanks.
A balcony surrounds the room on the second level. It's closed to the public. The balcony is closed to the public. Flickering candles lend an appropriately spooky atmosphere to the museum. An authentic-looking pole marks the center of the room. Authentic what? Gabriel isn't sure. According to Hartridge, that pole in the center of the room is called a poteau mitin. The pole is solidly connected to the floor. There's no reason to put that in the small coffin. Professor Hartridge said that in Voodoo, a small ritual coffin is called a seke madule. The little coffin is empty. Opening the coffin again might call attention to the signal device. A counter at the back displays brochures and a donation basket. They probably wouldn't appreciate finding that in the donation basket. It's a basket for donation to the free museum. Unless Gabriel has something to contribute, he should leave the donation basket alone. Large, elaborate drums occupy a corner of the museum.
I suppose. Thanks. Why is it so dark in here? I'll be going. Uh-oh. Thanks a lot. Bye now. Goodbye, Dr. John. Yeah, right. I'd probably cut off my own head with the thing. I wish Malia Getty was permanently grafted to my thighs. I wish I had $1 million.
The Historical Voodoo Museum is brimming with items authentic and original. The snake is too far away. A very large, very formidable-looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage. The snake doesn't look up for conversation. Don't the Voodoo call a ritual whip a fouet cache? The window overlooked Charter Street. The dust from the street would be hell to get off the display. Gabriel can't take the window. There's no reason to use that on the wishing stump. The wishing stump doesn't open.
I prefer simple cotton to dead flesh, Mr. Knight. Thank you, Mr. Knight. I have dedicated myself to the preservation of this unique culture. But if you will excuse me, Mr. Knight, I must go look for him. He is incredibly valuable. How curious. Where did you find it? I would throw it away if I were you. It looks like trouble to me, Mr. Knight. Where did you get that? I have never seen it before in my life. I am sure, Mr. Knight. No. They look like nonsense to me. Where did you get them, if I might inquire? Turn that thing off. We have air conditioning, you see. Good day, Mr. Knight. He did? I am sorry. The museum is closed today, you see, and we were not expecting visitors. Not a bad idea. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. The python is quite dangerous. I would stay back if I were you. He is deadly, which is why the cage is out of public reach. Welcome, my friend. I am the proprietor, Dr. John. If you have any questions, I will be happy to assist. Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight. What was that?
Gabriel has no interest in the noisy fan at the moment. Gabriel doesn't recognize the museum's flags. Gabriel can't do a thing with the drummer on the street. Gabriel can't hear the street drummer very clearly in this location. A street drummer has settled outside the museum. Gabriel wonders if that drummer is one of the cartel's messengers. She looks thrilled to be here.
I'll be gone now, thanks. No, just looking. Now why does that remind me of Grace? Nice bloodstains. Charming. Looks like Jack Nicholson. What do you call it? A kubasa? Ooh, hurt me. Funny, I say the same thing to women. This coffin is so small. Is it for dolls or something? Huh, imagine that.
The drums don't open or close. The signal device can't be concealed there. Partridge died getting that information. Gabriel doesn't want to endanger anyone else. Perhaps Gabriel should learn more about the scale before showing it to anyone. Dr. John is a huge man. If his manner weren't so pleasant, he'd be intimidating. Dr. John is unlikely to be interested in that snake skin. Given the man's size, that doesn't seem advisable. Why would Gabriel want to give Dr. John the signal device? That tractor wouldn't do much good if everybody knew about it. Dr. John didn't seem too thrilled with those symbols the first time he saw them. It's the exit to Ursuline Street. The doorway is already open. There's a beaten-up old fan in the window. It's silent at the moment. The fan might operate, but not that way. The fan is entrenched in the window frame. Why use that on the switch? It's an electrical switch.
Right. Sorry. Does this newspaper clipping mean anything to you? Authentic. What? Could I ask you some questions? Besides, it's empty. Could I ask you some more questions?
I cannot say that it does. That is why I am here. Of course. I also find our dialogue stimulating. No. Nice. It looks like a simple hoodoo potion to me. Such things are easy to obtain in the French Quarter. They look like the scribbling of a child to me. This is truly offensive. This is from one of those recent killings, is it not?
Really? I find that odd.
How observant of you, Mr. Knight. It symbolizes the afterlife. It is purely decorative, I assure you. I am not familiar with that terminology. You may find it odd if you wish, Mr. Knight. Please, do not touch the drums. They are authentic.
I wish my publisher would actually promote one of my novels for a change. I wish Grace were as hot as she looks. I wish I could afford to take Gran on a cruise.
Come back again. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. Walk carefully out there, Mr. Knight. Drums. Do not touch them.
An anatomically correct voodoo doll with pins strategically placed. A bandana that was once worn by a voodoo queen. On the table is a small coffin, so small in fact that it would only fit an infant. A wooden doll with horns is on the back table. That knife looks familiar, probably from Hartridge's slide. A leather whip hung from the peg on the wall. An official voodoo wishing stump. Rub it and make a wish, a card said.
Please don't touch those drums, mister. You should talk to Dr. John, the owner. He'll be back tomorrow. Cute, isn't it? Afraid not. Hey, turn that off. Dr. John told me never turn on that fan.
This is quite a place you have here. Do you recognize this snake figure? Oh, just laying around. Why's that? Does this pattern look familiar to you? You do recognize it then. Are you sure about this pattern? Do these symbols mean anything to you? I saw them scribbled somewhere, just graffiti, I guess. Really? Thanks for the advice. What does this do? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see. You bastard! That thing just tried to kill me. You don't need to ask twice. I'm out of here. By the way, you might want to lock your door next time you're closed. Thanks for the advice. That snake.
Nope, I wouldn't be much help. I don't know. I don't normally work here. Don't go near that snake. It's not a pet. It's locked up for a reason. Even I wouldn't touch it. Hi. Look around all you want. So long.
I wish my voodoo book hits the bestseller lists. I wish I had something better to rub than this stupid stump. So where'd you pick up all this stuff? Did you ever get any wackos in here? Yeah, besides me. You're a big guy, aren't you? Do you work out? Play sports? Who, me? No, you just look like such a natural athlete. You sound like Grace. I should get the two of you together. No, she just acts like it. So what do you think of our summer weather? Have you ever seen it so overcast or so muggy? Nice outfit. I'll have to remember that. So, how is the museum business? Yep, sounds about like my shop.
Why would Dr. John be interested in that scale? Would that really be a good idea?
That gourd must be an asson.
Not unless you care to donate it to the museum. I see. By the way, I forgot to warn you, Mr. Knight. The local cemeteries are quite dangerous. Muggers, vandals. I would avoid going there alone, if I were you. But the police already know that this so-called voodoo ritual is fake. Voodoo is a respectable religion. This kind of thing has nothing to do with voodoo in this city.
What do you think of my crocodile mask? Do these marks look familiar? Okay, thanks. Could you look at this and tell me if you recognize anything about the ritual? Well, actually, fine. Let's say that's true. Are you sure there's nothing about the items in this photo? Thanks for looking then. Are you sure you don't recognize anything about the ritual in this photo? Really? I mean it. Hello? Great. My name is Knight, and I'll probably take you up on that. I see. No problem. They might not like it if I move the displays. I don't think the pole opens. I'm close enough to using a coffin as it is. Forget it. Known my luck lately to talk back. Like bloody hell. I don't need money that badly. Dr. John? Hello? Reminds me of a book critic for the New York Times. I could. But I don't like to throw my skill around aimlessly. I don't even want to think about what that means. That must be Marie Laveau. Does this mean anything to you? Damn. I've always wanted a skeleton with a bowl on its head. He's got more hair than Mosley. Do you know of anything interesting going on this evening?
One signal device is plenty to track a small coffin. Besides, Gabriel might need a second one for something else later. Gabriel slips the signal device into the Seke module. Gabriel is currently bonding with the museum's python. That would not help to get the python off of Gabriel. Gabriel cannot say anything with a python wrapped around his neck.
I see.
The door frame is a beautiful example of traditional New Orleans architecture. Using that on the front door won't help. The front door is solid hardwood and at least a century old. It would be better to be invited inside. It's Father Gabriel. Gabriel has no way to keep that collar on his T-shirt. The black shirt won't do Gabriel much good the way it is. Using that on the door knocker would not help. It's an ornate brass door knocker.
All right, but this is private. It's Father McLaughlin to see you. It's Father McLaughlin back again, don't you know? Hi, I'm doing an article on voodoo, and I heard that you...
Fine. Good day. You must be new in the parish. I'm so pleased to meet you, Father. Do come in. You are no Bill Murray. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. I don't talk to strangers, young man. I see you've taken my advice, Father. I didn't mean to be harsh, but the church is the church. Exactly. Come in, Father. Father McLaughlin, you say. I am a good Catholic, young man. Take your evil influence elsewhere. I can feel the evil eye. Go away.
Well, yes, but I've used plenty of that stuff, thanks. The things I do for my art. Don't look at my hair. Is this convincing enough?
Castro has everything he needs. Don't you, Castro? I'm sure the bishop would never approve. You can just go get a haircut before you come calling on me again. Yes? Who is it? Well, Father, you should be ashamed of yourself being so ill-groomed. I know my duty, Father, but a priest seeking contributions should take pains to represent the church with respect. Yes, Father. Come on in. I told you no. This house is under the protection of the saints. Now, go away.
I've got some great pet supplies. Could you coo, little doggy?
The door knocker doesn't open. The knocker is firmly attached to the front door. There's no one outside the house to talk to. Gabriel stands at the door of an old French Quarter residence. The neighborhood is a little shabby, but this particular building is freshly painted. Gabriel cannot see anything to do on that part of the residence. There's not much of interest over that way. Gabriel doesn't need to mess with the shutters. Pretty shutters frame the windows. Well-worn stone steps lead up to the front door. Hall windows flank the front of the mansion. Like many New Orleans buildings, this one is accented with ornamental wrought iron.
Land shark, I have some fine magazine subscriptions for sale. Please let me talk to you, Madame Cazeneuve. Well, when you're right, you're right. Thank you, my child. Wrong house, never mind. But I just have a few questions. I'm not going back on the street looking like this.
Well, Father, I'm ashamed of you. Last time you came to see me, you were so well-groomed. Now, look at that mop of hair. Come back when you're more presentable, young man.
Thanks a lot, Castro.
Gabriel would not be needing that disguise today. There's no answer. Perhaps Cazeneuve got even more paranoid than usual and decided to get out of town. These appear to be several decades old.
Ah, but no, mon père. I am always happy to see one of the good fathers. It's terribly humid. I only go out in the morning and evening. Ah, yes. Castro is my boon companion. Why, yes, we do much charitable work in the community, you know. Oh, yes, Father. I attend Mass every morning. Many don't these days, you know. Of course, Father. I know how busy you must be tending your flock. Here it is, mon père. A true object of evil if there ever was one. It belonged to my great-grandmother. She told my mother that it was a token to gain entrance to the real voodoo ceremonies. To tell you the truth, I always felt nervous about having it in the house. You know, evil influence and all. And yet, I could never part with it. It's been in the family for generations. Please be seated, Father. Now, what can I do for you?
Voodoo spirits, go away. Don't come back another day. And now, let us pray. Au revoir, madame. Good day, Madame Cazeneuve. Bless you, my child.
I think that's enough, Father. A lovely blessing, mon père. I feel so much better now. Would you bless it for me, Father? I feel strange asking such a thing of you, but surely you understand. No, Father, it does not. Of course not, mon père. If you wish, Father. Good heavens, no, Father. Adieu, mon père. Goodbye, Father. Bless you, Father McLaughlin. Here's the bracelet, Father.
Nice doggy. Ah, good, Castro.
Madame's parlor does not need a rearranging. Gabriel doesn't want to take any of Madame's relics. Madame is the only person to speak with here. A small table holds a lamp, a photo, and a plaster saint. The folding screen has a colorful pattern. It looks oriental. Madame Cazeneuve must prefer the screen where it is. That looks a little large to carry around. Gabriel doesn't need to do that with the sofa. The sofa is velvet, and it is wearing nearly as much of Madame Cazeneuve's face powder as Madame is herself. Madame is already sitting on the sofa. An old table lamp with a fringed shade gives off what little light there is in the parlor. Doing that with the lamp won't help. The room doesn't need to be any darker.
Let it do nobody harm when they wear it on their arm.
Gabriel has a thought about the clay.
Yes, I think it made a lasting impression. Here you go. Madame, in younger days?
The crucifix cannot help that. There's no point in using that on the bracelet. It's a bracelet in the shape of a snake. There's no point in using that during the blessing. Father McLaughlin is blessing the bracelet. Why do that with the candles? The candles aren't Gabriel's to operate. Madame Cazeneuve wouldn't be pleased about that clay mold. Madame Cazeneuve would object to the copy of her secret family heirloom. Madame Cazeneuve looks fragile and pale under a thick layer of face powder. If Gabriel is not mistaken, she's a slice short of a loaf. Madame Cazeneuve would not appreciate that. Madame Cazeneuve is paranoid and fearful enough without showing her that graphic photograph. What would Father McLaughlin be doing carrying around a Cazeneuve phone book page? Gabriel doesn't want to give himself away. Gabriel's impersonating a priest. Ah! The upholstered chair is less comfortable than it looks. Gabriel is already using the chair. The coffee table doesn't work that way. A low wooden coffee table sits in front of the sofa. It's Madame's front hall. The front hall does not move.
Take the curse. Oh, take it, Wilbur.
Gabriel cannot open the front hall. He only needs to walk there.
Oh, I can see how you would, yes. Thank you. Bless, oh bless, this circlet of silver.
Madame finds comfort in these iconic images, it seems. A crucifix is a rather personal item. Gabriel wouldn't want to use Madame's. The crucifix has been nailed decisively to the wall. It isn't going anywhere. Gabriel cannot operate the front hall. He only needs to walk there. Like all good hostesses, Madame has candy out for her guests. Gabriel doesn't need to do that to the candy. The candy looks too old to be edible. Why do that with the jewelry box? There's an old-fashioned jewelry box on the coffee table. Madame will open or close her own jewelry box. Madame's jewelry box is for her use only. Father McLaughlin would never steal from one of his flock. The painting doesn't appear to do that. The painting behind the couch is a Madonna in child. The plant looks healthy, despite Gabriel's vague impression that Castro makes great use of it. Madame's parlor is full of carefully dusted and polished relics of her past. Madame seems to like candles. Gabriel wonders if these two are specialties of Mr. Walker's shop.
It radiates something, all right. You don't say. Oh, right. Here you go. Does this mean anything to you? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions, my child? Do you mind if I ask you a few more questions, madame? It's so nice of you to invite me in. Do you find the weather to your liking? What a delightful little dog you have. Aren't you a member of the Creole Grande Dame? Have you been attending Mass regularly, my child? You are dedicated, madame. Well, madame, I must be going.
The tea service has been polished recently. Madame uses it with her Creole sisters, perhaps? There's probably nothing of interest in the teapot. If Madame wants to serve tea, she will do the pouring. Madame's antiques are probably worth something. Madame would think Father McLaughlin was suspiciously snoopy if Gabriel did that. The cabinet is Madame's property to use as she wishes. It's a painting of a pretty young lady in old-fashioned clothes.
Bless this bracelet of a snake, even though its vibes aren't great.
Gabriel's already imitating a priest. One act at a time, please. Madame would be upset if Gabriel tried that on Castro. Castro. Cute as a flea on a piece of fruit.
Do these symbols mean anything to you?
Some days the need for my power is greater than others. Well, some of it is nonsense, I'm afraid. Whoever wrote this wasn't very good. It's from Africa, a gift to me from Queen Tabitha. Oh, yes, we are old friends. Those with gifts are often drawn together.
So let's say I came to you wanting to attract a woman. What would you advise?
I tell them to follow the light, beware of the darkness, and always get expert spiritual advice from someone with the sight. I gave you my translation. If it doesn't make sense, it's not my fault. Seeker, my eyes are unveiled to see truly that which is in front of me. I only eat organic foods. Sorry.
DJ Conclave. K-A-S-H. It's a start. You're too quick for me. Thanks for the warning. I guess so. My name is... I'll give it my best shot. You certainly will. Can you tell me anything more about this code? So what advice do you give your clients?
That's from those voodoo murders, isn't it? That has nothing to do with me. No?
There isn't much you can say to a bunch of crystals. It's a large cluster of quartz crystals. Gabriel doesn't need the crystals. It's an old-fashioned parlor lamp hung with crystals. It's already on, and Gabriel doesn't want to turn it off. She's a bit busy at the moment. Magentia would be happy to take the money, but Gabriel can't think of a reason to give it to her. The shelf holds a variety of unusual objects. The cage is already doing everything it's going to do. A small blue chair sits to one side of the table. Gabriel is already seated. Gabriel doesn't want to look bored doing the snake dance. Since Magentia has a snake, it might be the best not to discuss the snake scales with her. Magentia doesn't seem to know anything substantial about the pattern. Magentia Moonbeam is wrapped in gauze and silks. She looks vaguely mysterious and mysteriously vague. Magentia's movements are as liquid and sinuous as those of the snake. Magentia wouldn't like Gabriel having that. Gabriel really doesn't want to get on Magentia's bad side. Or any side, for that matter. A glass lamp hangs from a chain over the table. An overstuffed red chair from the last century dominates the center of the room. The chair is occupied. Gabriel doesn't want Magentia's chair. Magentia's room is unlikely to tell Gabriel much. The Moonbeam residence looks like a cross between a voodoo temple and a Victorian fortune-teller's parlor, by way of Haight Street. Gabriel doesn't want to rearrange Magentia's possessions. Magentia's parlor is as open as it's going to get. Magentia's place doesn't work that way. Gabriel figures that many men have picked up things in Magentia's parlor, but he'd rather not. The only receptive ears in the room belong to the voodoo end. A small draped table displays a crystal ball. A large, sluggish snake rests on the floor of the fancy bird cage. Apparently, Magentia is not a fastidious housekeeper. A shed skin shares the cage with its original owner. The cage is currently empty. Except for shed snake skin, the cage is currently empty. If Gabriel opened the cage now, he'd have to get close to that snake. The cage is already open, and Gabriel doesn't feel it's his place to close it. The kind of thing Gabriel refers to as junk. It's not that easy to get a message from the crystal ball. A large crystal ball is prominently displayed. The door leads to the outside and incense-free air. It would be rude to leave now. Magentia's bottles probably contain secret ritual concoctions. Whatever they do, Gabriel isn't interested.
Well, I guess I'll be going now.
Magentia's snakes looks a little sickly, but Gabriel would still rather not stick his hand in the cage.
Ah, the voodoo code. It is very secret, yes. I studied it with my mentor, the great Queen Tabitha. Let's see. Well, that last bit might mean cash. Fresh cash? It doesn't make much sense. It starts with a D and a J, and then... Okay, this part makes sense. It says, conclave tonight, bring... Oh, then there's more nonsense. FWETKASH. There. Truly inspiring, isn't it? I'm happy I could help. Please remain seated within the protective circle. There are spiritual currents in this room that I can't always control. Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr. John called me about. Wait, Gabriel Knight? Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place, Mr. Knight. Tell me how I can help. No matter what you see, do not be frightened. I shall again amaze you. Mr. Knight, how nice to see you. Gabriel Knight, come in. I had a feeling you'd be back. Please, be seated.
Really? Great. Can you tell me what it says? That's all right. Just tell me what it says.
I'd rather not look at it again. Yes, I am a voodoo yen, a voodoo priestess. Thank you. For me it is a sort of temple.
My pleasure, I'm sure. Hello, Magentia. That's certainly one word for it.
But I have many regular clients who would be lost without my vision, Mr. Knight. As you wish. May the protection of the snake god go with you. Peace and harmony be yours. Do what you will if it harm none. The only vice is the absence of love. Open your mind and heart, and the way will be clear to you. I can be of no help to you, Seeker. Of course, Seeker. Certainly. It's beautiful. I love it. No, but if you know where I can buy one... Oh, well, so be it. Yes, but we don't use those anymore. I could have mixed you a much more effective potion than that. The earth does not give up her gifts without cost. Do you carry New Age books? Then I'm not interested. These are magic symbols. Deep magic.
Could you look at this and tell me if you recognize anything about it?
Gabriel grabs the shed snake skin while Magenta is otherwise occupied. Gabriel has no reason to stick his hand in that cage again. The mask doesn't seem to do anything.
I don't want it. No, thanks. My dreams are bad enough. No, thanks. I'll wait till I get home and grab a Coke. I never could figure out what to do with those things. She's really not my type. Does this mean anything to you? No, thanks. I'll just leave it right where it is.
The mask is made of carved wood and looks African.
Oh, I wouldn't think you'd have any trouble attracting women, Mr. Knight.
That's okay, thanks. Thanks. Really? Boy, you are amazing. Could I ask you a few more questions? Right. Count on it. I've heard that. Bye now. I'll give it my best shot. Could I ask you a few questions? Have you ever seen anything like this before? Sorry. It'll be rather hard to find one these days. But it would have cost me, right? Yeah, I've known a few women who felt the same way. No. Could you use this? You and everyone else on the planet. Then how do you know they're magic symbols? Really? Have you seen them before? Uh-huh. Thanks. Tons. Okie dokie. Would you like this? Dr. John tells me you're a voodoo practitioner of some kind. Are you sure you can't tell me anything about this photo? Nice place you got here. I can see that. I can imagine. Do you get many people in here on an average day? Do you know Dr. John well? That's a great-looking mask on the wall. That's what I thought you'd say. No. I guess I don't.
Gabriel cannot put his sketch back on the wall. Gabriel should at least wait until the watchman is gone before defacing the tomb. Odd-looking marks adorn the Laveau tomb wall. A new series of crosses is on the wall. Gabriel's coded message is on the wall. The marble and granite tombs are quite heavy. The tomb is securely closed. There's nothing on the tomb to operate. New Orleans is famous for its above-ground tombs. The high water table prevents bodies from being interred underground. The name Ross is inscribed on this old tomb. Sensing that his message isn't quite right, Gabriel rubs it off in frustration. Pleased with his message, Gabriel tosses the brick down. Now, if only DJ reads it in time. Gabriel doesn't see a name on this tomb. It's an imposing marble tomb from the last century. Gabriel can barely make out the name. Hamilton.
But I wouldn't want to live there. There's probably no one left in the family to maintain it.
An angel with a cross stands guard over one of the tombs. The statue doesn't seem to work that way. The marble angel is heavier than she looks. A stone angel stands silently before a tomb. Near the Laveau tomb is a piece of red brick. Undoubtedly a cast-off from spiritual graffiti writers. Using that on the tomb wall won't help. Gabriel already copied the marks on the tomb. The wall doesn't work that way. Gabriel can't take the marks with him that way. The snake doesn't work that way. Food, trinkets, and more unsettling things have been left at Marie Laveau's tomb as offerings from believers. It says, Laveau, and nothing more. A plaque on the tomb reads, Laveau. There's no reason to use that on the tomb. Gabriel likes the idea of leaving marks on the tomb. But at the moment he's not sure what to say or how to say it. There's nothing on that part of the tomb to sketch. This is the tomb of Marie Laveau, Voodoo Queen of New Orleans. This old tomb is in a sorry state of disrepair. This tomb almost looks like a little house.
A marble snake. Now that's cheerful. No thanks. Mosey and I used to switch street signs, but this is really sick. I think I'll leave a message of my own. I don't want to rewrite it. It's perfect. Let me get these new marks down. I want a copy of these strange marks.
The marble denizens of the cemetery only stare back blankly. Why do that with the piece of brick? A high iron fence with sharp spikes surrounds the cemetery. The fence is firmly planted. That part of the fence doesn't open. Here and there in the cemetery, straggly plants grow in stone planters. Gabriel doesn't need any more house plants. Vases seem to be a favorite decoration for the dead. Gabriel has no reason to move the vases. Saint Louis Cemetery, number 1, is one of the most historic and beautiful places in the French Quarter. Gabriel doesn't want to disturb that part of the cemetery. Gabriel doesn't want to throw that away. The old man is apparently doing some cleanup work. The old man wouldn't appreciate Gabriel messing with his trash can, seeing as how this is a cemetery. Gabriel doesn't really want to know what's all is in that trash can. An old man tends the cemetery with movements akin to a slow drawl. The old man wouldn't appreciate that.
Unlike the living, they ain't never given me no reason to dislike 'em none. About like every day. It's what you call a seller's market. Sure, I see them marks all the time on tombs. Don't know what they mean, though.
Excuse me, sir. Could I have a minute of your time? I'm sorry to bother you. Hello there, got a sec? These would seriously clash with my decorating scheme. Does this mean anything to you? No way. Something might answer. How's business today? Mind if I pick your brain a minute? I don't think so, thanks. Sorry. You been working here a long time? Kind of a quiet job you've got, isn't it? You must enjoy the company of dead folks.
Yeah? What can I do for you? What you need, boy? You got something to say, son? Nope. Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry. It's a piece of brick. You can find them all over the cemetery. It's cash, young fella. You want to give that to me? Jesus, Mary and Joseph, son. Don't be showing that kind of thing to me. I'm an old man. I'm liable to just keel right over on you. Longer than you've been alive, son. I mayhaps be here longer than you'll be alive, for that matter. Most of the time, yeah. Yeah, they act up some at the full moon, though.
Gabriel cannot put his sketch back on the wall. The second message made from the voodoo crosses is on the wall. Gabriel's message is on the tomb wall. There are no marks on the wall at present. The wall doesn't work that way. Gabriel can't take anything from the tomb wall that way. Select a symbol to write. Select the erase symbol button to erase the last symbol written. Select the next MSG button to see the other coded message. Using that on the tomb wall won't help. There's nothing here to copy. Gabriel has already copied the message. The tomb wall doesn't respond. Gabriel's happy with his message the way it is. Gabriel likes the idea of leaving markings on the tomb. But at the moment he's not sure what to say or how to say it. Gabriel doesn't need to make a copy of his own message. The marks are reddish in color and reminds Gabriel of crosses. They look like they've been here a few days at least. The voodoo code message is still on the wall. There are no symbols to erase. Select the exit button to return to the cemetery.
Hi. I'm Rebecca's grandson. I hope that's to keep people out.
The marble residents of the city of the dead say nothing. A statue of a small child clings to a cross atop the right tomb. The statue doesn't work that way. The grotesquerie does not reply. Better to leave the grinning grotesquerie where it is. An odd monument highlights one grave site. It looks vaguely reptilian. The monument isn't going anywhere. Using that on the tomb would be pointless. This above-ground tomb is only large enough to accommodate one resident. The marble and granite tombs are quite heavy. The tomb is securely shut. There's nothing on the tomb to operate. Gabriel doesn't care to communicate with the inhabitants of that tomb. This family tomb bears the inscription, "Rest in peace," and the name, Fuller Mill. Several generations of an old New Orleans family rest here, in relative peace. Gabriel doesn't want to take the nameplates from his family tomb. It's rather rude to interrogate the dead. The right family tomb. Several of Gabriel and Grant's family members are laid to rest here. If Gabriel wants to address his ancestors, he should choose a specific plaque.
Miss you, Mom. Grand-sister. She died young. Granddaddy. Daddy. My mother.
A wrought iron fence surrounds this tomb. The marker reads, Marrow plant are right, much as when they were alive. The right elders give no response. The marker reads, Franklin Wright. The marker reads, Harley Wright. The marker reads, Harrison Knight. The marker reads, Philip Knight. The marker reads, Margaret Templeton Knight.
I don't want to do that. These are Grand's folks. I never knew 'em. Grand talks a lot about you, Harley. How's it going, Granddaddy?
A grinning grotesquerie tops one section of the cemetery fence.
Hey, Daddy.
Why do that to the angel? The marble denizens of the graveyard stare blankly back at Gabriel. An angel draped dramatically over a stone plinth marks the entrance to a large tomb. This old tomb has a sword carved into the stone below the name of the deceased. The tomb is much too heavy. With a few exceptions, these tombs are all beginning to look alike. The tomb is closed tightly. Most of the plaster has fallen away over the years to reveal walls of red brick. Another ancient family tomb of the type St. Louis Cemetery is famous for. The tomb doors would be impassive to anything Gabriel tried to use on them. There's a small marble plate near the tomb doors. Gabriel's done all the begging he can muster at the moment. Molly will have to work this out on her own. To the east there is only the back wall of the cemetery. Gabriel cannot go any further in that direction.
Mr. Knight, what are you doing here? Mine too. Well, Mr. Knight, if there's nothing else. Whatever for, Mr. Knight, you don't know anything about me. I'm not in a position to get involved. I have so many obligations. My family is very traditional. You wouldn't understand.
A stone angel leans down to gaze at something unseen.
See? I knew it. You're crazy about me, too. Come by tonight. Please. My world isn't so bad. Kind of a pup tent for the dead.
The heavy marble doesn't budge. Gabriel can't see any way to open that angel. The tomb is unlikely to respond. The imposing tomb is elaborately labeled Gede. The tomb door is securely shut against the material world. Two enormous vases flank the front of the Gede tomb. Gabriel looks at and in the vases, but he doesn't see anything he wants to take. The plate is up. Beneath the plate is a button. That key doesn't fit the lock on the plate. It's locked shut. The plate's already up. And Gabriel doesn't want to put it back down. Gabriel hears the faint sound of breaking glass. The plate is locked in position. There's a keyhole on the plate, but Gabriel can't operate that without a key. Two heavy, solid marble doors provide an entrance to the tomb. The doors are heavy and shut tight. Gabriel can't see anything to operate on the doors themselves.
Damn it! Why don't you come see my world? I have a little bookshop, St. George's on Bourbon. Malia. My family's tomb is here. I noticed. Subtle. Don't go. I need to talk to you. I can't stop thinking about you. I've been in your thoughts, too. I can see it in your eyes. I've said that 1,000,000 times myself, but this is different. I think we both know we can't fight it. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this. Hey, I love tradition. I've seen Fiddler on the Roof 100 times.
This isn't a musical, Mr. Knight. We live in different worlds. No, I don't. I know. I'm sorry, but there's no place for someone like you in my life. Not now, not ever.
This tomb is smaller than most others in the cemetery.
If only it were that simple. Nope, that doesn't work. Open sesame.
Gabriel can't see any way to operate that angel. The vases don't function that way. Moving the vases would not solve a thing. That doesn't work on the lock plate. There's no reason to use that on the open plate.
Look, I know you've got more money than God. Do you think I care? Do you think that's why I'm saying this?
Gabriel can't do that in the dark. Gabriel doesn't see anything in here that looks up to answering a few questions. This appears to be a mourning chamber, a place for family members to come and sit and remember the dead. Gabriel can't see anything in the dark. There's nothing to open in that part of the tomb. That part of the tomb doesn't operate. Gabriel doesn't see anything there he wants to take home. There's a wallet in the drawer. It must have fallen from Mosley's jacket when the body was moved. Shifting the wallet round won't help. Perhaps Gabriel should pick it up first. There's no reason to mess with the plaque. The plaque on the drawer has an etching of the Veve on it, but no name. The plaque on the drawer has a name etched on it. Cecilia Gede, Celeste Gede. Nothing can be done with the broken glass. Gabriel has a feeling it wouldn't be wise to screw around unduly in this tomb. There's broken glass on the floor. Why use that on the button? It's a lit button. The button wouldn't do that. There's no reason to use that on the flashlight. Gabriel dropped his flashlight. There's no point in moving the flashlight around on the floor. Gabriel will have to pick it up first. The broken glass isn't worth messing with.
Mosley! Huh?
Ouch! My head! What the hell was that? Is anybody here? Shit! I dropped my flashlight.
Gabriel can't make out the name on that drawer's plaque. There's nothing in the drawer to operate. There's nothing Gabriel would care to touch in that part of the drawer. The broken light can't be helped now. Someone's broken the light in here. No wonder it's so dark. Gabriel doesn't need any broken glass. Why use that on the drawers? Crypt drawers line the back wall. That drawer is marked with a pattern like the Veve. Gabriel can't take the drawers. There's no point in leaving that in the drawer. The broken glass isn't worth moving. The drawer's interiors contain mostly dust and bones. Kisila Gede. From the blackness there is no reply. Jacqueline Gede. Zelia Gede. Helena Gede. Ariane Gede.
Mosley's body is gone.
Damn. You'd think there'd be a light.
Thunk. Of course. That doesn't mean there's no one there. Rosamond Gede.
Voodoo is the tribal religion of Africa, but the name Voodoo is actually a banner heading under which resides an entire body of distinct tribal belief systems.
Fascinating guy.
The ritual knife, or kubasa. The ritual whip, or fouet cache.
Ugh. Oh, I gotta get more sleep at night. That knife gives me the chills. I've spent all the time in those chairs that I care to.
We still can't explain some of the real power of these primal religions. And note, I said primal, not primitive. There are African Bokors who baffle our scientists with their supernatural powers. Now, let's discuss the elements of voodoo. During a voodoo ceremony, celebrants are possessed by the Loa, and this is called being ridden. The human worshipper is seen as a horse, and the Loa as the divine horseman. A person being ridden by a Loa takes on the characteristics of that spirit and becomes, in effect, merely a vessel for the more powerful entity. Some of the older original Africa Loa include Dambala, the great serpent god, Hezruli, the mistress of love, Papa Nebo, or Gede, the lord of death, Agwe, the spirit of water, Legba, spirit of the crossroads. And the cruelest and most dangerous, Ogun Badagri, the Lord of Destruction. A tribe-specific Loa can have as much or more power as the more widely worshipped Loa. For instance, a particular tribe might revere highly the Loa of an ancestor who was a legendary hunter or politician. Voodoo temples are called Haunfors. Their priests, Hungan or Bokors. Their priestesses, Mama Loa. In a Voodoo Haunfor, there's a ritual circle marked by a center pole called a poto mitan. The ritual circle is prepared with a veve, a pattern of symbols. Each tribe's veve is slightly different, consisting of complex symbols that identify their special Loa. During ritual conclaves, initiates dance under the supervision of a Bokor and a Mama Loa, or head priestess. The use of totems or animal masks and markings was not uncommon in the original African ceremonies. Now, though, all but the oldest sects have abandoned this practice. Ritual objects used during the conclaves include the ritual gourd or asson. These items are often optional, called for by the Mama Loa for specific magical rituals. The Mama Loa is the most powerful figure in any Voodoo sect. Voodoo is a truly matriarchal system. Even the Bokor knows his power is limited. The Mama Loa is the supreme woman. She, butterflies, fireflies, and the ritual coffin, or seke madule. Young man, the lecture is over.
It looks like the lecture is just starting. Gabriel decides to record the session. Need a ride to L.A. the last weekend in August. Work out of your home and make up to $2,000 a week in your spare time. Call 555-6789. Haircuts for $10 a head. Perms for $20 at the Tulane Beauty School West Campus.
I wouldn't go there if you paid me. I actually called them once. You sell cat food over the phone. Like I'd let an amateur touch these locks.
In Voodoo, the spirits are called the Loa. The word Voodoo may sound familiar to you. What is known in the States as Voodoo is actually an amalgamation of African religious systems, Voodoo, and European religions, primarily Catholicism. All of the subcults of African Voodoo have certain things in common. The most important is the worship of a pantheon of spirits instead of the single deity that the Christian and Muslim systems have. Some of these spirits are elementals. Some relate to specific tasks or places. Some represent important tribal leaders who have died. This spirit worship is what makes Voodoo so easily adaptable. With all those spirits, it's no problem to add a few more. Say, for example, the Virgin Mary. At the height of tribal Africa, warfare was common. The one tribe would conquer another, and the Loa, important in the conqueror's tribal system, would be adopted readily into the conquered tribe's Loa pantheon. In this way, many of the Voodoo cults spread and mingled throughout tribal Africa, enriching the belief system and causing innumerable offshoots. The basis for the Voodoo religion seems to be as old as man himself. It has much in common with many early pagan practices: animal totems, sympathetic magic, elemental spirits in the trees, the heavens, the bodies of the sick. Africa is believed by many to be the cradle of the human race. Some of the Voodoo Loa may be as old as the Garden of Eden itself.
There's no reason to do that with the bulletin board. Gabriel scans the bulletin board. Greek night at the Alpha Psi Omega frat house. It looks like it took place sometime last spring. There's a notice for a lecture on investigative reporting techniques to be given by octogenarian Pulitzer Prize winner Laura Bo Dorian. Ha! We'll do algebra or biology homework for food. Jazz jam session every Tuesday at 7 in the music building. There's no reason to use that on the door. There's a door on one side of the stage. The door isn't going anywhere. The door to Hartridge's office is locked. A lighted sign says, "Exit." Why do that with the exit sign? That door exits the lecture hall. Before leaving the university, Gabriel notifies campus security about Hartridge's body. The podium. Hartridge's throne. Gabriel isn't in the mood to give a lecture. Those doors lead to the projection booth. Gabriel does not need to enter the projection booth. There's no one in the projection booth. There's nothing of interest on that side of the lecture hall. A projection screen dominates the front of the hall. Unfortunately, it's weeks away. By that time, Gabriel will have to have learned on his own. The projection screen doesn't work that way. The lecture hall is deserted. Gabriel's in one of the lecture halls at Tulane University. The university would not appreciate that. Gabriel doesn't need to take that from the lecture hall. The seats are the fold-down kind. The seats are bolted to the floor. Gabriel cannot reach the speaker. There's a PA speaker on the wall. Gabriel cannot do that with the stage. The stage provides theatrical lecture opportunities for theatrical professors such as Hartridge.
What? I can't see. It's too small for me. It's not mine. Too small. No, let me out. Help. Oh my God, sorry.
Firelight. No, what is it? Gabriel? Gabriel! Get in! You must get in, Gabriel. Hide, Gabriel, hide!
That would be up to the coroner.
All right. Now, I'd like to get started on this if you don't mind. Are you a student? Well, you have walked into my private office, Mr. Knight. I hope you have something worthwhile to do here. If you figure it out, let me know.
Ah!
No, I've never seen those symbols. Therefore, they're probably meaningless. I am never wrong, Mr. Knight. Therefore, sure is not in my vocabulary. Each of the symbols in the veve represents something, a loa, a place. Where did you get this? Here you go. You know, this is a fascinating veve. You must tell me all about its origin. Great. I'll be right back. No, you're kidding. Really? Then the voodoo is authentic. The newspapers are wrong. Boy, are they wrong. Well, some. That's why I wanted a copy. I want to research the design myself. Authentic? Mr. Knight, that's like asking if the Mona Lisa is a painting. Tell you what, I'll look into these symbols myself and see what I can learn about the sect that made this. I'll give you a call when I have more information. You are associated with the police, aren't you?
Dr. Hartridge's office is crowded with masks, carved figures, and strange objects. It's not Gabriel's place to rearrange the office. Gabriel doesn't want to take that from Hartridge's office. Someone has taken away the body.
Hartridge, you want me to talk to a fish? He looks heavy. He's looked better. Yuck, I can see him well enough, thanks. I'm not touching that body. These notes look interesting. Nothing else looks related to my case. Can you tell me anything about this? I'll be going. Okay, thanks.
But the wound, the face, and what little I can see of the ritual paraphernalia. No, I'm afraid I can't. Not if it will get you out of my office. Gee, I'd love to. This is serious voodoo and ritual. Nasty stuff. Let's see. I can't make out much detail from this photograph. Except for the corpse, of course. Reminded me of certain black voodoo and practices. Very rare. I've never witnessed them myself, you understand. No, I'm no coroner, and I can't tell much more about the voodoo end from that photograph. Very interesting. Mind if I copy this? Oh, you think so? You were snoring so loud I didn't think you'd heard it. Yes, to Africa, mainly. It's voodoo stuff, and no. Why should it? How nice for you. My travels have been rewarding, yes. I'm still working on it, Mr. Knight. When I'm finished, you'll be the first to know. Wow. Interesting.
I'll see you later. Be my guest. Actually, I was hoping you'd tell me. Can you figure out anything about it from the symbols? Have you heard of the voodoo murders? You think this Veve is authentic, then? Absolutely. But I'm, undercover. You can contact me at the St. George's bookshop in the quarter. No. My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
The squatter grins maliciously at Gabriel. Gabriel seems to be doing well enough with Hartridge without flashing that badge. At least he has not gotten kicked out yet.
Please don't touch that. Mr. Knight, you're back. Oh, goody. Good day, Mr. Knight. Oh, do keep in touch. That's right, just make yourself at home. Did you know there's a whole branch of archaeology devoted to garbage? Maybe you should look into it.
There's nothing of interest in the wastebasket. Nothing means much to Dr. Hartridge anymore. Dr. Hartridge is sharp-eyed and even sharper-tongued. When he condescends to look at Gabriel at all, it's with a dismissive glare. Hartridge would not put up with that for a second. That would be up to the coroner. Whatever Hartridge may have learned, he cannot share with Gabriel now. At least, not vocally. Hartridge made a copy of the Veve. He doesn't need to see Gabriel's version again.
What are you laughing about, pal?
It's an enormous stone head. The visitor's chair looks unsteady and a little low to the ground. Gabriel's already using the chair. Gabriel doesn't feel comfortable sitting round here under the circumstances. Gabriel shoves some papers around. Gabriel doesn't want to put that on the desk. Dr. Hartridge's desk is remarkably neat, especially considering the rest of the room. On the desk is a sheet of paper with some scribbled notes. It looks recent. Exotic fish lend even more color to the cluttered office. Gabriel doesn't want to upset the fish. The fish tank is as on as it's likely to get, and turning it off would kill the fish. The shelves behind Hartridge's desk are full of old books. Gabriel's seen enough old books to last a lifetime. The door leads back to the lecture hall. Gabriel doesn't need to do that with the door. Gabriel doesn't want to file that. It's Hartridge's file cabinet. The filing cabinet is locked. The filing cabinet does not operate. Why do that with the head? The carved stone head looks African and very old. That mask is quite hideous. Gabriel doesn't want to disturb Hartridge's treasures. That has no effect on the statue. It doesn't do anything. Why do that to the globe? An old globe sits atop Hartridge's file cabinet. Gabriel fights the urge to give the globe a spin. A round pottery vessel hangs from the ceiling.
Really? Are you sure?
Goodbye.
Mind if I pick your brain? Up for a few more questions? Is there anything you can tell me about the voodoo aspects of this photograph? In what way? Really? Interesting. Thanks. Can you tell me anything more about this photograph? Your lecture was terrific. You must travel a lot. I suppose having all this voodoo stuff sitting around doesn't make you nervous at all. I'm very interested in voodoo myself right now. Hey, you've got quite a collection of goodies here. Have you had any luck with that beve? Can you tell me anything about this pattern? Oh, God, not again. Ask it what? Hey, Hartridge, what's a good word?
Why do that with the notes on the desk? The desk is locked. Something about Hartridge's death mask reminds Gabriel of the way Crash checked out. Not a pretty ending. This is a crime scene. Gabriel wants to disturb it as little as possible. The man looks intellectual, polished, and impervious. He gazes at Gabriel with a superior eye. Better not try that. The man looks ready to whip up an army at the slightest notice. The doorknob is brass, polished to a high shine. The door is locked. The knob won't move. The doorknob doesn't open. Gabriel can't take the doorknob. Gabriel didn't come here to mess with the plans. The knocker is firmly attached to the front door.
Does this do anything for you? Mind if I ask you a few questions?
My name is Detective Mosley. I'm here on police business.
I've got important business with Miss Getty.
If you'll just tell her. Encyclopedias? Wrong house. Never mind.
I have a fine selection of magazine subscriptions for sale. I'd like to see Malia Getty, please.
I'd really like to see Malia Getty. I do have official business. Please let me in.
Are you tired of polishing silver day in and day out?
There's no one outside the house to talk to. The Garden District is famous for its elaborate old plantation homes and mansions. This particular mansion is impeccably groomed. Gabriel wonders if he's Malia's secretary, bodyguard, butler, or something more personal. Using that on the door won't help.
Oh, I see. Well, I represent Loomore Armored Cars, and...
The knocker doesn't open.
Ah, Officer Mosley. I'll see if Miss Getty wishes to speak with you again. May I help you? I told you. Miss Getty is out. Miss Getty is unavailable, Mr. Knight. Just as I thought. Good day, sir.
Potted roses mark the entrance to the house. It's a brass door knocker.
Ah, shit. Thank you very much. I had a lovely time.
Why use that on the door knocker? Gabriel can't get inside unless he's invited.
Beat it, and comb your hair. No, it does not, sir.
Wait here. I'll inform Miss Getty.
Yes, I do mind.
Really? How interesting. Miss Getty will see you. Right this way.
Yes, I'm waiting for some evidence of that, sir.
Miss Getty is busy, officer, and has instructed me to wish you good luck. That is all. Goodbye, sir.
Oh, it's you. Miss Getty is not at home, sir.
Go away. Fine. Good day.
We do not welcome solicitors. I told you that unless you have official business with Miss Getty, I cannot let you in.
Really?
Please tell me the nature of your business.
No. Go away before I call the police.
We don't have silver. All our utensils are solid gold. Right this way, officer.
This door's pretty solid. This is private property. Gabriel should stay near the front door until invited to do otherwise. Perfectly groomed hedges run along the front of the porch. Why use that on the shutters? Tall, narrow shutters provide beauty and protection. The shutters are attached to the house. Gabriel wouldn't presume to close their shutters. The steps are impervious to anything Gabriel might do. Broad steps lead from the walk to the door. The huge trees bear beards of Spanish moss. These trees have been here for 100 years. They're not going anywhere. Gabriel doesn't want to do anything to Malia's windows. The windows are made of thick, heavy glass. The only thing Gabriel can see inside is even thicker drapery. It wouldn't be worth breaking into Malia's house. The front door of the Getty mansion looks unusually solid and heavy.
I'm sorry, but unless you have an appointment or official business, I cannot announce you. She's visiting her mother's grave, Mr. Knight. Something even you can't be tasteless enough to want to interrupt. Can you tell me where she is? It's very important.
Excuse me?
Undoubtedly proof that there is a God.
Dante's Inferno. Nothing like a little light reading. Gabriel's already read that one. The doorway leads out into the hall. The doorway doesn't need opening. Roses and gardenias give the air a sweet taint. The only thing Gabriel's likely to burn here is his bridges.
I can imagine doing things on that rug. Oh, nothing.
Malia, wait. If you just give me a chance.
Thank you. Romantic. I should be going. Nice statue, I like it. Modern art? Mind if I ask you a few questions, Miss Getty? Would you mind answering just a few more questions, ma'am? I'm trying to reach the truth. Okay, thanks. This is quite a place. Done anything exciting lately? So, what's new with you? Do you receive all your visitors in this library? So you like books? You know, we have a lot more in common than you might imagine. It's rather warm in here, isn't it? Yeah, well, I don't think it's the fireplace anyway. Beautiful women. They must be relatives.
I like firelight, Detective. All right. Thank you. It's The Rebellious Slave by Michelangelo. More or less. It's a Picasso. No, it doesn't. Sorry. I assume that's what you're here for, Detective. Not at all. It got you in to see me, Detective, so it obviously means something to me. Trying what? No. I've never seen anything like it. Thank you. It's been in the family a long time. I'm sorry, but I'm very busy. Can we get to the point? Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure, Detective. Usually. I feel more comfortable surrounded by things that I love. My books, my art. Yes. I would love to chat about that sometime, Detective, but I'm really pressed at the moment. I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable. The fireplace doesn't really give off much heat without the stove insert, so I indulge myself, even in the summer. They are.
Gabriel's hot enough.
Have a good day. Malia, does this mean anything to you? I can rearrange things once I move in. Thanks for your cooperation, Miss Getty. See ya. Beautiful.
Good luck, Detective Mosley. Goodbye, Detective. I hope you get your man, Detective. Robert? I think you should go, Mr. Knight. I've wasted enough time. I'll have Robert show you out. Show Mr. Knight out, please. What can I do for you, Detective?
Not that Gabriel wouldn't mind joining its current occupant. That would hurt. The leather on the chair is as soft as butter. Gabriel's coat feel like rawhide in comparison. Gabriel's already using the chair. Malia's chair is occupied. He'll have to get her to cooperate first. Gabriel is trying to impress the girl, not to make her gag. Getting Malia Getty to open up won't be easy. The Getty Library is as well put together as Malia herself. Classy, rich, flawless. Your creed. The only thing Gabriel wants to mess around with in this room is Malia herself. It would be rude to take that now. But Gabriel makes a mental note about it for the prenuptial. The only thing Gabriel cares to communicate with in this room is Malia herself. The chair side table probably costs more than Gabriel's shop. Ming Dynasty, perhaps?
I most certainly will. Miss Getty will be down shortly.
Genuine lion skin. Harvard Classics. Homer. Virgil. Maybe Malia wouldn't be impressed by a signed copy of one of Gabriel's novels.
Excuse me. I'm going inside. I'm not a customer. I'm here to see the owner.
Gracie, say good night.
Oh, excuse me, I'm afraid St. George's is closed for the day. Why don't you just leave your name and number with me, and I'll tell him you stopped by. Really couldn't say for certain, but in the morning... Ugh.
It's me. I can't sleep, can I?
Yes. Come. Me neither. Hello?
Dang!
Listen, if Gabriel is here, he'll want to see me. Is he here?
No, dear. I'm afraid I don't speak a word of German. That one in the middle is your grandfather. Those other two I don't know. Just fine, dear. I'm sorry I bothered you at work, but I was hoping you'd get a chance to go through your father's things in the attic. I've been working on baby sweaters for the church bazaar. Keeps me busy. I raised you. All right, dear. Be good and keep safe, Gabe, honey. Thanks for stopping by. Take it easy on those women out there, will you, Gabe? Don't take any wooden nickels, boy. Remember that I love you, Gabriel. Sorry, no, Gabriel. Of course, my boy. How can I help? No, thank you, dear. I'm fine. I believe that was your father's, Gabriel. You keep it. You're such a tease. 1810? Goodness, Gabriel, I'm not that old. It's my favorite grandson. How nice.
Your only grandson, but nice try, Gran.
That's it. Take a load off, hon. Make yourself at home, son. Me? Oh, no. I'm just fine, Gabriel. I have more than enough of everything. Oh, you know me, Gabriel. I always got my nose poked into something.
Well, Gran, I better get going. I will, Gran. See ya. No problem. Love you, Gran. Women? You're my only girl, Gran. I'm trying, Gran. Love you too, Gran. Can we talk, Gran? Do you need any money, Gran? Don't be silly. You can call me anytime. What's new, Gran? Done anything interesting lately? Lately, Gran. It must run in the family. You're looking well, Gran. Is there anything you need? Nice weather. Are you okay, Gran? Sorry it's been a while, Grandma. Nice to see you too, Gran. Can't stay away from you, Gran. I'm going to go up to the attic, Gran. I'm going up the attic again. Hi, Gran. Does this mean anything to you, Gran? Hey, that's my Gran. Show some respect.
The wood in the bin is southern pine, and is probably fossilized by now. Gabriel doesn't need any wood. Gabriel doesn't want to upset his grandmother with that photograph. Granny's knitting basket might make an excellent hiding place, but only if she weren't poking her nose into it every 5 minutes. Granny's knitting. She whips through that stuff like there was no tomorrow. Gabriel doesn't want to disturb Granny's knitting basket. Gabriel doesn't knit. Steal Granny's knitting? How low can you get? Gabriel doesn't want to leave anything in the magazine bin. The magazines in the bin includes issues of Southern Living, Ladies' Home Journal, and Macal's. The magazine bin contains nothing that interests Gabriel. Mostly pictures of Gabriel, his dad, and Harrison Knight. Gabriel's sentimental enough without dragging those photos into it. Granny has a way with plants and kids. That ficus tree would be real helpful. Right. Gabriel grew up in this room. Just being here make him feel safe. And after about 5 minutes, claustrophobic. Grandmother Knight has always been most particular about the arrangement of the house. Gabriel doesn't want to take any of Granny's things. Granny might get worried if Gabriel started rambling to thin air. The sofa has a worn blue chintz pattern that Gabriel remembers fondly. There's nothing inside the sofa but stuffing. Gabriel doesn't want to crowd Granny. He prefers the chair. The stairs lead up to the attic. Gabriel can't move the stairs. To use the stairs, Gabriel has only to walk on them.
Gabriel, come in. My precious boy. How wonderful of you to stop by. Be careful of the dust. Enjoy yourself, dear. Gabriel, my love, how nice to see you. Oh, Gabriel, please. It's been just awful. Muggiest summer of my life. I'm right as rain, boy. Is that from your uncle in Germany? I hope you like him, Gabriel. Perhaps one day I'll get to meet him. Gabriel, I'm so glad you stopped by. Now come and sit down. Tell me how you're doing.
That's my Gran. Adorable, as always. How you been, Gran?
Gabriel's inherited some good-looking genes. Granny's side chair still has that annoying loose spring in the seat. Gabriel's already using the chair. That clock has been in the right family, Granny's family, for centuries. Granny doesn't like anyone messing with her clock, including Gabriel. The double doors lead to Granny's front lawn. The doors aren't going anywhere. As Granny would say, it's a fireplace, not a garbage can. Grandmother Knight rarely uses the fireplace these days. Too much of a hassle to clean. Gabriel doesn't need to mess with the fireplace. Granny likes soft lighting. Granny likes the lamps lit. Fresh carnations. Granny's favorite. On the wall are portraits of Gran and Gramps when they were young. Okay. So Gran did teach him once, but he hasn't done it in years.
Thanks, dear. Not at all. Give us a kiss.
Why use that on the stairs? The stairs lead down to the parlor. The stairs won't do that. There's nothing to take on the stairs. It's an old, dusty bicycle tire. Using that on the trunk won't help. There's no reason to put that in the trunk. The trunk contains lederhosen, hiking boots, German books, and a bundle of Granddad and Gran's love letters. The old trunk looks like it's gone to hell and back. The lid is blocked by the clock. The trunk doesn't operate. A skylight lets welcome sunlight into the attic. The skylight doesn't open. Letting light in is all it does.
Sure brings back memories, though. I wonder who they are. From Gran's Virginia Woolf period. Just what I need. My first impression of the female form. Aren't those called lederhosen?
Gabriel can't operate the clock that way. It's an old metal tub full of dust and cobwebs. There's no reason to use that on the attic junk. Grandma's attic is a storehouse of forgotten treasures and useless junk. Gabriel's not quite up to rearranging the attic. Gabriel isn't interested in messing with the dress dummy. Why use that on the sketchbook? There's a sketchbook on the chair that Gabriel vaguely remembers as his father's. It might be better to pick it up first. It's one of Grandma's old parlor tables. It doesn't seem to be running at the moment. Some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts. The chair's too dusty to sit in. The photo, probably at least 50 years old, shows two young men standing with an older man outside a castle. It's a lady's hat from the 1920s. It's an old dress dummy that Gran had in her sewing room years ago. The trunk contains serious hiking boots, more of Harrison Knight German book, and a bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca.
There's nothing I want in there. The chair is fine where it is. Granddaddy, you old fox. No. No thanks. I'm not the tennis court type. It's Granddaddy's old golf bag. Golf was never my game. Guess not. I think I'll leave that up here. Anybody here? Guess not. Do I really look that desperate? Haven't we met before? I think I'd take Daddy's sketchbook with me. It looks pretty heavy. I'm not sure what my game was, but it wasn't golf. I don't think there's anything in that trunk that would interest anybody but my gran. That must have been the year Granddaddy caught Santa on the roof.
The brass bed frame is from God knows where. That box of knickknacks has been up there for at least 5 years. The sheet-covered upholstered rocker used to be in Gabriel's nursery. A secret drawer has opened in the base of the clock. The secret drawer is closed. There's an interesting design in the base of the clock. Gabriel can't open the secret drawer that way. Using that on the clock won't help. Why move that part of the clock? Gabriel doesn't want to take the clock. The face of the clock is hand-painted. The face of the clock doesn't move. A key winds the clock's mechanism. The key doesn't open. Nothing happens. The key should stay with the clock. It's the minute hand. Why do that to the photo? A ring of 6 symbols surround the face of the clock. A sword, a sun, an angel, a noose, an eclipse, and a dragon. There's no reason to do that to the letter. It's an old letter on fancy paper. Gabriel should pick it up first. It's the hour hand. Granddad's clock still isn't running, but Gabriel's learned a thing or two from it anyway. An elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin, is among the discarded treasures of the attic. The clock won't open that way. The old velvet curtains hung in the parlor before Gran lightened up the place. That tennis racket probably hasn't served a ball since the 40s. Gabriel has seen these ornaments every year at Christmas for as long as he can remember. These old picture frames have been up here for years. The hands of the clock do not open. The hands do not appear to have any mechanical function other than to move. The ring of symbols does not appear to have any mechanical function, but it does move.
Crash and the drummer. Interesting.
Why use that on the binoculars? 4 pairs of binoculars are rigorously mounted on the cement floor. These binoculars aren't going anywhere without a jackhammer. The binoculars don't open. St. Louis Cathedral. The original church on this site was built in 1724 and was named for Louis IX of France. That church burnt in the Great Fire of 1788. The present church dates from 1851. Nice plant. There's no reason to do that with the plant. The presbytery. This building was begun by the Spaniards in 1795 after a fire in Jackson Square. It was intended for monks, but now it houses historical exhibits. Gabriel can't do anything with the buildings from here. A fancy wrought iron railing marks the end of the balcony. Gabriel can't do that with the railing. The Pontalba buildings are historical landmarks, built in 1849 and 1850 as residential apartments. Gabriel is standing on the balcony of a building across the street from Jackson Square. On the balcony are 4 mounted binoculars. There's no one on the balcony to talk to. Jackson Square proper lies below. Gabriel can't do that with the square from here. It's been overcast all week. The air has been moody and thick. Strange weather for June. There is nothing of interest in that direction. Crash only looks scared and keeps walking. A bronze statue of Andrew Jackson marks the center of Jackson Square. The statue of Jackson isn't going anywhere. Gabriel can't do that with the Jackson statue. The statue does not respond. There's no reason to do that to the lampposts. Iron lampposts add charm to Jackson Square and provide illumination at night. Gabriel doesn't want to encourage the mind by showing him anything. Interrogating a mind would be an exercise in frustration. It's one of those mimes. Oh boy, wasn't that mime somewhere else a minute ago? He seems to have a mind of his own. That wouldn't work on the mime. Benches provide a quiet spot for resting in the park. The benches are permanently attached to the ground beneath them. The benches don't work that way. Using that on the fence would be pointless. A wrought iron fence surrounds the Jackson statue. Gabriel can't bend the bars. He's too big to fit through them, and those spikes on top look sharp. Since Gabriel can't read lips, he's disinclined to start a conversation. The iron fence cannot be operated. Arranging garbage cans is not Gabriel's idea of a good time. These particular garbage cans do not open. The garbage can has no function other than to take whatever people throw at it. Gabriel's had days like that. Gabriel probably could pick up the mime. The question is, would he want to? It seemed that Gabriel has already done that.
Better them than me. Stop following me.
Give a hoot.
Hey, Crash, wait up!
The other park visitors are enjoying their leisure and aren't interested in talking to Gabriel. A path leads north to St. Louis Cathedral. A path south leads back out into the French Quarter. The path isn't going anywhere. The path doesn't do that. Jackson Square is a good place to rest while exploring the French Quarter, and a great place to be entertained by local performers. The park officials might not appreciate Gabriel trying to move that. Gabriel doesn't want to take that out of the park. Using that on the sidewalk would be pointless. A wide walk provides a pathway around the square. Jackson Square boasts some very old trees, left over from days when the city was under French rule. Gabriel doesn't want to throw that away.
Well, I never! Leave me alone, you man!
It's Crash, the guy from Mosley's office. At the first sight of Gabriel, he slouches away like a beaten dog.
Why, you nasty thing, you! I'll call the police, I will!
The other park visitors aren't interested in looking at Gabriel's stash. People seem to be enjoying the park, despite the lack of sunshine.
Hey, stop picking on me! I'll tell my dad!
That's a rather rude way to treat the other park visitors.
You white-faced geek! You want to eat my fist?
Crash is too far away for that.
I wonder what he's up to.
You finished it?
Great. I appreciate it. You'd never believe me. Could I ask you some questions? Okay, fine. This belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh, it was a bit of a squeeze, but I hate to see you lose your work. I lost my only copy of a manuscript once. Is there any way you can reconstruct the whole pattern from this partial? I have another one of those patterns. Can you draw anything with those tools?
The drummer ignores Gabriel and just continues drumming. Unnerving, isn't he?
Yeah, these are great. I think there's enough overlap now. I'm a student. I don't take commissions.
Does this mean anything to you? Can I ask you a few questions? You know, I know who you are. Oh, okay.
An artist is taking advantage of the fine weather.
What do you need? What is this from, anyway? Hey, come back here. Hey! Oh, stupid wind. Now I have to start over. I'll give it my best shot. I'll show you what I come up with tomorrow. Pattern is probably circular, and there's some repetition in the elements. If you could get me any more of these, it would help. I'd rather not. I really get focused when I'm drawing. My drawing? How'd you get it? Well, you saved my butt. Let me know if I can ever do the same for you, huh? Okie dokie. Well, I might be able to reconstruct the pattern if I had more data, but this is just one small area of it. Yeah, this is great. I think there's enough overlap now. Really? Let's see.
How's it going today? It's really precise. What else do you need to do that reconstruction? I'll see what I can do. I have some more of those patterns. Oh, sorry. Those drawing tools are amazing. Wow, this is great. I didn't mean to upset you. Thanks again for that pattern. How's it going? What you working on now? Nice drawing of the cathedral.
The drummer looks blankly at Gabriel and continues his rhythm. The drummer does not respond. Gabriel listens carefully to the drums and opens his radar book to translate. It's one of the radar drummers. They transmit coded messages through the French Quarter for the Voodoo cartel. A lone drummer beats out a haunting rhythm on a large African drum. The drummer is unlikely to listen to Gabriel's suggestions about moving. That wouldn't work on the drummer. The drummer is busy. The drummer ignores the mime. Why do that with the juggler? The juggler looks like a beginner practicing the act. The juggler is busy. What would the artist do with that? The artist is an able draftsman But interrogating him wouldn't lend much to Gabriel's investigation. It's a public park. The artist has a right to his bit of grass. Why be rude to the artist? Gabriel's already given the artist a photocopy of that file. The original wouldn't help. Gabriel's already given the artist the original police file. The photocopy wouldn't help. Gabriel needs that. He doesn't want to return it.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with these patterns? Say, do you think there's anything you can do with this pattern? I'll see what I can do. That's Crash. What the hell is he up to with that drummer?
Really? Let's see. Man, I have been jumpy all day. That pattern of yours really freaked me out for some reason. There's just something creepy. Okie dokie. Well, there's... I think there's an area missing. If you could get me any more of these... I'm kind of busy and I don't normally do requests. What? Oh, it's only you. No problem. Yeah, and you're welcome to it. Here. Just don't, blow up the planet with it or something, okay? Well, life sucks. I just lost 2 days' worth of work. Just starting another drawing of the cathedral. Thanks. Well, I'm an architectural student, actually. It's good practice. Some more parts of that pattern would be helpful. Yeah, they're great for laying lines, angles, circles, anything geometric. It's pretty meticulous, but I prefer it to freehand. They're great for ordered, complex forms and patterns, but they won't help me do Monet. I think I have enough now, thanks. Be my guest. Forget it. I'm probably just being stupid. Do your thing with it, and good luck.
Is there anything else you need to do that reconstruction? Do you mind if I watch you? Is there any way you can reconstruct the whole pattern from these partials?
The artist would not appreciate Gabriel messing with his stuff while he's gone. The artist is off chasing his errant drawing.
I could say the same of you. That's personal. Sorry, sweetie, but I don't discuss Elvis with anyone. My veil! I'm always losing those things. You have no idea. And since you have such a clear interest in fortune-telling, let me see your hands. They look so strong. Perhaps they will make both our fortunes clear, no? Strong. Yes, and yet so delicate and flexible. Oh, good. I see a mysterious woman in your immediate future. She is a dangerous one, dark and beautiful. I see the road of your life forking, and very soon. Come on, boys, hoopla! Thanks, boys. Well, darling, you're such a sweetie to return a lady's delicates, and so handsome as well. No. Does this price list mean anything to you? The only answers I give are given in my readings. I'm sure your palm would be quite interesting. What can I do for you, handsome? How's business? I have no time for such dull conversation, darling. Move aside, sweetie. But stay where I can look at you, 'kay? The prices are listed on the sign. Well, I sometimes do my intimate friends for nothing. But I am a businesswoman. Darling, you toy with me. If I thought you were serious. But no, I must stay firm.
That's a nice snake you have there. Well, I know where I got mine. Where'd you get yours? I'd really like to know more about that snake. I think this veil belongs to you. Well, I wish something would. You don't know the half of it. Are you okay? What is it about me lately? Ooh, baby, I love the way you move. Can you reach that piece of paper? Thanks, kid. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home? I'm sure you are. Could you just do a short reading for an intimate friend? Not a bad idea. Yep, she wants me. Hey, float over here, would you?
Stay away from Maryagetti, or you shall pay with your life.
There's no reason to do that to the veil. It's a silken veil.
Oh, unbelievable. Rotten luck.
Gabriel leers at the dancer, but she seems to want a more overt demonstration of his appreciation. Madame Lorelei would not appreciate Gabriel using her boot while she's dancing. Gabriel would not mind picking up a few extra bucks by using Madame Lorelei's boot while she's gone, but he doesn't know how to belly dance. Perhaps Gabriel should just talk to her first. Gabriel would not mind getting his fortune told, but he does not want to pay good money for it. Perhaps Gabriel should pick it up first.
Does this mean anything to you? Could I ask you a few questions, Madame Lorelei? Madame Lorelei, is it? How's business? How about a reading? They seem a little steep. Did you lose a veil?
Oh, God! Beware! Beware!
That would almost certainly be misinterpreted. Madame Lorelei dances only when she's inspired. Madame Lorelei seems less approachable when she's behind that boot. Why do that to the boot? The owner is currently plying a different sort of wares, however. Madame Lorelei's booth is deserted. The booth is a colorful mélange. It announces the owner as Madame Lorelei and gives prices for palm reading, $20, crystal ball gazing, $15, and birth charts, $50. It appears that Madame Lorelei has returned. Madame Lorelei lounges at the booth, fondling her snake. Using that on the drawing wouldn't help. There's her drawing caught up against the hedges. Gabriel can't reach the drawing from where he is. Gabriel should get her attention first. The fortune teller wouldn't appreciate that. Gabriel's already screwed that one up. Perhaps he should just talk to her. She's pretty good at moving herself. Madame Lorelei winks knowingly at Gabriel and twitches her hip. The drawing ignores Gabriel. The Cajun band is a little busy for that right now. A Cajun band, inventive as always with their instruments, is having a good old time on the lawn. Funny how catchy that toe tapping can be. The Cajun band wouldn't appreciate that. She's busy at the moment. Gabriel wouldn't mind having his fortune read, but he's not keen enough about it to pay cold, hard cash. Gabriel doesn't want to return the scale. It might be useful. Madame Lorelei, the fortune teller, is garbed in a belly dancer's outfit and wears a boa around her neck. A real boa.
I'm looking. I think this veil belongs to you.
They're all horses.
Oh, nothing.
The blood drains from Madame Lorelei's face in an instant. Sweat beads on her upper lip. Madame Lorelei winks at Gabriel knowingly.
You're back. You know, you really freaked me out running off like that. What the hell is going on?
Here you go. Sure thing. Yep. See ya.
Knock it off, you. If I shove this washboard down your throat, yeah.
The belly dancer would probably love it if Gabriel threw money at her. But Gabriel needs the cash. He'll have to think of a less expensive form of expression. A blues band entertains on the lawn. Now that's music.
Good day, officer.
Thank God. Have a good one, 9-1.
It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. Got it, Molly.
Ambulance to town. Everyone's having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning.
Damn! Did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club? Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what. Good thing this guy's already dead.
Ambulance 9-1, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed for you 3 times.
Could I ask you a few questions? I should have noticed that. Thanks. Interesting. Sorry.
The band is a bit busy to be bothered with that. The band obviously likes this spot and wouldn't care to be moved. The band doesn't work that way. The band is too into their music to talk to Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't need to do that with the cop's motorcycle. A cop has driven his motorcycle into the park. Something Gabriel would probably never get away with. Move the cop's motorcycle. Gabriel would prefer not to be arrested right now. Gabriel likes his own cycle much better. Besides, even Mosley couldn't get him out of that one. The motorcycle cop wouldn't have anything enlightening to say about that. A police officer is either off duty or patrolling the park, or both. The police officer wouldn't take offense at that. Nah, he's not Gabriel's type. The mime doesn't look anxious to get near that cop again. Using that on the police radio won't help. On the motorcycle is a police radio. There's no reason to move the radio. The officer would miss it. The radio doesn't open or close. Gabriel doesn't need to take the radio to listen to it. The radio won't tell Gabriel anything that way.
Mind if I use your radio? What am I, a groupie? Touchy.
Yeah, you too. Keep moving. What are you, nuts? Forget it.
Homicide team attend. Anyone seen Joe? South, Lakeside Drive north of Piedmont Pier, south of the country club. Coroner requests assistance at
Yeah, right. Gabriel picks up the headset and listens.
Stupid mime. Not now, buddy. I'm busy. Hey, you! Get away from that bike. Are you little? All right, mister. You want some of this? I told you to stop that. Hey, cut that out.
Oh, man, go bother somebody else, dude.
The lucky dog vendor has his nose buried in a paperback novel. Gabriel noticed that it is not, big surprise, one of his.
Yeah, you got one? Give me some money then. Don't block the view, mister. Got any money? Something to eat? There you have it. No. Can't I? Just watch me. Okay then.
Really? I'm glad you think so. I always liked that beat, but I thought I ought to give this a shot.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Why? Oh, I have this gift certificate. It's good for $20 at St. George's Books, finest bookstore in New Orleans. You wouldn't like a lucky dog by any chance? You mentioned something about special requests. You dance pretty well for a kid. I don't have any. Do you do requests? No. No. Can you fit through the bars around the statue? Good. There's something in there I can't quite reach. Come on. Can't think of anything at the moment. Can you do the Nutcracker Suite in D minor? Oh, never mind. Hello, are you selling lucky dogs or not? Did you ever read anything by Gabriel Knight? Could I get a lucky dog, please? You seem to be quite a reader.
That jazz band is pretty good. Of course, most jazz bands in New Orleans are. The jazz band is moving as much as they're going to right now. The band doesn't work that way. The band isn't likely to want to follow Gabriel around, though it would make for dramatic entrances. The band isn't paying any attention to Gabriel. The vendor wouldn't be interested in seeing that. The beignet vendor is unlikely to have information that Gabriel needs. A vendor selling beignet and cafe au lait has taken the lucky dog vendor's old spot. Moving the vendor wouldn't be that simple. The vendor doesn't work that way. Gabriel's not that fond of beignets. What would the little boy do with that? Interrogating the little boy wouldn't be very useful. A lucky dog vendor has set up business in the square.
You could take this gift certificate with you, if you'll give me a lucky dog.
A small boy is tap dancing enthusiastically for a lucky dog vendor. The vendor ignores him. Gabriel sacrificed his father's painting to get that money. He's not going to waste it.
Hello? Excuse me? What the heck are beignets, anyway? Oh, nothing. Nice place. What happened to the guy who used to be here? Why don't you go back there? I definitely think you should go back to Royal and Conti. Oh, absolutely. The grass is always greener. Say, haven't I seen you before? You say you used to be at Royal and Conti? So you're definitely going back to Royal and Conti? Why'd you leave Royal and Conti? Is it? How about When the Saints Go Marching In? That was great. Thanks. Could you do Saints again? That was great. Thanks.
Why would the vendor be interested in that? Louisiana has child kidnapping laws. That would be, at the very least, illegal. There's no reason to do that to the Lucky Dog cart. The vendor wouldn't appreciate that. The vendor is clearly not interested in further conversation. The vendor ignores Gabriel entirely.
What can I do for you, sir? Yeah? Deep-fried sweet dough with powdered sugar on top. New Orleans donuts, sir. You're the boss. Yeah. I always did pretty well there.
The little boy's dancing has slowed down a little since he ate the hot dog.
Yep, I mind all right. Because A, I don't know anything, and B, I'm busy. I'm busy. Really? I'll have to check it out sometime. A lucky dog for a $20 gift certificate? Well, sure. Here you go. Yep. No, not now. I'm busy.
An unambitious person? In the 90s? Amazing.
The lucky dog guy? I took over his spot.
Hey guys, Saints! No problem, mister. Yeah, okay. Guys! Yup. Thanks, mister. You got any special requests, let me know. Would I? Sure.
You got it, kid. Hit it.
Say what?
Y'all gonna get it if y'all keep at that.
Do you think? I've been kind of torn. Must be the weather. These thick clouds we've had all week. I'm just not seeing the crowds here that I expected. I thought Jackson Square'd be a better gig, you know? Tourists and all? Exactly. You're right. I'm going back over there today. I get around the French Quarter. Used to be at Royal and Conti. That's right. Yep, in a bit. Well, the guy who used to be here, the lucky dog guy, he was my cousin Ralph. He went off to college, see, and this spot came open. Well, no, actually.
No, don't waste my time. Get on with it, man. I need this tattooed to get into their rituals. That's all I know. I'm praying. Leave me alone. I'm praying for my life, man. Hospital wouldn't do nothing. Leave me alone. Where'd you get that? Know something about it? Look at this. It's their sign. The mark of the snake. Without it, they'll never let you get close. The eyes of the snake. Dambala. Oh.
Gabriel is already seated. That door must lead to the priest's side of the confessionals. Gabriel cannot go in there. That's the priest's part of the confessionals. St. Louis Cathedral has a beautiful chapel, warm with tones of gold and cream and rich with delicate frescoes and meticulously carved wood. There's no one to speak to in that part of the cathedral. There's an inconspicuous door near the chancel. The door isn't going anywhere. It looks like someone found and moved Crasher's body.
No way, man. I'm too sick. Go away. You don't know nothing about nothing, man. You're so far out of it, you wouldn't understand anything. Just like that friend of yours, Mosley. Go away. Forget it, man. It's not worth my breath. I'm too sick to waste my time. Oh, go away. Yeah. You know about them, I guess.
I guess I better copy this tattoo. That tattoo looks like Casonu's bracelet. This is about as close as I want to get.
Gabriel should get a closer look at Crash if he wants to do any sketching. Gabriel cannot take the tattoo with him that way. Crash's body is slumped in the pew. What a place for a violent death. Gabriel does not want to take that from the cathedral. Crash is still capable of moving under his own volition. Moving the body is the job of the coroner's office. Gabriel cannot do that with Crash. Gabriel cannot do that with the flags. Flags of the world are displayed from the upper story. A promotion of the universal harmony, no doubt. There's no point in using that on Crash's shirt. There's no point in using that on Crash's chest. Gabriel doesn't even like Crash's shirt. Why would he want to draw it? Gabriel's already copied the tattoo. Crash's shirt is closed. On Crash's chest is a tattoo of a snake. There's no point in doing that with the corpse. Gabriel doesn't want to disturb the worshippers. A believer enjoys the solitude of the church. The worshippers are here to commune with God, not Gabriel. Rows of pews line each side of the nave's aisle. Crash is in one of the pews. There's no reason to do that with the pews. Crash is huddled in a pew. He looks seriously ill. Crash's face shows signs of strangulation. His death was not a pleasant one. Crash is dead. He's not going to be very communicative. Crash won't be looking at anything ever again.
Oh, God. Poor bastard.
The chancel of St. Louis Cathedral consists of a raised dais, an altar, 2 pedestals, and a choir area. Gabriel cannot do anything with the chancel. The parish priest wouldn't appreciate finding that in the cherub shell. Gabriel might need the goodwill, but he can't afford to make a donation right now. At least the cherubs are an aesthetic way of asking for donations. Why do that with the cherub? Curtain confessionals are a subtle, old-fashioned presence on the left of the nave. The confessionals cannot be moved. Someone is in that confessional. Gabriel will have to wait. Crash spasms twice more, then dies as Gabriel watches.
What snake? Crash! Do you recognize this? Just a few more questions. Psst. Hey, what are you doing here? Why are you praying? You look pretty sick. Shouldn't you be in a hospital? Do you recognize this? Why? Do you know something about it? It's the same snake. Tell me more about this snake sign. Hey, are you all right?
Someone, I need help.
Will you answer some questions for me now? I need to talk to you. Ask you some questions. Come on. I have to know what you know about these voodoo people. I'm not like Mosley. I know more than you think I do. I'll believe you. Come on, talk to me. The sign of the snake. Right. Your tattoo, my bracelet. Now, do you believe that I know something about these people?
Crash opens his shirt and reveals a tattoo.
Okay. Okay, I'll talk to you a little. I'll make it fast.
I see. Apology noted.
There's no reason to put that on or under the kneeler. It's a cushion kneeler.
I think I just need an overall apology to the universe. Thanks, Father.
Impure thoughts? You mean thoughts of sexual relations? Worse, you mean extreme sexual relations? Oh, well, I see. Perhaps we should just leave it at that. Pray for forgiveness and say 10 rosaries. Rotten? What do you mean? I see. Are you sorry? Pray for forgiveness and say 3 rosaries. Have you had the money? Sounds like a matter for the court, son, not the church. A lot? More than 10? More than 20? More than 40? Son, I don't think this is a matter for a priest. I think you need a good therapist. We can always strive to improve ourselves. Patterns can be broken.
All right, Mosley. There's your signal. Something about this knothole looks familiar. Ride's over. I think I've got everything I need. Might as well see it through. Thank you, Father. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Here's the Pope. Yeah. You could say that, Father. It couldn't hurt. I'd like to make a confession. Can I ask you a few questions?
Peace be with you, son.
The priest blesses Gabriel through the confessional window. The snake rod key is concealed under the kneeler. A signal device is concealed under the kneeler.
Yes. Thank you, Father.
Do you feel the need for a blessing, son? All right, if it will comfort you. Are you in trouble, my child? Then I hope this helps. Would that comfort you, son? Very well. All right, if it will make you feel better. The confessional is not the best place for interviews, son. You can contact the parish offices if you need private counseling. Is there anything else? As you wish. Please feel free to stay in commune with God. Is there anything else? Goodbye, then. Peace go with you.
I understand. Thanks, Father. No, thank you. Nope, that's it. I've had impure thoughts about a woman I met. You could say that. But worse than what you mean. Well, not involving animals or anything. I've done some pretty rotten things to my friend Mosley. Practical jokes, insults, among other things. Well, I haven't paid my assistant for 3 months. Nope. I've had a lot of women, Father. Yes, Father. It's moving. I knew it.
The signal device would be out in plain sight there. Gabriel has no reason to leave the signal device here. The snake rod would be out in plain sight there. Gabriel has no reason to leave the snake rod here. There's a small shelf under the meshed window. The shelf is attached to the wall. The shelf doesn't do that. A meshed window provides access to the confessional from the priest's booth. The panel behind the mesh window moves from the other side. Gabriel cannot see a way to move that part of the confessional. The kneeler doesn't open. Gabriel cannot take the kneeler. Gabriel cannot take the kneeler, and the items under it should be left for Mosley. Gabriel puts the snake rod under the bench for Mosley.
Yes, Father.
Gabriel cannot see a way to use that on the knothole. The knothole is part of the paneling. The knothole doesn't seem to do that. The knothole doesn't seem to operate that way. Why leave that in the confessional? The confessional is empty, and there does not seem to be a priest behind the window right now. The confessional is about the size of a closet and is richly paneled in lovingly oiled cherry. This confessional has turned out to be an express elevator to hell.
Some people say I'm a selfish person, Father.
May I help you, my child?
Could you give me a blessing?
A signal device and the snake rod key are concealed under the kneeler. Kneeling is probably not a great idea down here. Who knows what deity Gabriel would be supplicating to? Gabriel wonders if Mosley will have everything he needs to follow the trail. There's a knothole about the size of a quarter in the wood paneling on that wall. Through the mesh, Gabriel can see a solid wood wall. There is nothing of interest beyond the mesh window that would make that action worthwhile. The kneeler is attached to the wall.
Probably not. I love my hair.
Appropriately sacred books are laid out on the table. A padded red bench provides seating. Gabriel would feel a little unworthy sitting where so many sacred rumps have sat before. Gabriel doesn't need the bench. Why put that in the closet? A freshly starched black priest's shirt stands out against the white robes in the closet. The closet is already open. Gabriel will have to take the shirt if he wants to use it. Gabriel doesn't need another shirt. Gabriel doesn't want to leave that on the table. A long wooden table accents the room. The table's too heavy to move. The vase adds a nice touch. The vase doesn't do that. Gabriel doesn't need the vase. Nothing on that shelf interests Gabriel. In other words, nothing Gabriel is familiar with. The candles don't do that. Gabriel doesn't have any matches. Besides, he wouldn't want to leave them unattended. Gabriel does not need any wax candles. Gabriel doesn't want to do anything to that picture. It's a picture of Christ. There's a box of white priest's collars in the closet. Gabriel cannot use the collars while they're in the box. One collar is plenty. A crucifix adorns the wall. The crucifix might come in handy. But Gabriel does not feel guilt-free enough to wield it. Why do that with the mirror? The mirror doesn't work that way. The mirror looks pretty heavy. Long ceremonial robes hang in the closet. The closet doesn't need rearranging. Gabriel cannot see himself wearing a long robe. This small nook must be used as a ready room for the parish priest. It's small, cool, and has a faintly institutional feel. Gabriel doesn't have time to rearrange the ready room. Gabriel doesn't want to take that from the ready room. The room is empty of listeners, visible ones at least. The closet shelves are stocked with the odds and ends of a saintly life. Gabriel isn't interested in those books.
I can't resist black. I wouldn't know where to start. Well, you never know when a priest's collar will come in handy.
Green candles. Could that mean something? Gabriel does not want to leave the collar here. He might need it. Gabriel wants to keep the vestments. He might need them. The shirt might prove useful. Gabriel does not want to leave it here.
Never thought much about doing anything else. I wouldn't know. I'd never get out of here before dark. Lively crowds are trouble. These guys just sit and drink. That makes me happy.
Actually, Marcus plays. I just sit here and let him win.
No. Now do you mind? Excuse me. I was talking to the lady.
Can't say that it does. Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment. Hey, watch it. You wear that and hear people liable to stop drinking. It's been worse. Some. Mostly locals, as usual.
I'm trying to be with my lady here, pal. Could you excuse us? We're talking here.
No. Now beat it. I'm here to relax, friend. Buzz off. Buddy, I think the place you're looking for is down on Bourbon.
That would not work too well on a human being. Sam made that bracelet for Gabriel. He'd be insulted if Gabriel gave it back. Gabriel has no reason to think Sam might be interested in that voodoo oil.
Shut up, Marcus.
Able was I ere I saw Elba. Are you sure I can't bother you with a few questions? What do you guys do when you're not playing chess? You come here a lot, don't you? Sam, my man. Well, it looks good to me. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, where to? Sounds like fun. Good luck. It might make a good salad dressing. Got any squeaky doors? I bet it would work as a hair tonic. You might be able to sell it to some poor dumb sucker. Pitiful, isn't it? This is a powerful voodoo oil. This voodoo oil could make a nun get lucky. I'd stake my reputation as a novelist on it. Can I ask you some questions now? Are you sure you can't do anything with this? Great, thanks. Got another second, Sam? About this oil. So, how do you feel now? Nothing like a good game of chess, huh? Oh well, have fun.
I told you I'm busy with this old fart. What is this? A clay mold? And I owe you one. Would you like me to cast this for you? I'll have the bracelet tomorrow. Meet me here. You got it, pal. Actually, it'll be a pleasure to get my tools out. First time in years. I've been too busy playing that goddamn game. Come to think of it, he still is. Yeah, what is it this time? This piece was a real toughie. For some reason, the metal just wasn't setting. I must be out of practice. Every ever-loving day of my life for 20 years. Hey there, it's you. I got that bracelet for you. Not really. Look, I'd be glad to help you out, but I've been stuck in this bot too long to know much about anything.
Yeah, get away from me with that, will you? Beat it, you loser! Shh! I'm concentrating. I'm not the chatty type, am I, Sam? Besides, I'm busy sucking poor old Sam dry. Go bug someone else. But game. This isn't a game. It's a slaughter. Yeah, right. Got a crowbar? Ah, you planning to be buried in that chair, then? I ain't never needed to cheat yet, you loser. Son of a bitch. You are the biggest butthead Sam Singleton that I ever met. You can just put this chessboard where the sun don't shine. Welcome back, loser. Come on. I'm growing fungus already. You know, Sam, you're just about the worst chess player I ever knew. You're a sore loser, Sam.
Nah. Kinda cute.
Checkmate! Again.
So, having a good game? Fine. All right. Sorry to bother you, but could I ask you a few questions? Excuse me. I hate to interrupt your game, but could I ask you a few questions? Could you do anything with this? Got a second, Sam? It's about your game. Thought you might be interested in this gambling oil. Nice game. Will do. Would I make something like that up? Well, if that's what you want to believe. What's up? Could I ask you a few questions? Hi, how's it going? Business picking up? You ever get tired of tending bar for a living? The weather's pretty crappy out there today. This looks like a lively crowd. Oh, it is. Careful. You don't want to overdo it. Too much luck can be dangerous. Can I ask you some questions? On second thought, I don't think you could help. Forget it. Hello there. And she was listening raptly, I'm sure. Can I ask you some questions? Far be it from me to stand in the way of romance. Hi, how's it going? Can I ask you some questions? Right. Sorry.
Coming up, Sam.
None that I don't want to squeak. Excuse me. Look, no amount of tonic's gonna help this baloney patch. Thanks anyway. No, you sell it to some poor dumb sucker. Hold it there. You really think Marcus uses this stuff? Get out of here. Marcus would never use something like this. Marcus? Using voodoo? That old bastard. Go on. Well, I am a jeweler, you know. Really? You think it really works, huh? Couldn't be better. Yeah, well, this isn't a good game. This is torture. I used to be a jeweler. Marcus here was a butcher. Now we just sit here and play chess all day. And you say Marcus uses this. That explains a lot. Let me see that bottle. Stonewall, give me a Pim's cup, would you? If I could really beat that bastard.
Could you do anything with this? Sure I can't ask you a few questions?
Gabriel thinks he'll leave the man right there, thanks. An unhappy-looking man explores the dangers of drinking alone. Gabriel isn't here to get into a fight. This isn't that kind of bar.
We'll see about that, Mr. Schmutty Big Mouth. How much you think I'd put in here? What? There's no such thing as too much. Now stand back. Interesting. I am a jeweler, you know. No, you old bastard, you're not.
That would make this guy really cranky. A stereo and some old jazz albums occupy the back shelf. Gabriel cannot reach the back shelf. Gabriel and the bartender are old pals. His name is Stonewall King, and he knows everybody round here. Stonewall looks perfectly happy where he is. Gabriel isn't strong enough to pick up the bartender. The bar is a 19th century antique in lovingly polished walnut. The bar isn't going anywhere. The antique bar stool has been polished by a century worth of patrons' derrieres. Messing with the stool would be a good way to get on the wrong side of Stonewall King. That tabletop has an inlaid chessboard. The door leads to Charter Street. The door isn't going anywhere. Fancy old liquor bottles contribute to the general decor. Gabriel isn't interested in rearranging the bottles. It's a bust of Napoleon. How apropos. If Gabriel tried to take the head, Stonewall would be on him like ducks on a June bug. Gabriel cannot do anything with the drummer on the street. Gabriel cannot hear the street drummer very clearly in this location. A street drummer has found a spot outside the Napoleon house. It's one of those cult drummers. Gabriel's already created enough bad karma in this bar. A young man is deep into conversation with his girlfriend and feeling no pain. That could only lead to trouble.
'Cause using voodoo might not be fair. Oh, this looks authentic. If you say so, too bad.
A young woman is enjoying drinks with her boyfriend.
Yeah, what about it?
I don't need it. Why would I want to move the paintings? Does this mean anything to you? Never mind. Probably wouldn't work anyway. Don't you ever wonder why Marcus wins every time? Even if I could reach it, what would be the point? What do I need with a table? I don't think I want to do that. Somebody's using it right now. They aren't mine. Better not. Her boyfriend doesn't look too friendly.
Hallelujah, I did it! Yippee! Nice game. Hell, I was brilliant! Course, I gotta give some of the credit to that oil of yours. I've been losing to that guy for 20 years. If you ever need a favor, you come to Sam, you hear? Ah, you're a real sweetheart, Marcus, you bastard. He's right, you know, so let me die in peace, would you? Mister, please, I'm trying to turn this game around. Shut up, you bastard. What is this, a clay mold? But I'm retired. I'm gonna sit right here in this frickin' chair until I beat this bastard. Don't you touch those chess pieces while I'm gone, you bastard. I don't have a game, that's my problem. Let me see that. Master Gambling Oil. What's it for? Checkmate! Checkmate, you bastard! 20 years I've been waiting to say that. Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate! Checkmate!
The velvet chairs are getting a bit threadbare. Gabriel has no reason to move any other chairs. Gabriel has spent enough hours sitting around in this bar. Several fine old oils line the walls of the bar. The paintings belong to the Napoleon house. A chandelier casts a dim glow over the room. The Napoleon house is one of the French Quarter's very old, very classic neighborhood bars and restaurants. Gabriel is found here frequently. Gabriel doesn't have time to rearrange the stuff in the bar. That belongs to the Napoleon house. With all the people in this bar, Gabriel wants to talk to that. An old wooden table holds some drinks and an ashtray. A man in a loud tie stares morosely at a chessboard. Sam is a changed man since his major victory. The man can move himself if he doesn't like where he's at. That would be rude. A small table, recently deserted, holds the remains of someone's drink. Gabriel doesn't have a good reason to move the table.
Sure. You want to know, my son?
If you can.
Come on already. I'm ready to checkmate.
No problem. By the way, I'm heading out of town tonight. The old bastard has enough money stuffed in his mattress to cover the federal deficit, and he hates spending a penny of it. I'm gonna enjoy watching him squirm through every mile.
A sharp-eyed gentleman in a grey sports coat hunches over a chessboard, chuckling to himself.
Shut up, Marcus. Marcus used to tell me that if I ever beat him at chess, he'd take me around the world. Are you kidding? Luck is my middle name. Shut up, Marcus. You peckabud. Son of a bitch. You bastard. Shut up. You are a fungus. I'm a meat and potatoes man myself. Sorry. Really?
What's going on, officer? I see. Thank you, detective. And good day, gentlemen.
Out damn the spot. Will these pristine banks ne'er be cleaned again? Gabriel does not particularly want to mess with the bloody sand. The police have already taken samples of the blood. Mosley will be able to tell Gabriel if there's anything significant about it. It's extremely big, bloody sand.
I think it's a snake scale, but it beats the hell out of me what kind. Oh, I was just driving by. That's disgusting. Isn't this a rather, public area for this kind of thing? Whoa, I'm in love. Near here? If she's out here a lot, maybe she saw something or heard something. Thanks. Hey, Mostly. Feeling jumpy?
The road is not up for grabs. The site is now deserted. Gabriel wouldn't get far on foot. Gabriel would have a tough time carrying around a tree. Gabriel already took all the clay he need. It's very large grass. Police tape marks off the crime scene. There's no reason to use that on the trees. The trees on the banks of the lake are mostly oak and elm, very old. The trees aren't going anywhere soon. The trees don't do that. Gabriel has no reason to disturb the police tape. Gabriel is already magnifying the grass. But you wouldn't want to swim in it. Using that on the grass would be pointless. Gabriel is on the sand and clay shore of Lake Pontchartrain, at the site where some poor bastard got to see who the voodoo murderers really are. There's no one here to talk to. The place is deserted. It's extremely big sand. Gabriel is already magnifying the sand. Gabriel doesn't need any more rocks in his pockets. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual there that would call for using tweezers. There's no reason to use that on the sand. Moving the sand round would be a thankless task. The sand doesn't work that way. Something small and iridescent is barely visible among the indentations. It looks like a scale of some sort. Gabriel is already magnifying that. Moving the scale round wouldn't do any good. Gabriel cannot open the scale. The scale doesn't do anything. Gabriel don't need to take the police tape. The scale looks a little delicate to pick up by hand. Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to take the small iridescent scale. Gabriel walks back to his motorcycle and returns to the main road. There's nothing of interest that way. The crime scene ends here. The crime scene team is still at the site. Gabriel parks a bit out of the way and walks over to avoid adding to the general confusion.
Is that clay? Ed's kinda heavy. I'm crazy about you, Ed. Let me try to get this down. Yuck!
The marks in the grass don't work that way. Patches of grass have managed to survive life on the banks of Lake Pontchartrain. There doesn't seem to be any point in moving the grass. The grass doesn't do that. Gabriel doesn't need any grass. The lake is polluted enough already. Lake Pontchartrain is impressive. It measures 24 miles across and stretches as far as the eye can see. The marks are actually deep indentations in a regular mesh pattern. Feeling godlike, are we? The lake doesn't open. The lake doesn't operate. Gabriel was just thinking that he could really use a lake, but he doesn't want to get his pockets wet. The lake has nothing to say. Gabriel hates getting his hair wet. With magnification, the marks in the grass are clearer. But if there is a pattern, it's smeared. There's only one small area that's clearly defined. Gabriel doesn't want to use that on his motorcycle. Interrogating the motorcycle would be rather fruitless. It's Gabriel's motorcycle. He calls it Ed. The best way to move the cycle is to drive it. Ed doesn't work that way. Using that on the lines wouldn't be helpful. There seems to be a pattern to the lines in the sand. Gabriel can't take the road reflectors. The lines in the sand are fairly large. Magnification wouldn't make them any clearer. Gabriel can't move the lines on the ground. Gabriel can't take the lines with him that way. Reflectors mark the curve along Lakeshore Drive. Lakeshore Drive runs round the entire lake. This is a particularly lonely stretch, but it's still a public road. Talk to the road committee. Why use that on the marks in the grass? Gabriel would rather not put the scale back where he found it. He might need it later. The grass has a matted appearance there. There are marks in the grass as though some heavy wire object had been set there. The marks are part of the grass and do not move. Leaving the scales here wouldn't solve anything. Gabriel doesn't need to use that on the clay banks. Gabriel might need the clay, especially now. Gabriel might need the clay. The banks of Lake Pontchartrain are rich with clay deposits. Move the clay where? The banks of the lake do not work that way. Gabriel's already done the best he could at copying those lines.
Yeah, they're frickin' ghosts, these guys. Lakeshore Drive isn't exactly the 10 expressway, but it is open to the public. No reports and nothing. Knight, you wiener, I told you not to call me that. Huh? It's another one, as you can see. Same M.O. and no frickin' clues. We're still waiting on an ID for the body. Who, me? Don't be stupid. How'd you find me? Well, for the book. But don't tell anyone I let you see this, huh? Now, who the hell is that? Good day, Miss Getty.
We've about wrapped it up, sir. It's another clean sweep. Do you want to leave an officer here, sir? Yes, sir. If you'll excuse us, sir, we'll take him away.
There's nothing worth magnifying in that particular location.
Detective Mosley, ma'am, we've got a little problem here, but nothing for you to be concerned about, Miss Getty. Forget it. That's Malia Getty. She's about as far out of your reach as the moon. Probably on her way to meet some guy with a yacht right now. The lake's a popular place for country clubs. Man, nobody ever sees or hears nothing. I told you. Besides, you just don't go around bothering people like her. Yeah, let's get the meat wagon moving then. Nah, just leave the tape up for a few days. Stick around and take notes for the book if you want. Watch out for the muck in the water moccasins, though. I'll be back at the station. Stop by if you want to go over the case some more.
Gabriel!
Tabala Wadu Ukalu Ramoins Ogun Balagris Siumander Pole Mi Bayu Siumander Cabri Mi Bayu Siumander Beef Mi Bayu Siumander Cabri Sancor Cote Mi Pren Per Bayu Tetelo, come take our ride Tetelo Ukalu Ramoins Tetelo, Siumander Cabri Sancor Mi Bayu.
You shall pay for this violation. But first, a few questions. Name the great serpent who crushes all in his coils.
Yes, Dr. John. Brother Eagle. Yes? Okay, no problem. I was just taking a walk and tattoo. Well, I tried this new soap today and...
Where is your snake tattoo? Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join the other celebrants. Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join... You! I knew it!
Hi there, Dr. John.
Malia! No! No! No!
I know you now. I can smell his blood in your veins. You cannot change your destiny, or ours. I will find you. I will destroy you. Where is your necklace now, witch hunter? Where are your pretty gems?
Ogun Badagri.
Who is the destroyer of men? You are correct, Brother Crocodile. You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Enjoy yourself well tonight. You are no believer. You must die for violating our sacred circle.
Buddha, perhaps? Dambala. Maîtresse Erzulie. Papa Gede?
I'm not quite sure.
No excuses this time, my friend. You, what are you doing here? You do not know? You are no believer. Now you will die.
The tracker does not show anything. They must not have taken the Seki Module to the ritual.
All right. There's a blip. They must be here with the Seke Madule. When in Rome, this looks familiar. Damn, I'm back where I started.
Gabriel does not want to turn off his only means of direction. He can follow it to get to the conclave, or go the opposite way from what it suggests to return to the bayou exit. Something in the bayou air is confusing Gabriel's sense of direction. He could use some less susceptible assistance. There's no way to do that with the bayou exit. The break in the trees marks the exit from the bayou. There's no way to do that with the entrance to the ritual circle. Hasn't Gabriel seen this part of the bayou before? The entrance to a clearing is marked with Voodoo skulls. At last, Gabriel doesn't want to put that on until he finds the ritual. It doesn't look too comfortable. The signal device and anything else of interest in the bayou is no doubt long since gone. The tracker doesn't show anything. But then, why would it when Gabriel still got both signal devices in his pocket? Gabriel pulls out the tracking device, hoping that the Seki Module made it to the ritual and that this thing will work. Gabriel activates the tracker. Using that in the bayou won't help. Bayou Saint-Jean seems denser, thicker, darker than Gabriel remembers. In the twilight of heavy growth, everything looks the same. Gabriel cannot see any way to move that part of the bayou. There is nothing in the bayou to open. There's nothing in the bayou to operate. Picking up this dense plant life wouldn't do much good. Gabriel cannot see a living soul to talk to here. Gabriel feels confused. Gabriel's head pounds. Which way did he just come from? Gabriel can hear the sound of drums, but it seems to be coming from inside his head, rather than any specific direction. A cool sweat mists Gabriel's forehead. Where is he again? Gabriel feels so turned around. Is this thing working? Gabriel hopes this tracking thing is working correctly. Didn't he just come from that direction? Or did he? Gabriel can barely focus on the LED with those drums in his head. He hopes he's reading it correctly. Damn Mosley and his infernal machine. This better be working.
Here goes nothing. Oh, great. Now what?
It looks like an old photograph of your grandfather Heinz, Wolfgang, and their father.
The tapestry doesn't work that way. Gabriel cannot think of a good use for the old tapestries. There's an archway at the head of the stairs. A few ancient weapons adorn the hall.
Well, I guess so. That book with the snake mound. Ooh, is it always this cold around here? This place is so quiet. Doesn't that bother you at all? Gerda, are you sure the Ritter estate can't pay? Nope, sorry, I can't pay the plane fare. Uncle Wolfgang? No, I came to see him. Isn't he here? Oh, great. That's all I need. I know. We can use this credit card. I guess we could put the plane tickets on this. Can I ask you a few questions? Do you know anything about this?
No. So sorry, Herr Knight. Have you no money, Herr Knight? Yeah, of course. Not now, Herr Knight. I can think only of poor Wolfgang in Africa. It is the scroll of St. George, patron saint of England, and of the Ritter family. It is Gunther Ritter's journal. Wolfgang told me he sent it to you. No, it belongs to your family. It looks like a letter to Wolfgang's brother from his father. It was written some time ago, Herr Knight. No, you may keep it. Yeah, those are Wolfgang's scissors. That is good, Herr Knight. Africa? You think Wolfgang went to Africa? Then I shall make you a plane trip right now, yeah? Good, good. My poor Wolfgang. You have money for the plane, yeah? I know about the book, Herr Knight, but that does not get you to Africa, and my poor Wolfgang. Every day I go to Riddersburg to do the daily shopping and visit my friends. To tell you the truth, we never have snow in June here, Herr Knight. Even though we are in the Alps, the weather, it is not normal this year. I love it here in Schloss Ritter. Even the silence feels like home to me. Yeah? Have you thought of a way to pay for the plane? I managed Wolfgang's books. I am quite sure. Have you any money? It is a letter Wolfgang wrote to you. Oh, I wish he would write one to me. No. How Wolfgang bought his ticket, I do not know, but we have no money left for the past 4 years. I came here when I was 18. It is very peaceful and quiet. I am sure you will find it like a vacation, yeah? Oh, poor Wolfgang. If you can think of some way to get to Africa, let me know. Guten Morgen, Herr Knight. I'm cooking your Frühstück, a good German breakfast. Please, feel at home.
Gabriel would rather not share the chamber pot with Gerda. Gerda is young and quite attractive. Gerda has no use for the credit card at the moment. Gerda is a country girl. She wouldn't appreciate that.
It is the knife of a Schattenjäger. You may take it, Herr Knight. Everything in this castle is yours now. Ja, salt. No? Terrific! I will go make the call. Then, while we wait, breakfast. Wolfgang? Herr Knight! Oh, kommen Sie bitte, Herren. I was not expecting you. Has Wolfgang sent you here? No, he is gone. I'm sorry. You came all this way. Herr Knight, Wolfgang told me all about you and gave me instructions for you to feel welcome here. Please, this is your home. You are a Ritter, no? I am just doing some work. I will continue and you may make yourself comfortable. If there is anything you need, please ask me. You may use Wolfgang's bedroom. It is at the top of the stairs. You may call me Gerda, Herr Knight.
Gabriel feels ready to leave, but he needs to arrange his travel plans first. Gabriel has no time to explore Rittersburg. He's got pressing business inside the castle. Doing that with the sofa won't help. An old velvet sofa is one of the few pieces of furniture in the great hall. Gerda is already sitting on the sofa. Stone steps lead up to a second floor. Gabriel wouldn't have much luck moving solid rock. Perhaps Gabriel should just walk up the stairs. Why do that with the tapestry? A huge archway provides an exit from the great hall. The archway doesn't need to be opened or closed. The archway doesn't need to be operated. The trophy belongs in that spot. Why do that to the dragon's head? The main entry doors are massive. They look strong enough to withstand anything. Those doors aren't going anywhere. A few tapestries hang on the wall. Gabriel isn't sure if they mean something, or if they're just good insulation. Gabriel can't even reach the window from here.
I cannot get a plane ticket with that, Herr Knight.
This shadow hunter stuff is serious. What's it like in Rittersburg? Somehow I doubt this is going to be a vacation.
I mean, come in, please, Herr Knight.
That weapon might be a bit much to carry round.
Can't you pay for the fare? Mind if I take it? Thanks. Will this help? So, what do you do when you're not puttering around the castle? Have you worked here long?
Why would Gerda want to see Schloss Ritter's phone number? Doing that with the lion's head would not help. It's a lion's head carved in stone. Gerda wouldn't appreciate Gabriel messing with her potatoes. They must grow well around here. Gabriel is sure he'll end up getting some of those for our meal, sooner or later. There's no reason to use that on the weapons. A large handcraft dagger hangs on the wall. It looks quite old, but it's been polished to a high shine. Gabriel cannot use the dagger while it's on the wall. Gabriel doesn't want to leave that lying around the Great Hall. The Great Hall of Schloss Ritter towers around Gabriel. He can imagine the heating bills. The castle doesn't need rearrangement. There is nothing in that part of the Great Hall that Gabriel needs. Gabriel considers checking the echo in this place, but he doesn't want to offend Gerda. It's a shaker of salt. Moving the salt would not accomplish much. Gabriel cannot do much with the salt while it's on the floor. At the moment, Gabriel can't think of a need for the salt. High up in the wall is a small window.
Can you tell me about this scroll? You want this dagger back? You want this salt back? I found this key in Wolfgang's bedroom. I found this book in the library. I think it might tell us where Wolfgang went. I know he did. This dagger. Is that a shaker of salt? Does that mean I get some coffee now? Hello, my name is Knight. Gabriel Knight. Thank you, Miss,
There's a dragon's head on the wall. It looks like a real dragon's head, too. Research material any good Schattenjäger needs, Gabriel supposes. Gabriel isn't interested in the science books. This part of the library contains books on the occult. Supposedly, there's been evidence of apparently normal human beings turning into various beasts throughout history, including some famous trials from the Middle Ages. There's no reason to use that on the book. The books have nothing verbal to communicate. These shelves contain books on religions of all kinds. A title catches Gabriel's eye. Sun Worshippers by A. Curate. Moving the books round won't help. The bookshelves do not open. The bookshelves do not operate. Gabriel would not know where to begin with the religion books. Gabriel takes down Sun Worshippers and scans it. The African sun god was violent and terrible, and so became his worshippers. They practiced a particularly bloody form of ritual sacrifice. The homeland of this ancient cult is still considered a sacred site of power. See Ancient Digs of Africa by Professor Seymour Shards. These shelves contain science books.
I'm not sure I'm really interested in knowing about some of my ancestors.
Gabriel looks at the titles curiously, but they're all a bit too technical for his taste.
These books are fascinating, but I'll have to hope I get time to read them all later. I don't see anything here that will help me with Tetelo.
It's a book on lycanthropes, shape-shifters. The book claims that lycanthropy is not uncommon. Fascinating. Gabriel's made a few women turn into beasts himself. The People's Republic of Benin is an area of rich and diverse cultures and a proud heritage. The ferocity of the tribes in the Red Basin region is traceable to their predecessors. In Egyptian time, 4000 to 2000 BC, this region was ruled by powerful sun worshippers. These shelves contain books on archaeology. Gabriel recognizes the title, Ancient Digs of Africa by Professor Seymour Shards. Gabriel wouldn't know where to start reading the archaeology books. Gabriel doesn't see any other books of interest in the archaeology section. There's nothing to be done with the tapestry. These shelves display books on geography. A title catches Gabriel's eye. People's Republic of Benin by Lowell Cally. Gabriel's not sure where to start with these books. Gabriel pulls out the book entitled People's Republic of Benin and scans through it. Before slaving devastated many tribes, this area was populated by some of the oddest, fiercest, and most powerful tribes in tribal Africa. The Fans, the Dahomis, and the terrible Agris. The book, The Primal Ones, by John Roots, provides insight into these fascinating cultures. In contrast with the peaceful nomadic tribes of northern Africa, certain tribes of the southwest were vicious and xenophobic. There are books on sociology in this part of the library. Gabriel recognizes a title, The Primal Ones, by John Root. Gabriel wouldn't know where to begin with the sociology books. Gabriel takes down The Primal Ones and opens it. This part of Africa is called the Red Basin area because of the vast amount of bloodshed that's occurred there over the centuries. In this one area of Africa existed in a perpetual state of war and raiding, some of the most powerful and efficient fighters the world has ever seen. Why did this region inspire such violent behavior? To understand, one must look even further back. See Ancient Roots of Africa by Early Days. The archway leads to a short hall and the door to Wolfgang's bedroom. One of the earliest religious practices was that of sun worship. The most powerful cults of sun worshippers lived on the continent of Africa. The solid rock won't budge. The archway is not closed. Gabriel need only walk through it. Benches accompany the library table. With all these books around, Gabriel would have a hard time sitting still. Although archaeologists have explored the mound site, the interior remains largely unchanged from ancient times. Although it probably isn't connected with the case at hand, Gabriel picks up an occult book. Gabriel takes Ancient Digs of Africa and opens it. Although it probably won't shed any light on Wolfgang's whereabouts, Gabriel picks up a book from the Ritter section. Talk about a bibliophile's Shangri-La! The Ritter documents are fascinating, but Gabriel is determined to stay focused on the task at hand. These texts are in German. You really have to learn the language now. Gabriel does not read German, at least not yet. Why do that with the candles? The candles for nighttime reading, perhaps. The window provides enough light at the moment. Gabriel doesn't need the candles. Gabriel peruses the titles with interest, but nothing jumps out at him. Gabriel does not want to leave that in the library. Gabriel is alone in the library. Just by glancing at the spines, Gabriel can tell that this is one of the most priceless private collections he's ever seen. Gabriel does not want to rearrange Wolfgang's private library. Gabriel does not want to take that from the library. Gabriel cannot reach the shield. An ancient shield hangs on the wall. The windows are too high to reach. Two tall, narrow windows provide daylight to the dank room. Gabriel does not want to leave that on the table. A heavy wooden table occupies the center of the library. More colorful tapestries soften the stone walls here. These shelves contain history books. Gabriel recognizes a title, Ancient Roots of Africa by Early Days. Gabriel wouldn't know which history book to read. Gabriel removes Ancient Roots of Africa and browses through it. We know a little about this mysterious cult by the remnants of ruins far older and of a culture far more advanced than any that exists in Africa today. See Sun Worshippers by A. Curate. Something to peruse extensively when Gabriel has more time. These shelves contain books and documents about the Ritter family. Journals, diaries, record books, deeds.
Then, too, there's always law school. Oh my God, it's a wheel within a wheel. This family tree really goes way back. A double snake ring?
Of supernatural vampirism. There are also several varieties including inherited, communicative, and the vampirism used in black sorcery power drawing ritual. There are many forms of vampirism. One is associated with a blood disorder and is not supernatural. Another, also non-supernatural, is based on a form of insanity. The most fascinating archaeological site in Africa is the Great Snake Mound in the People's Republic of Benin, located 50 miles south of the capital in the Red Basin. Like the snake mounds of North America, the origin and meaning of these great mounds remains a mystery, though clearly they were the results of profound and urgent spiritual belief. Unlike other snake mounds, the African example is a double snake mound, a small snake ring within a larger snake ring. The mound is thought to have housed an ancient temple. This is partially due to stringent government regulations and partially to local superstitions. The local people regard the mound with fear and will not go near it. Interesting. It seemed that her husband, one Freiling Ritter, had rescued this woman from the clutches of the Marquis de Sade himself. Gabriel flips furiously looking for a picture. Gabriel decides to hang on to the Snake Mound book. The book is entitled Malleus Maleficarum, The Witch Hammer, dated 1486. It's a witch hunter's manual from the Inquisition. It looks like a very old diary of the wife of Ritter Schottenjäger. Necromancy, witchcraft, demonology, lycanthropes. It's a chamber pot. Near the bed is an elaborate wooden door. It's locked. Why do that with the window? A Gothic-style window looks out over an incredible view. The window isn't going anywhere. There's a window seat on either side of the window. The window seat doesn't work that way. Gabriel isn't interested in sitting at the moment. Why put that out the window? Putting snow in the chamber pot would not do much good. Outside the window there's a nice thick ledge covered with snow. The view cannot be moved.
I'll just leave it the way it is.
Thinking of the second chapel panel, Gabriel cuts his hair. A pleasant thought, that.
Take me back to the 20th century, please. You handsome devil, you. Even if I had to, I wouldn't. I'm tired, but it's daylight here. I can't sleep when it's light outside. After the dream I had last night, I'm not sleeping in that bed again. I don't have to right now. Maybe that's why I dreamed about fire last night. Man, I gotta get more sleep. I'm not picking up those scissors again. I cut my hair enough. This scroll looks interesting. What a night. I'm sore all over. Sticking my hands in that cold snow once was enough. If I took the snow, it would just melt in my pocket. I don't cut my hair without a damn good reason. It fits. I don't believe it. It's the key from my dream. Great. Now I have a bear patch.
That would not work with the lion head. The head of a lion stares at Gabriel from above the door. It makes a reflection, and that's all. The mirror doesn't open. The portal says. Gabriel doesn't want to leave that here. Alas, Gabriel's alone in the bedroom. Wolfgang's bedroom would hold Gabriel's entire studio 4 times over. Not exactly cozy, but Gabriel could get used to it. Thinking of the first chapel panel, Gabriel washes his hands in the snow. Gabriel would need a pretty good reason to stick his hands in that snow. Using that on the scissors would not accomplish anything. There's a small pair of grooming scissors on the cabinet. It would be difficult to do that with the scissors while they're on the cabinet. Gabriel takes the scissors. A large display case hangs on the wall. It contains a scroll. The display case is firmly attached to the wall. Gabriel's already done all he can with the scroll. There's no reason to open the empty scroll case. The display case itself does not interest Gabriel. The display case is empty. That would have little effect on the door. Moving that around the bedroom would not help, and it's only slightly off color, rather like Gabriel himself. There's nothing Gabriel wants in this part of the room. The rug looks like fur from some large animal, but what kind of animal, Gabriel could not say. Nothing would bring that rug back to life. Nur der Reinste darf passieren. Diesen Herz ist rein wie Glas. Diesen Seele rein wie Führer. Schreitet Hörner durch Portal. Gabriel cannot move solid rock. It's the biggest bed Gabriel has ever seen. The bed is much too large to tote around, unfortunately. There's a key on the table. At the foot of the bed is a small table. There's nothing to pick up on that part of the table. There's nothing on the table at the moment. It's an old-fashioned canopy with heavy bed curtains. It would not do much good to do that here, in the bedroom. Why burn that? A fire blazes steadily in the stone fireplace. Either Wolfgang left very recently, or Gertie feels quite at home in this room herself. That would be a bit tricky. The fire's already blazing, and Gabriel doesn't want to put it out. The cabinet holds a few items for personal grooming. The cabinet itself doesn't interest Gabriel. Gabriel definitely does not want to put that in the chamber pot.
I hate this. There, that's plenty. It sounds better in German. I'd scream, but no one would hear me.
There's nothing that Gabriel wants to pick up on that part of the cabinet. The door leads back to the grand hall stairs. The door is a bit large for that. That won't work on the keyhole. The door has a very large, very oddly shaped keyhole. Somehow Gabriel does not think that that's the right key. The keyhole doesn't work that way. The only way to operate the keyhole is with the right key. That would probably only ruin the keyhole and the dagger without opening the door. There's a key on the small table. Doing that with the key would not solve anything. Gabriel cannot operate the key while it's on the table. The door is surrounded by an ornate lintel. The lintel does not work that way. The panels offer Gabriel no verbal advice. The first panel shows hands and water. The second panel shows hair and a knife. The third panel shows a chalice on a table with ocean waves in the background. The fourth panel shows a knife and a few drops of blood. The fifth panel shows someone kneeling. The sixth panel shows a scroll. According to Gerda, the panels outline the Schottenjäger's initiation ceremony. Not that the ceremony did anything for Gabriel. 3 panels hang from each side of the chapel. Gabriel cannot determine what their purpose might be. There are pews on both sides of the center aisles. The pews will have to stay where they are. Thinking of the 6th panel, Gabriel reads the scroll. Thinking of the 4th panel, Gabriel holds his arm over the chamber pot and nicks it with the dagger. There is no response.
Upon my blood I call thee now. Purify me, for I avow. I did that yesterday, and look what happened. St. George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night.
Why do that to the candles?
Oh, excuse me. I was just vacuuming. I did not know you were in here. You look tired, Herr Knight. Why don't you go to bed? I will clean everything up. You need not worry.
Or did it? The chamber pot contains salt. That would not accomplish anything. The chamber pot does not open or close. Gabriel is already trying to find a proper use for the chamber pot here. The chamber pot is hardly a chalice, but it's the best Gabriel can come up with at the moment. He decides to leave it on the altar. Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel pours the contents of the salt shaker into the chamber pot. Talking to the chamber pot does not seem quite right. That's not a bad idea. But Gabriel senses that he's missing a few necessary steps first. Gabriel does not have a reason to use that dagger on himself at the moment. Candles flank the altar on either side. Moving the candles around would not be useful. The candles are already lit, and Gabriel does not want to extinguish them. Gabriel does not want the candles. Putting that on the altar would not help. Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel puts the chamber pot on the altar. Gabriel does not have a reason to put the chamber pot on the altar at the moment. There's no reason to put the scroll on the altar. A plain wooden altar occupies the center of the chapel. A cushioned kneeler at the bottom indicates that the altar is a place of prayer. The altar isn't going anywhere. The altar does not work that way. Gabriel is already kneeling at the altar. Thinking of the fifth panel, Gabriel kneels at the altar. Gabriel does not have a reason to kneel at the altar right now. There's no reason to put the dagger on the altar. Gabriel knows the salt is important, but it doesn't seem right to put it on the altar in the shaker. Putting the scissors on the altar would not help. Candelabrum flanked the altar. Putting that in the chamber pot does not seem to make sense somehow. There's a chamber pot on the altar. The chamber pot contains blood.
I'm not going to cut myself again. To set my feet upon thy road, thy sword I take up for mine own.
Gabriel knows the salt is important, but it doesn't seem quite right to eat it. Doing that with the panels would not help. It worked. Something's happening.
Oops, nearly hit an artery. I named my shop after you. You've always fascinated me. I just never knew why until now. Sure, why not?
The pews look uncomfortable. Gabriel would rather not sit there. Gabriel's alone in the chapel. Perhaps it's an illusion caused by the colored lights from the window. But this chapel gives Gabriel a sense of something truly mystical. Gabriel does not want to rearrange the beautiful little chapel. There's nothing in that part of the chapel that Gabriel needs. Nothing. Gabriel has the sneaking suspicion that he's left out something. Perhaps that's why he does not feel any different. The stained glass window does not work that way. St. George does not look prepared to answer questions. A magnificent stained glass window depicts the legendary battle between St. George and the dragon. The stained glass window is not going anywhere. The window does not open.
Oh, that's all right. I've done about all I can do in here anyway. I give up. I can't believe I cut my hair for nothing.
Gabriel has a sense that he's missed something about that third panel. The chamber pot contains salt and blood.
Oh, no!
No! How? No problem. I do.
Your soul smells, Gabriel Knight. You seek to be Schattenjäger. You must first burn away the past. How much sin do you have to burn? You have used people all your life. Never committed to anything. Turn back now, and I will forget that you asked for this. You asked to start on the path, so you shall. but you will not be a Schattenjäger until you have earned it. There are only two things that redeem you. First, that you have Ritter blood in your veins. Second, that 3 women have loved you purely. I cannot show you the path, but I can tell you that you will have to let go of the greater part of yourself, Gabriel Knight. Yes. Now you asked for purification. You shall have it.
Yes. Have I? I'm gonna try. Don't worry, though. You'll be back at school, safe and sound. Yeah, kind of reminds me of living with you, Grace. Yeah? Are you sorry? Grace? Give up your PhD? Spiritual path, huh? Well, you're welcome to stay, Gracie. Just as long as you don't expect me to know what I'm doing. You think too much.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss the loafer. He done good. You can't ask yourself what if. It'll drive you nuts. I guess we'll just have to do the best we can, huh?
I can't believe he's gone. He saved our lives, you know. It's so tragic that both families had to end, that they destroyed each other. I can't help thinking that it could have been different. But a world without Schattenjägers, it's sad. Bye, Gabriel Knight. Yeah. So, are you gonna do it? Be Schattenjäger? I don't have to go back. There are things in this world, Gabriel. A spiritual path can be more important than a path of the mind. This is a historical moment, isn't it? 300 years ago, the Ritter talisman was stolen by Tetelo. She used it to draw her family to power while your family withered. She helped provoke the slave revolt in Haiti. She's probably the reason for a lot of the flavor and history of New Orleans. Good and bad. Now she's gone and your family is restarting. Yeah, it almost makes you wonder, doesn't it? If it wasn't supposed to happen that way. You know, good coming from evil. But really, I think the most tragic thing was all those generations of young women, like Maya, trapped by this large overriding personality forced into a life of horror. You know when I said you've changed? Yeah.
So long, bud.
I was wrong. Nah. You've changed, you know. I'm sorry about Malia. I know you cared for her. I think it's over now.
I'm not leaving until I got what I came for. There you are, you bastard.
If he is correct, this is the tribal homeland of Tetelo's people.
Wheel within a wheel. Yeah, sure. Wait here, please. I may be a while, though.
The jeep driver can do nothing more for Gabriel at the moment. The jeep driver has settled into his seat for a nap. The jeep was one of several private taxis trying to pick up business at the airport. The driver knew exactly where the Snake Mound was located, and his rates were very cheap. Gabriel has done all he needs to do with the jeep at the moment. Gabriel can determine whether or not he'll need to use the flashlight once he is inside the mound. The entrance to the Snake Mound looks dark and damp.
You want I stay here, right? It's a long walk back to the city. No problem. I could use a nap.
To enter the mound, Gabriel need only walk there. The Snake Mound consists of an outer ring and an inner ring. 2 snakes eating their tails. The mound has stood here for centuries. Gabriel cannot affect it so easily. The mound does not need to be opened. Its sole entrance is not blocked. Gabriel is on a rise overlooking an ancient snake mound in the People's Republic of Benin. There is no reason to manipulate the landscape. There is no one here but the jeep driver, Gabriel, and perhaps a lot of old ghosts. The morning sky is still thick with mist. The mural does not appear to open. There must be a way to operate the passageway panel, but Gabriel will have to determine how on his own. Gabriel cannot take the mural. Gabriel cannot take the open passageway. There does not seem to be any place to insert the rod on that part of the mural. Gabriel cannot use the snake rod on that part of the open passageway. A long rod lies in one corner of the room. Doing that with the rod on the ground will not help. Gabriel cannot see any way to use that on the stone. It's too late to do anything more with the stones now. There's no time to examine the stones now. On the floor is an etched stone. An etched stone is on the wall. There does not appear to be a place to insert the rod on that part of the wall painting. Gabriel could extinguish the torches, but it would get very dark in here. By the time Gabriel managed to get down that torch, it would be too late. Vines, some as thick as Gabriel's wrist, hang down from the damp earthen ceiling. Why do that to the vines? Using the vines will not help Gabriel here. Although he has a playful urge to swing on those vines, Gabriel would feel a bit childish doing so without a good reason. Gabriel could swing on the vines to try to move that guard, but there are not any vines in the proper position in this room. The vines are thick and tough. Taking them down would not be easy. That will not help Wolfgang. Wolfgang is too busy to answer questions at the moment. Uncle Wolfgang cuts a dramatic figure in his long cape. He moves gracefully for a man in his 70s. There is no answer. From somewhere off in the mound, Gabriel hears a soft click, then a rumble. There must be a way to close the passageway panel, but how? A shadow flickers in the corner of Gabriel's eye. The mural does not appear to have a mechanical function.
It fits. It's shaped a little like a snake. This stone looks interesting. It's stuck. The rod fits into the hole in the stone. Doesn't seem to do anything, though. The head of this snake rod fits perfectly into these quarter-size holes in the wall. Whoa! I can't believe I'm doing this. Nothing happens.
Gabriel, no!
Too late for that now. The stone cannot be deactivated that way. Using the rod on the stone while it's on the floor does not seem quite right. Putting the stone together on the floor does not seem quite right. There's already a stone in that spot on the wall. One of the mummies reaches Gabriel. A guard blocks the exit knot, and Gabriel hears more approaching from the south. The exit is blocked, and there's no time to try to unblock it. To use the exit, Gabriel need only to walk through it. The walls bear ancient paintings, the handiwork of the sun worshippers, no doubt. There's no reason to do that to the wall painting. Gabriel has the creeping sensation he's being watched. From off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe. Gabriel cannot see a way to use that on the sunken area. In the center of the wall painting is a square sunken area. Holes about the size of a quarter appear in the wall there. The sunken area is part of the wall and does not move. The sunken area does not work that way. There's no reason to do that with the torches. Gabriel does not have enough momentum to move that guard on his own. Torches light the interior of the mound. Either they burn perpetually or someone recently lit them. Gabriel does not need to get any closer to that mummy. Gabriel would rather not mess with that mummy. Gabriel cannot open the mummy. Gabriel cannot operate the mummy. The dagger would not work on the mummies. They're already dead. The rod will not work on the mummies. They're already dead. The mummies do not seem interested in the stone. There's an earthen archway to the north. To use the archway, Gabriel need only to walk through it. There's no reason to do that to the exit from the mound. There used to be an exit to the outside world in this room. But now it's gone. That way leads out to the mound exterior.
I have a feeling that did something.
Is anybody here?
Uh-oh. I think I found something.
Oh, shit.
Uncle Wolfgang? Go to what?
What is it you want me to do?
That will not work on the hole in the secret passage. There's a small hole on the wall inside the secret passage. The hole does not work that way. The rooms of the Snake Mound are made entirely from earth, formed centuries before into a wheel by sun worshippers. The stone does not seem to go there. Gabriel cannot catch his breath long enough to call out for help. Calling out for help will not solve a thing. Why would Gabriel want to do that to the mural? Using that on the passageway will not help. An elaborate mural with a mask design has been carved into the wall in this room. The passageway has opened in the wall. The mural does not appear to move. Gabriel cannot move the passageway.
Very good, Gabriel. Now stand back. Gabriel Knight, I presume. In person. Now go to it, boy. I can't hold these creatures for very long, and there are more on the way. The secret panel, boy. Those creatures are only alive while it's open. Close it, Gabriel, and hurry. Find a way to close that passageway, Gabriel.
Gabriel wonders, was this a burial mound? Or does their presence serve some ritualistic purpose that will not stop the mummy? Questioning the creature seems a little futile at the moment. The mummy does not appear to be capable of speech. The mummy-like bodies have animated, and they appear intent on one thing. Gabriel. Mummy-like figures in contorted poses appear to be the only residents here. If Gabriel wants to relocate that tile, he's going to have to take it first. The stone does not seem to open. The stone itself does not operate. Gabriel has had enough of those creatures operating. Gabriel has no reason to do that at the moment.
What's that trough for? Ew, that's sick.
He manages, after much time, to find the secret entrance to the inner wheel.
The doorway leads to the secret passage, and from there back to the outer wheel. There's no reason to do that with the doorway. When Gabriel is ready to leave, he can just walk down the secret passageway. Why use that on the iron bar? One of the iron bars has been inserted into the holes in the tabletop. On the wall is a rack containing a single long iron bar. Both of the iron bars have been inserted into the holes in the tabletop. On the wall is a rack containing two long iron bars. The bar does not open. Does not seem to be a way to use the bar while it's on the wall. That single bar does not look like it will give much leverage. Those bars are not going to do anything without some fleshy assistance.
Why won't the damn lid come off? Oh, great. Where are we gonna get a heart? Let's get the other one. Can we talk? Does this mean anything to you? Should we try this lid? What if we try... It's nice to finally have someone around who knows what the hell's going on. I'm not opening that secret passage door again until I'm ready to leave the snake mound. Yes, I did. But you're the current Schattenjäger. I only did that because... But I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, thanks for the confidence. But what about this table? Will that work? Doesn't it need to be... fresh? What about these iron bars? Perhaps these holes. Wow. The inner wheel. Are you okay? You don't look so hot. Yeah. And you? Who? Me? Look at that table. Can you make it out? What was the story on this table again?
Gabriel is not sure at the moment what he would do with those bars. Doing that with the mural would not help. The inner wheel is decorated with masked murals, similar to the ones that hid the secret passageway door. This is the inner wheel of the snake mound. Though similar in appearance to the outer wheel, there's a sense of evil sanctity and secrecy about this room that is very different indeed. Uncle Wolfgang is the only person here to talk to. Using that on the stone table will not help. The table is too heavy. Gabriel would like to open the table, but it will not be that easy. Gabriel would like to operate the table, but how? The table's lid fits heavily on the base. At the seams there are 2 large holes on either side. On top of the lid is a trough.
Because you were driven to it. I have done nothing with this title for many years. Even in my prime I had few cases. No, if my life had a purpose, it was to bring you to this point. I want you to go into the next room and get a heart from that dead creature on the floor. Tribesman discovers a snake mound hidden in the jungle. In this room he bows down to a small idol of some sort. The thing is radiating, like a sun. I saw that. This is undoubtedly a sacrificial table. That trough is for a human heart.
The bar fits in the tabletop. Gabriel does not want to put it back in the racks until he figures out what purpose it serves with the table.
No! Great. My first job as Schattenjäger, cutting up dead monsters.
Wolfgang! No! Tetelor, you gonna pay for this, you bitch!
I know it's in there. Let's try to lift this top. There.
Gabriel cannot get the mummy's heart with that. There's no reason to do that with the mummy. The mummy is not going to say anything. A mummy lies on the floor, apparently having fallen inanimate where it stood when the secret passage door closed. Doing that with the mummy will not help. Gabriel cannot open the mummy with his bare hands.
Yes, it is a long path, my boy. I myself have still the last of my 3 quests to meet. But let us see what is here. You have found the heart of the apple, but it might be poisoned still. The idol was probably once kept in this table, but they would have it with them now. It must be destroyed. Yes, it is very old. There is a story being told through the carvings on the side. That explains the source of the Geddes' tribal power. They found this mound and the idol in it. Where the idol came from originally is hard to say, but it is definitely older than the Geddes. Sorry, I'm not more help, Gabriel. I don't think it would open so easily, though. Were we 10 strong men, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. No, Gabriel. Not now, Gabriel. You must do as I asked, please. We probably have a little time here. Yes, all right. That is Gunther Ritter's journal. Read it carefully, Gabriel. It may help you to make sense of all this. It is the Ritter dagger. You did well to take it, Gabriel. It belongs to you now. It looks like a letter written many years ago to Heinz from our father. Poor Papa tried to get Heinz to come home, but Heinz refused. Of course, it is an old photograph of your grandfather, Heinz, myself, and our father. Of course, it is the key to my library. Yes, it is a book from my library. With your information, it helped me locate this snake mound. Get the heart, Gabriel. Please. I know, my boy. I know. Ah, the Geddy Veve. Very nice, Gabriel. Let us try. Perhaps there's some of the old Ritter magic left. Go on. Good idea. Let me help you. Yes. Wheel within a wheel. I'm fine, Gabriel. The wheel. You dreamt it? Yes. I must congratulate you on the 3 snakes connection. I had missed it. You will make a wonderful Schattenjäger. It is not a science, Gabriel. It is instinct. And you have it in your blood. Trust it. The castle is yours now. It has many documents and records which will help you in the future. Yes, it is in there. I have not felt this powerful since, well, ever. It is a sacrificial table. It can probably only be triggered by the proper use of that trough there, with a heart. Gabriel, you must take the talisman and be Schattenjäger. You performed the ritual and dreamt of the dragon, no?
The lid does not seem to operate. The lid will not open that way. Torches light the inner wheel. There's no reason to do that with the torches. Gabriel does not need to do that with the vines. Thick vines hang from the ceiling in the inner wheel. Uncle Wolfgang looks frail and shaken, but determined to make a good impression for Gabriel. Uncle Wolfgang would not appreciate that. Why would Wolfgang want to see his own letter? Why would Wolfgang want to see his own phone number? Moving the art round wouldn't help. Gabriel doesn't need to carry the hound for art around. There's nothing of interest in the bathroom. It's locked. Just as Gabriel is about to open the door, he hears someone on the other side. Gabriel can hear people in the hall. It might not be wise to open the door without taking the proper precautions.
Gabriel Knight, so it was you on the drums. You lie. You will die for that.
It's a vase, large, beautiful, and probably quite heavy. The vase is already open and empty. Doing that to the wall panel produces no effect. A few wall panels up here to open. They probably conceal air supply systems or other control mechanisms that support the underground structure. Pedestals display the smaller pieces in the collection. Why do that to the pedestal? Gabriel doesn't need the pedestal. A beautiful rendering of the Getty Veve hangs in the hall. This must be one of the business offices of the Getty cartel. The center of the Houndfour is a circular room apparently used for rituals. The room is made entirely of stone. Dr. John is a sick man. An altar dominates his room, and skin and blood are the prominent decorating motif.
No. Malia invited me down.
This sign has one snake on it. This sign has 2 snakes on it. This sign has 3 snakes on it. This sign has 4 snakes on it. This sign has 5 snakes on it. This sign has 6 snakes on it. This sign has 7 snakes on it. This sign has 8 snakes on it. This sign has 9 snakes on it. The archway leads to an interior hallway. Just walk through it. Just walk through it. There's no point in using that on the keypad. This door isn't locked. The door doesn't respond to the key card. Malia must have some other way of opening it. The keypad has a button and a card slot. Mosley's credit card doesn't fit the card slot on the keypad. This sign has 11 snakes on it. This sign has 12 snakes on it.
I think I'm gonna be sick. Yeah, right. They almost seem to be guarding it in some way. Christ, it stinks in here.
The elevator opens out onto a small lobby-like room. Grace is being kept in one of the Houndfour's guest rooms. Malia's room is an opulent bedroom filled with rich furnishings and exotic decorations. Gabriel is in the outer ring of the Getty Houndfour. A short hallway leads from the outer ring of the Houndfour to the inner circle. Gabriel doesn't want to leave that here. Standing lamps made from heavy bronze help highlight the object d'art. Moving the lamps around won't help. Gabriel can't carry the lamp round. High-tech fluorescent lights line the walls at ceiling height. This place is creepy enough with the lights on. There's no way to take the lights. A bar of fluorescent lights hang above the bed. Gabriel gets nervous thinking about the tons of earth pressing down on that ceiling. Using that on the door won't solve anything. Perhaps Gabriel should try the keypad. A door leads off the outer ring. The door doesn't work that way. Gabriel cannot take the door. The keys needn't be used from inside the rooms. That door leads back to the outer ring. There's no reason to mess with the door signs. This sign has 10 snakes on it. There's no reason to use that on the ark. The hound fur carpeting is even thicker and more luxurious than Gabriel's hair. A pair of pots laden with ritual markings hang on either side of that door. Animal cages of various kinds occupy a small room. Bodies and parts of bodies are kept on the sterile steel beds. The room smells thickly of formaldehyde and is freezing cold. There's nothing in the bathroom that would help Grace.
It fits. A bathroom. How human of him. Another bathroom. I've already got a copy of the Veve. Thanks. This must be a guest room of some sort. How come the bad guys make all the money? Everything you need for a date with the Loa. I'm trying to be quiet in here. I'm no mechanic. I don't want to mess with the controls down here. I don't want to know what's in that bottle. How's it hanging? I don't think I should touch those.
The houndful is decorated with priceless African art. Why use that on the lights? The bars contain, no doubt, yet more incredible wealth.
Oh, baby, you sure are a beautiful sight.
Gold bullion. Lots of it.
I hate to say it, but I can't carry any more. I know it's dirty money, but it's for a good cause. Me. Those bars weigh a ton. It would only depress me. Those bags look heavy, like about 40 pounds apiece. Where were you when I needed you? Ah, well, $1 million or so ought to hold me. These guys obviously have little confidence in the U.S. government.
Gabriel cannot operate the money bag. The sight of greenbacks is frustrating. But that would serve little value. This particular money does not talk. Stacks of bills are bound and pressed into neat piles. Rearranging the hoards of riches would be pointless and frustrating. The stack of bills do not work that way. Gabriel's already taken all the cash he can carry. Why use that on the gold bars? The gold bars do not work that way. There's no reason to use that on the bags.
Gabriel Knight, so it was you on the drums. You will not escape death this time, Knight. Gabriel Knight, how dare you violate my sanctuary? You are so dead.
Dr. John must enjoy discomfort. A coarse pallet lies on the hard, uncarpeted floor. Gabriel doesn't want to get near Dr. John's pallet. The skull of a huge bull forms part of the altar. Gabriel would rather not play around with the altar. Do you really think that would be wise? A male elephant skull is part of the altar. It's the skull of a large gorilla. Why use that on the card?
Who, me? No, I was just looking around. Oh, is this your room? I'm so sorry.
A plastic card on a chain hangs on the wall. Moving the card round wouldn't help. Gabriel can't operate the card till he has it. Gabriel goes for the plastic card. Raw eggs, raw flesh, and other tasteful items are spread out round the altar. A pair of enormous black wings is affixed to the wall above the altar. Dr. John is deeply enmeshed in spiritual communion with the Loa. He's dressed as his bird of prey, Totem. just like he was at the bayou. There's no reason to do that with the machete. A machete is on the wall. Dr. John looks like the sort to wield a machete, but Gabriel would look a little silly.
I'm not gonna touch that. Got it. Not on a bet.
Ito muri, passe makuri. Better to die than run away. Pelane, menu deja. This land is already in our hands. Met agwe woyo kote uyenu.
Tetelo, come to me. Your daughter requests an audience. Tetelo, I beg you again, for my sake, spare Gabriel's life. Gabriel would never betray me. No, I don't believe that. You were betrayed, but Gabriel is different. I cannot serve you any longer. Choose another. I cannot go on. I don't believe you. This way, this life is too painful. I must be free of it. Wait! I won't go through with it. I won't. I won't.
The table doesn't open. A rich oriental rug adds luxury to the small room. Why do that to the screen? A hand-painted screen separates a small shrine from the rest of the room. The screen is too large to move. The screen doesn't work that way. Behind the screen is a small voodoo shrine. There's no reason to do that to the vase. A decorative vase occupies a pedestal just inside the door. The vase is already open and empty. A tall vase stands near the door. Hanging above the small altar is a copy of the Gede Veve. Messing with the Veve won't solve anything, unless Malia were in it. Gabriel wouldn't want to mess with the bed. Malia's bed is an antique, elaborately carved in wood. Gabriel hasn't a heart to mess with Malia's things. A small table stands to one side of the bed. Gabriel doesn't need to use that on the door. The card doesn't fit in the door itself. A second door leads off of the bedroom. Gabriel cannot move the door. The door is locked. Gabriel doesn't want to leave that on Malia's altar. Candles burn atop the table, and some offerings have been left there. It might not be wise to steal from the spirits. Someone's coming.
What is it you seek, child? Do not protect or mourn that one. He will only betray you. He has gone to betray me. Blinded by the light, he will despise your darkness. Ha! So you say, because you are drawn to the light. What you do not know is that the light will never have you. You only corrupt it when you draw near. You can never be free. You will see, my daughter. What I've told you is true. You will see.
The room smells of Malia's perfume. There is nothing else worth taking in that inbox. There is nothing worth taking in that inbox. A portrait of a beautiful, intelligent-looking woman is on the wall. A painting of a shadowy figure is on the wall. One of the lower, maybe. There's no reason to do that with the painting. The painting does not open. Although Gabriel likes the painting, he does not want to carry it around right now. The whiteboard is blank. There's no reason to do that with the whiteboard. Gabriel's already left all the messages for voodoo folks that he intends to. It's too heavy to carry round. The whiteboard contains what looks like calculus equations.
The New Orleans underworld is probably run from these desks. This record book might be the kind of thing Mosley wanted for the FBI. Who knows what these guys are into?
She reminds Gabriel of Malia. Her mother, perhaps. The chairs cannot do a thing for Gabriel. Desk chairs. They look ergonomically sound. This is no time to rearrange office furniture. Gabriel does not have time to sit around. He has to find Grace. Why use that on the computer? Although Gabriel is no computer expert, those look like high-priced models to him. No expense has been spared in the cartel headquarters. Gabriel's no techie. He would not even know how to open that computer. Gabriel would not have the first idea how to get anything useful off of those computers. There is no reason to use that on the desk. The desks are locked. The desk cannot do anything for Gabriel. Why put that in the box? The book might contain valuable evidence. Gabriel does not want to leave it here. Gabriel looks at the inbox and sees a black record book. There is nothing else of interest in that inbox. Gabriel looks at the papers in the inbox, but sees nothing of interest. The inboxes do not do that. The elevator stops at a room underneath the cathedral. The elevator has returned to the cathedral. Gabriel's stuck now. Using that on the elevator will not help. That's funny. This side of the elevator does not look like the entrance to a confessional.
Express elevator to hell.
There's no way to open the keypad. Gabriel cannot move the elevator from out here. The elevator doors open via the keypad. Gabriel cannot operate the elevator from out here. The elevator will not fit in Gabriel's pocket. The elevator door is closed. There's no reason to use that on the keypad. By the elevator is a keypad. The keypad cannot be moved. There's no way to pick up the keypad. Gabriel will not solve a thing by messing around with the Houndfour art. That piece of art on the wall looks like something the Gettys had transplanted from Africa. The elevator returns to the cathedral. Gabriel's stuck now. Gabriel cannot use the ropes while they're hanging up. The cardboard boxes are filled with voodoo paraphernalia, no doubt. Large storage barrels are stacked against the wall. The contents of the barrel are of no immediate interest to Gabriel. Why do that with the barrels?
I think I'll take this wolf mask for me. This boar mask seems appropriate for Mosley, if he ever makes it. A robe for me. A robe for prosperity.
Gabriel has enough robe.
Where do these guys get their supplies? Pentagrams are us?
Gabriel does not need to mess with the sacks. Burlap sacks lie on the floor of the supply room. They look like they contain flour and other grains. That would only make a mess. The bags do not contain anything that would be useful to Gabriel. The boxes do not interest Gabriel. Metal cans. It could be paint. Then again, it could be something worse. Gabriel would prefer to leave the contents of those cans a mystery. The cans do not operate. Using that on the mask will not help. There's still one mask left. Those two masks remind Gabriel of the ones used at the Bayou ritual. The mask does not work that way. Ceremonial robes hang behind the other supplies. Rearranging the supplies will not be very profitable. Why do that with the robes?
Grace! Wake up! Grace!
All right. Take your disguise now.
Why? They know I'm here. It's you they're not expecting. My hero. You know this place and these people better than I do, Gabriel.
Gabriel Knight, what are you doing here? Never mind. Now I can do what I've been wanting to do. Kill you, Gabriel Knight. What are you doing here, and who is this with you? You will both die. What are you doing here? Go to the circle, now!
The mask by itself would not disguise Mosley. Not with that day-glow coat he wears. The sound of Radha drums echo through the Houndfour. The ritual must be about to begin.
Grace! Wake up! Talk to me! As for the ritual itself, I'd say Tetelo is our worst problem. I remember from the bayou that she didn't show up until Dr. John blew that drug on Malia's face. Do you want this? Can I ask you some questions? I got you a disguise. Can I ask you some questions? Why don't you take this dagger, Grace? You might need it. This talisman is supposed to have some sort of power. If I can prevent him from doing that, we can keep Tetelo out of it, I think. How you feeling, Grace? The talisman defends against magic, but Dr. John is a hell of a lot of sheer flesh and blood. All right, but don't hurt Malia, Grace. She's not in this of her own free will. What worries me more is, assuming we can keep Tetelo out of it, who's going to handle Dr. John once he figures out what we're doing? You're asking me? Well, keep an eye on her, for her own good. But don't hurt her. I don't know. I'll think of something. I was confessing in the church, see, and... Who, him? He's a friend of mine, see, and we were just... Thought this room was empty. Hey, mostly. Here, it's a disguise.
Is that what those drums are? I heard them in my sleep. I couldn't wake up. Right. Let's make a plan.
Grace isn't up for answering questions at the moment. Grace is lying still on the bed. She may be unconscious. Or worse. Grace looks shaken, but okay. Gabriel wouldn't get far dragging an unconscious Grace. Grace can move on her own. Grace doesn't need any more abuse. Sticking Grace with that dagger probably won't break her unconscious state. But it would sure piss her off when she does wake up. Grace doesn't need any more help from the talisman. The bed looks like a hospital bed. Messing with the bed won't solve anything. Mosley looks very hyped up. His eyes have that weird pre-football game sheen that Gabriel remembers from college. Gabriel would prefer to keep the wolf disguise for himself. Mosley looks too alert for once to mess with. The robe by itself will not disguise Mosley, especially not with that glow-in-the-dark forehead. A bathroom is often provided for the guest, it seems. There's no time to mess with the bathroom. Gabriel prefers the wolf disguise. It's more manly. Gabriel doesn't want Mosley to feel left out. That thing looks hot. Gabriel doesn't want to put it on until he has to. The robe alone won't help disguise Gabriel. It doesn't cover his face. The wolf mask alone won't be enough to disguise Gabriel. His clothes will stick out like a sore thumb. That won't help Grace. Grace would be better off not carrying anything for what's coming ahead.
Are you sure you don't want that disguise?
I guess we'll just have to wing it and hope for the best. Too bad we didn't have more help. I don't know. I'll take care of Malia if you can prevent her from being taken over by Tetelo. But I can't handle her and Dr. John. Yes, Gabriel. But what about you? You can't go out there looking like that. Oh God, we're in trouble. And I can handle Malia herself. As long as she is Malia. Who? Me? Fine. But you guys aren't going to get far looking like that.
A wolf? Mostly. You made it. I found Grace.
All right, let's make a plan. What do you want us to do, Gabriel?
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't happen.
Grace does not respond. Grace would be mortified if Gabriel tried to dress her while she was unconscious.
Those goddamn drums started as soon as I got off that elevator thing, and I heard voices from above. I have a feeling the masked voodooies are about to invade. No, Bud, I travel light. We don't have time for that anymore, Bud. Great. Give it to me when we're ready to go. In a minute. No need to thank me for coming, Gabriel. What are friends for? Gee, a bore. How thoughtful. And what are you, pray tell? You goddamn wiener. Thank God. I thought I saw you ducking in here. I see that. Check her out? Then you and I need to find a way to blend into the woodwork, Bud.
Let us see who your friend is.
Well, I realize I'm the professional, but you do know more about what we're up against here.
We're in the Getty Cartel Hound Four, Grace. The ritual is about to begin. And I'm afraid you're the main course. Yeah, makes you want to dance, don't they?
You! What are you doing here? I do not recognize you. Gabriel Knight. I should have known. Well, you and your friend will both die now.
A wolf. How appropriate. It's too late for that now. If I have to use anything, I'll use my Tai Chi, Gabriel. You'll need the knife more than me. What? What's going on? Fine, but there's no time for chit-chat now. Well, how are you going to do that? Uh-huh. What if Tetelo does show up? Gabriel! Mosley! Where are we? What's going on? Be serious. What are we going to do now? Gabriel, where are we? What's going on? What are we going to do now?
Okay, so you're going to prevent this spirit thing from showing up. Fine. I'll take care of the big guy, Dr. John, when the time comes. We'll wait for your signal then.
Do you want to wear a disguise? A plan, right. What do you think we should do? Okay. They expect you to be unconscious, so you better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. I'll be with the other ritualists. Someone's coming. Grace, get down. Grace! I found her. Okay. Grace, they expect you to be unconscious, so you better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. Mosley, you and I will be with the other ritualists.
A rather sterile-looking bed is the main feature of this room. Perhaps Gabriel should try the keypad. Why do that with the bed? The bed can stay where it is. Gabriel cannot relocate the door.
If I lay down in here, I may never get up.
Using that under door would be pointless. There's a second door in this room.
Looks comfy.
Why use that on the cages? So, this is where they keep the animals they use in their rituals. Gabriel would love to release the animals, but animals running through the halls would probably alert somebody's attention. Although Gabriel feels sorry for the doomed creatures, he wouldn't get far on his mission carrying round live animals. The goats look unconcerned. At least they have no idea what's in store for them. Gabriel really does not want to get that snake angry. This snake is quite a bit larger than one they use in the ritual. Perhaps he's more of a tribal mascot. He's obviously too large for one person to handle. Even if Gabriel wanted to handle that snake, it's far too heavy for him to move by himself.
You paw chickens are history. What a nice goats like you doing in a place like this. No, you operate the python. Not bloody likely.
The small cages contain tarantulas and rats. Doing that to the tree will not help Gabriel. A tree in the middle of the room provides accommodations for a huge python.
Now you could probably swallow one of those goats whole, couldn't you? About that voodoo, how fool.
Human hearts. So that's what they do with them. But why? Underneath the surgical lamps is a gurney with a body on it. Tools of the trade, it seems.
Maybe I shouldn't even ask. They're used for some powerful gris-gris, no doubt. Or maybe that's what Tetelo has for lunch.
A stainless steel bucket is on the floor. Its contents are better left unsaid. Gabriel does not want to touch a thing in this butcher shop. The bucket is really better off left alone. Really. Gabriel does not want to do anything with those jars. There's no reason to mess with the counter. There's a long counter against the wall. It probably contains things every good butcher needs. The counter is immovable. What he can see of this room is bad enough. Gabriel does not want to know what's in that counter. It's too late to do anything for that guy now.
I really don't want that. Ugh, I hope those are rubber masks. I'm not touching that. No, really. I'll stick with my own. I'm not one of these butchers. I hope I'm not lying beside you soon, bud. I can see them as well as I want to from here.
A small stainless steel table on wheels provides a surface for instruments during the procedures performed in this room. Moving the table round will not help. Gabriel does not need the wheeled table or anything on it. There's no point in using that on the wall compartments. More corpses are stored in wall compartments. It looks like a deep freeze in there. The corpses are past any need for salvation from this place. Serious surgical lights descending from the ceiling. Why leave that on the table in here?
No one I know. These guys have got to be stopped.
There's not much Gabriel can do with the surgical lights. Gabriel does not want to hang around in here long enough to use those lights. Gabriel does not want anything to do with the saws and knives.
I don't want to look at those too closely.
Select a phrase to send. If Gabriel's translation of the drum code is correct, select a phrase as translation. There are no phrases to erase. That seems like too many phrases somehow. There'll be a conclave tonight in the swamp. That must be the bayou. Why use that on the Potomitan? Gabriel shivers, remembering what that trough is for. The Getty Hound for Potomitan. The Potomitan won't do that. Rather drums, like those used by the Getty relayers round the quarter. There's no point in doing that to the drums. Gabriel doesn't want to call attention to himself by using those drums again. The drums are being played by someone who knows how at the moment. Gabriel wouldn't get far carrying those drums. The drums speak only when played. There's no reason to use that here at the moment. The center of the Houndford is a circular room, apparently used for rituals. The room is made entirely of stone. The circle has become hellishly surreal as animals whirl, oiled flesh gleams, and drums pound in ecstasy. The ritual room doesn't lend itself to rearrangement. That won't help now.
Save me! It's not over yet, my love. If I go, you go. She's too powerful. Goodbye, my love. Gabriel, you didn't betray me. It's no good. It has to end with me.
Gabriel, no!
There's no one in the room to talk to. There's little use in conversation. Now, a door opens and shuts in the distance. Dr. John must have returned to his room. A door opens in the distance. Archways lead off in 6 directions, forming spokes to the outer ring. The hallway arches cannot be opened or closed. There's no escaping now. The stone table is now the center of the ritual. The stone table is too heavy to move. Gabriel can't figure out how to operate the stone table. Using that on the stone table wouldn't do anything. This table has a trough on top, just like the Snake Mound stone table. The lid of the stone table has raised, thanks to Dr. John's hot blood. Mosley stares at Grace with a horrified expression, but the lower possessions seem to have him spellbound. Gabriel's not close enough to move the idol. The idol doesn't work that way. Gabriel's not close enough to grab the idol. The idol's power does not include a gift of gab. Using that on Tepelo won't help. Using that on Tetelo won't save Grace. Why would Gabriel want to use that on Tetelo now? Using that on Tetelo won't save Grace and Mosley. Tetelo doesn't seem the type to answer questions. Malia's body trembles as though Malia were trying to regain control, but can't. Malia's fingers barely grip the edge of the crevasse. She's falling. Gabriel's not in a position to tackle Tetelo. Gabriel can't even try that from across the room. Malia will fall soon enough without a push. Gabriel can't do that to Malia. Gabriel has a knife at his throat. He can't attack with the dagger now. The ritualists are delirious with the beat of the drums. Gabriel has enough trouble without involving the other ritualists. They are unlikely to be sympathetic. Giving that to Mosley now won't help. There's no time for that now.
Come da mala, come a goom da agree. Da wedo papa, mele rele kule bo, rele loa yo. Badagri general sabla, dia dia, ke, tetlo rele, hey ya hey, hey ya hey, hey.
Gabriel Knight, what are you doing in the Hunfor? You lie! You will die for that! Who is playing with the sacred drums? You trespassing bastard!
Oh, you are unarmed now, witch hunter. Approach me and kneel.
Grace, you okay? Malia invited me down. Just practicing.
I've got you, Malia. I won't let you kill her. No! I've got you. No! Don't let go! Damn it! Don't you let go!
Okay. So he does. Dr. John is not the immediate threat to Grace. He doesn't look into answering questions at the moment. Dr. John looks on hungrily as Tetelo prepares to sacrifice Grace. A fire blazes in the pit. There's no point in messing with the fire pit. It's built in. Gabriel isn't close enough to give Grace anything. Grace cannot advise Gabriel now. Grace looks injured. Grace is pretending unconsciousness on the stone table. Grace is unconscious on the stone table. Gabriel would never make it up there in time. Tetelo stands between Gabriel and his friends. Gabriel isn't close enough to the idol to do that. Using that on the idol won't help. It's the Gede idol. Malia's body is totally under the control of the lower Tetelo.
My magic cannot touch him when he holds a talisman, but you can, my pet. Kill him, Dr. John. No! You will betray her, witch hunter. You! Kill him, Dr. John! Get her, Dr. John! Kill her! We must have the sacrifice! No! Stop! Go ahead. Destroy her. Destroy me! You are truly your father's son, witch hunter.
If he touches her, do something quick! Gabriel!
Gabriel doesn't want to close the table. The lid of the stone table is too heavy to pick up. The Gede Vivi has been drawn on the flour. In flour. Messing with the Vivi won't solve anything. Gabriel can't pick up the Vivi.
Yes, Gabriel. Be careful.
Great, now what?
You want the talisman?
What shall I do?
Mostly! Damn it. She's already being ridden by Tetelo. Yeah, I know. I don't know.
Shh! I'll kill you, Tetelo.
Thank you, witch hunter. Now die like the dog that you are.
I wonder if that takes gas or propane. All right. Take it.
You will die now, once and for all. Malia! Help me! Malia!
I'm sorry. I have no choice.
Sure. Tetelo, you want the talisman? Here, catch. Go on. Get Grace out of here. The talisman will protect you. Just go! Malia, are you there?
Tetelo was right. You betrayed me. I can't. She's too strong.
What about
a pit for fire? Gabriel plays the message, but there does not seem to be any response.
Huh? I don't know what to do with that thing. I don't know, but hurry. I'm with you, bud. What? What? But you said...
Grace, no!
Okay, I'll give it a shot, but I'm no musician. These panels seem to tell a story. Heck of a family album. Tetelo holding up the talisman. Slaves rising up and killing their owners. Haiti, probably. Looks like Tetelo's people arriving in New Orleans. They accumulate great power through voodoo. The Hound Fool is built under Jackson Square.
Oh, Gabriel, please! Tetelo was right. You do nothing. You betray me.
Moving the lid isn't that simple. Mosley looks ready to defend Grace with his life. Mosley can still move on his own. Gabriel can't do that with Mosley. The dagger can't help Mosley.
A ship sailing.
And now get the intruder. I cannot touch him when he bears a talisman, but you can. You can't stop me. Watch your friend die. It is him, Dr. John. Get him! My quarrel is with everything you are, Ritter Spawn. Die! It's a witch hunter. Get him, Dr. John. Very well. I should have known you wouldn't lift a finger to save your friends. Now it is between you and I. I want that talisman. You can't stop me. Watch your friend die. Get out! All of you! You have killed my chosen one, witch hunter. For that you shall pay. But first, these intruders shall die. Give me the talisman, witch hunter, or your friends will die horribly. Right now! What? You bastard of a bastard!
Uh-oh. The talisman seemed to have little effect on protecting Grace from this distance. Uh-oh, Molly's already being ridden by Tetelo. Gabriel had better do something quick.
Oh, shit! I'll kill you, Tetelo! No! Tetelo, stop! I won't let you kill her! Stop!
Don't hurt them, Tetelo. Your quarrel is with me.
No! The talisman!
Oh, great Badagree, take this sacrifice! You dare attack me?
There's nothing in that part of the circle to open. There's nothing in that part of the circle to operate. Gabriel isn't interested in taking anything from the ritual room. Gabriel doesn't want to mess with the open table. Gabriel doesn't want to think about what it would take to open that table. Please select a topic, the tapes button, or the exit button. Please select one of the tape recorder buttons. Please select a label tape or the exit button.
Ambulance to Lakeside Drive. Coroner requests assistance at Lakeside Drive. Homicide team attend Lakeside Drive. Anyone seen Joe? Ambulance 911, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed for you 3 times. South. Lakeside Drive north of Piedmont Pier, south of the country club. Everyone's having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning. Thank God. Have a good one, 911.
Damn! Did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club? Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what. Good thing this guy's already dead. It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. Got it, Molly.